True intent. You're saying that you comprehended true intent.
Lang Bao's
Gaze turned intent as he asked in disbelief. What? You don't believe it? You can come and give it a try, Yi Yuan said, with a grin.
Lang Bao's eyes flicker.
He was all too clear on what true intent meant. He was also way too clear on the difficulty of comprehending true intent. Just a short half-day's time and Yi Yuan actually comprehended a true intent. This was a seriously tremendous blow to him. He pursued Yi Yuan for 7 days and 7 nights and such a result appeared. In the end, this really made him unable to quite accept it. Hence, he chose not to believe it. Humph! Then I'll give it a shot. Do you think that dodging my attack once by a fluke can scare me? True intent? Hehe, is true intent that easy to comprehend? Lan Bao said with a cold sneer. Finish talking. Another punch struck forth. At practically the first moment he threw the punch, Yi Yuan's figure floated away like a piece of paper. The punch hit nothing again. Lan Bao's face fell. Yi Yuan's movements were too bizarre. As if he knew what he was thinking. That punch just now, Yi Yuan accurately predicted his intent to attack and responded right away. Lan Bao's speed was exceedingly swift. This was just something that took place in the time for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Yi Yuan's speed was not fast, but he could respond to it in advance. I still don't believe it. Lan Bao gritted his teeth, his fists smashing onto Yi Yuan's body like a torrential squall. But Yi Yuan's body was just like a falling leaf in the wind. The fiercer Lan Bao's fist was, the harder it was to hit him. It was like Lan Bao's punches spurred the air to forcefully push Yi Yuan aside. So no matter how Lan Bao attacked, he could not hit Yi Yuan. In a twinkle, over 100 moves passed. But Lan Bao did not even touch the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. At this instant, Lan Bao faintly had a feeling that it was as if Yi Yuan had merged together with the surrounding wild winds, and he was fighting the entire storm. This sort of feeling was utterly preposterous, but it was so real too. Give up. You can't hit me. If it were you at full power, I might still have some fear. But the current, you can't even touch me at all, Yi Yuan said lightly. Shut your mouth for me. Go to hell. Lan Bao already descended into a crazed state and completely turned a deaf ear to Yi Yuan's words. Or perhaps he did not wish to admit this fact at all. Sigh.
Yi Yuan have dasik.
His figure swayed, vanishing from within.
Lan Bao's feet si lao.
When he appeared again, he was already over 100 feet away. Your attacks are much too inferior compared to these wind blades that cover the entire sky. Even these wind blades can't hurt me anymore. How can you harm me? Lan Bao's expression was ugly to the max. He knew that Yi Yuan should have really comprehended the so-called wind flow true intent. Not only did he fail to kill Yi Yuan, but he also let Yi Yuan obtain a tremendous harvest instead. Lan Bao's gloominess now could be imagined. No matter how fast your fist is, you just have to move and the wind will flow along with it. Thanks to you, I grasped the law of wind flow in this level 5 gale region and comprehended the wind flow true intent.
Yi Yuan
said. Humph. So what if you grasp true intent? My Lan family tribe has already sent massive forces to guard the realm passageway. Do you think that you can still escape back to the endless world safely? Lan Bao said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan beamed and said, I don't need you to worry about that. After I rescue my fellow apprentices, I naturally have ways to bring them back. I feel that it's better if you worry about your own matters instead. Even if I can't do anything to you, you aren't thinking that you can do anything to me, right? Don't forget, you're only at the first level crystal
formation realm.
Although Lan Bao was not at his peak condition right now, he was a 5th level. See, transformation realm expert after all. A lean camel was bigger than a horse. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could do anything to him. Yi Yuan said, when I comprehended true intent earlier, I just happened to have some ideas that I can test out on you. If you can receive it, so what if I let you leave? Seeing Yi Yuan's fully confident appearance, Lan Bao was taken aback and instinctively felt that things were not good. He was currently suffering from severe blood essence loss and his strength was already greatly discounted. In addition to staying half a day in the level 5 Gale region, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight long ago. On the other hand, although his body was riddled with injuries, Yi Yuan virtually did not use much essence energy in this half a day. Instead, he recovered quite substantially. With one weakening and the other strengthening, it already lessened the distance between the two considerably. Furthermore, Lan Bao had witnessed Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. Attack power was so strong that even he did not dare to be negligent. Thinking up to here, how could Lan Bao dare to continue clashing head-on with
Ye Yuan?
Losing face was better than losing his life. Lan Bao did think about anything else. Turning around to flee, Yi Yuan had noticed his actions long ago. How could he give him a chance to escape? The 7 days and 7 nights pursuit had forced Yi Yuan into a hopeless situation. If not for having some inspiration at the 11th hour and comprehending true intent, what condition he would be in right now would still be ambiguous. Moreover, in the Eternal Splendor Palace's 2nd level, that punch from Lan Bao nearly claimed Yi Yuan's little life. New grudges together with old hatred. Now was the time to settle all scores. In Lan Bao's eyes, Yi Yuan released his aura, and his entire being seemingly to have transformed into a mass of flames. Yi Yuan put both hands together. A gust of fierce wind rose up from the bottom of his feet. That bundle of flames flared sky-high with a roar. Windfire, violent blaze, transforming dragon. Go! Yi Yuan gave a light cry and sent it out with both palms. A colossal roaring dragon rushed out, hurtling at full speed towards the frenziedly running Lan Bao. Violent blaze, transforming dragon was the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Mortal Chapter's 3rd auxiliary skill. When he was at the state of Qin, Yi Hang once used this martial technique. Power was matchless. And at this moment, the gigantic dragon that Yi Yuan fired out was many times larger than Yi Hang's. The moment the fire dragon was unleashed, it actually caught up to Lan Bao in a blink of an eye. Lan Bao was in the midst of fleeing. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura from behind catching up and could not help getting a shock. He hurriedly turned around to face the enemy. Tumultuous, violent wave. Break for me. Lan Bao smashed a fist out ferociously, clashing together with the fire dragon. With this collision, Lan Bao's face changed drastically. The fire dragon actually directly coiled around his fist and snaked upwards. How could he have the time to change his move at this point? Only to hear a bang. The fire dragon collided viciously onto Lan Bao's chest. Poo work. The incredible impact force sent Lan Bao flying out and vomiting a large mouthful of blood in midair. It was just that Lan Bao had yet to tumble to the ground when he was swept away by a gust of fierce wind. Arg! Lan Bao's tragic cries came from the air. Countless gale wind penetrated his protective essence energy, slashing on his body like blades. After a dozen breaths later, not a sound could be heard from Lan Bao anymore. He was originally already at his limits and received Yi Yuan's dreadful attack. 2. He was simply unable to maintain his own protective essence energy anymore. These storm winds did not have any sympathy and attacked Lan Bao indiscriminately. How could Lan Bao not die? Watching Lan Bao be swallowed up by the fierce storms, Yi Yuan also sucked in a breath deeply. The hardships along the way only he alone knew. With Lan Bao's death, Yi Yuan's tightly wounded nerves relaxed immediate. But it was only to see his legs turn to jelly. Even standing upright was actually quite strenuous. The few days of sprinting at his limits already wore Yi Yuan's body and mind out immensely. At this moment, he could not sustain any longer. Lan Feng's figure suddenly appeared. He was startled when he saw Yi Yuan's condition and hurriedly supported him. Having the slave seal planted, all of Lan Feng's words and actions centered around Yi Yuan and did not have his own personality. Seeing Yi Yuan's all scratched up appearance, Lan Feng felt concern from the bottom of his heart. "Are you all right, master?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said weakly, "Bring me out." Lan Feng nodded and piggybacked Yi Yuan towards the level 4 Gale region. 2 days later, somewhere in the level 4 Gale region, an essence energy tempest towered to the skies, isolating the biting cold gale winds. Around an hour later, the essence energy tempest dissipated, revealing a white-clothed youth with glimmering eyes and an imposing aura. This white-clothed youth was precisely Yi Yuan. Although these few days of pursuit was impossibly arduous for him, it was also a valuable gain. The pursuit evasion journey these 7 days and nights not only let him comprehended the wind flow true intent, it even let his realm reach the peak. First level crystal formation realm inconspicuously. Hence, after he recuperated from his injuries, Yi Yuan chose to break through. Directly, the Yi Yuan who had just broken through to the second level crystal formation realm had his essence, energy, and spirit reached peak condition, sweeping away the dispiritedness previously. The body that was initially riddled with injuries by the gale winds was also already completely recovered now. Those scars on his face had already vanished fully right now. He seemed the same as usual. But having been through such fierce consumption, Yi Yuan's condensed fragrance pills and haste pills were pretty much all expended entirely. A condensed fragrance pill was a Tier 3 Essence Energy Recovery Medicinal pill. It was unbelievably marvelous, much stronger than ordinary Tier 3 Qi returning pill. If he did not have condensed fragrance pills earlier to replenish essence energy, Yi Yuan would have been caught up by Lan Bao long ago. It was also relying precisely on the condensed fragrance pills and haste pills, these two types of heaven-defying Tier 3 medicinal pills, that Yi Yuan dared to play such a great chasing game with Lan Bao. He won in the end. To think that the concept of wind and concept of fire would actually have such formidable offensive power when combined. It's just a pity that I only comprehended the transmission true intent for the concept of fire. If I comprehended the scorching true intent, the power should be able to rise another level. Indeed, the effects of merging true intent are even stronger. Yi Yuan mused to himself. When facing off with Lan Bao previously, luck favored Yi Yuan as he had an inspiration and thought about incorporating the concept of wind into the violent blaze transforming dragon. He did not think that it would garner an unexpected effect. The so-called fire borrowed the power of wind, and wind aided the might of fire. Was this logic? The wind-fire violent blaze transforming dragon's offensive power during an instant was even stronger than the 1,000 flowing petals. 1,000 flowing petals combined both offense and defense, belonging to the pure killing people with blades type. Furthermore, 1,000 flowing petals could attack in a variety of ways and was exceedingly hard to fend off. In comparison, Windfire Violent Blaze Transforming Dragon was a pure
offensive type martial technique.
As long as Yi Yuan's finished casting it, its instantaneous offensive might would be remarkably powerful. This point could be seen from Lan Bao's end. Looks like much still remains to be accomplished on the road to comprehending concepts, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Wanting to become a divine realm's peak existence, comprehending concepts was a path that had to be taken. Yi Yuan knew for a fact that the 10 great divine kings were all martial artists who comprehended at least 3 kinds of supreme true intent. And he only just comprehended one kind of supreme true intent's elementary form up till now. Saying that much remained to be accomplished was expected. It was just that if Yi Yuan let the 10 great divine kings hear his words, they would probably cough up blood on the spot. When they were at Yi Yuan's age, forget about supreme true intent, they might not even have touched upon the boundaries of true intent. And Yi Yuan already comprehended 4 types of true intents, and fused 2 of them into the elementary form of a supreme true intent. Such monstrous talent, even the 10 great divine kings would feel deeply ashamed. While Yi Yuan had knowledge surpassing this plane and also the experiences of a divine realm's alchemy emperor, these were insufficient to let him comprehend true intent so quickly. Yi Yuan relied entirely on his effort and talent to be able to comprehend four kinds of true intents. Seeing Yi Yuan finish breaking through, Lan Feng, who had been protecting by the side the whole time, came forward and said, "Congratulations to Master on the breakthrough." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and asked Lan Feng, "How far is this place from the central capital?" Lan Feng said, replying, "Master, this place is still the level 4 Gale region. If without flying spirit artifacts, rushing to the central capital will probably need several years." Why is it so far? Lan Bao and I ran for 6 days and nights and finished running through the level 4 Gale region. Reaching the central capital actually requires several years. Yi Yuan asked puzzledly. He only used 6 days to finish running through the level 4 Gale region. So, he felt that the fierce Gale world's area should not be large. Looking at it now, it was not what he had actually imagined. The fierce Gale world's broadest expansive regions are the level 1 and level 2 Gale regions, followed by level 3 Gale region. The vast majority of the fierce Gale world's inhabitants also stay in these regions. In the level 4 Gale region, there are virtually no signs of human inhabitation, and the level 4 to level 9 Gale regions added together is roughly the size of the first 3 Gale regions. Moreover, the level 4 Gale region is actually just a transition zone. The land area is not vast. Hence, Master only used 6 days to finish running it. Lan Feng explained. Yi Yuan only saw the light now. So, that's how it is. Then are there any places nearby with transmission arrays leading to the central capital? Since walking on foot took too long, they obviously could only go through transmission arrays. Lan Feng said, "Fierce Gale world's formations path is undeveloped. The tribes in the vicinity with transmission arrays leading straight to the central capital, as far as I know, there's only the Lan family tribe." Yi Yuan nodded his head and was not surprised by this, since the Lan family tribe was left here by the previous Wind Emperor to guard the 6 extreme Seal's Grand Array. Having a transmission array leading to the capital was very normal. Since direct travel won't work, do a layover then. Can't be that there aren't midway transmission arrays, right? Of course there are. Some of the slightly larger tribes nearby have transmission arrays leading to the level 1 region. Alright then. You bring me to a tribe that's relatively easy to talk to. Should I disguise myself? Yi Yuan asked. Yi Yuan's outfit and skin color had a clear difference from Lan Feng's. One look and they could tell that he was not a fierce Gale world native.
Yi Yuan
naturally had this query, but Lan Feng said, "No need. The level 1 Gale region's Gale winds won't be so strong like the outer boundaries. Everyone's living conditions are comparatively much better. Many of the noble family's juniors in the central capital are the same as Master. All very refined people and won't be rugged like us. Master just has to change into fierce Gale world's attires and other people won't become suspicious." Yi Yuan caught on and changed into the clothes inside Lan Feng's storage ring. His entire person's demeanor took on a new feel, decreased a few parts of elegant air, increased in some unyielding feel. The two people got their belongings in order and were just about to set off for the level 3 region when all of a sudden, a battle cry sounded. Human figures swarmed together, kicking up clouds of yellow sand. 5 Crystal Formation Realm martial artists were currently in the midst of a fierce battle with a gigantic scorpion. The 5 martial artists were all late-stage Crystal Formation Realm. There were 3 7th-level Crystal Formation Realm, 1 8th-level Crystal Formation Realm, and a 9th-level Crystal Formation Realm. But very clearly the peak tier 3 giant scorpion strength was above these 5 individuals. The 5 people fought while running. Their bodies all had injuries, appearing very pitiful. "Younger sister Yen, you quickly bring the violet illusion blood ginseng back to the tribe. We'll hold back this damn fellow," said a 9th-level Crystal formation realm with the greatest strength as he pushed a girl out of the battleground. The one called Sister Yen was the only female among these 5 people. This 9th level crystal formation realm clearly wanted to protect her. How can that do? This crimson-tailed scorpion is almost about to evolve to become a tier 4 demonic beast. You guys are completely not its match, Sister Yen said in near tears. The 9th level crystal formation realm martial artist gritted his teeth and said, "Quickly leave. If all of us die here, what about young patriarch?" When Sister Yen heard these words, her face showed conflict as she stood on the spot at a loss on what to do. The young patriarch was the number 1 genius in the tribe. If he died because of her, then even 100 deaths could hardly absolve her from the blame. But to let her abandon her comrades and flee for her life alone, Li Yen could not do it. That crimson-tailed scorpion strength was very powerful. Her 4 companions were all dancing with death. Even Li Hong, who was the strongest, could not fend it off either. A 7th level crystal formation realm was struck in the chest by the crimson-tailed scorpion's giant pincers, flying out backward. When Li Yen saw this scene, she clenched her teeth and charged back in. When Li Hong saw Li Yen join the battlefield again, he could not help flying into a thunderous rage, roaring, "Li Yen, what are you doing? Do you know that young patriarch's life and death is all in your hands?" Li Yen held back her tears as she said with a stubborn face, "I'm not leaving. Big brother Hong, you cared for me since young and concerned yourself with me. Asking me to leave you guys and escape with my life alone. I can't do it. I'm really exasperated to death by you. Be careful." Li Hong swung his long sword, deflecting away the crimson-tailed scorpion's giant pincers, saving Li Yan's life. Li Hong gave a sigh and said, "Forget it. Come on back then. Meet the attacks. Carefully. The 3 of you restrain it. I'll circle around to its flank and attack it. I'll strive to deal it a lethal strike." The 5 people's full attention was on fighting the crimson-tailed scorpion, and was completely oblivious that not far away, there were 2 people currently observing them. "Lan Feng, quickly go and finish off that crimson-tailed scorpion." Yuan.
Có mang Lang Feng.
"Yes, master." Lan Feng acknowledged with a bow and vanished like a gust of wind. And right at this moment, Li Hong finally reached around to the crimson-tailed scorpion's side, looking for a gap to attack the crimson-tailed scorpion's soft spots. But just as Li Hong finished making an attack, the crimson-tailed scorpion's tail appeared before Li Hong like ghosts and goblins. Li Hong's expression changed drastically, but wanting to change his move at this time was already too late. Li Yen and the rest also saw this scene and could not help but shout in despair, "Big brother Hong." The crimson-tailed scorpion's tail was its strongest weapon. But up till now, this was the first time it used this lethal weapon. The result was predictable. Li Hong was aware that he could not escape this catastrophe and shut his eyes painfully. At virtually the same time, Li Hong felt an extremely powerful force graze past his ear. He snapped his eyes open, then saw that crimson-tailed scorpion being smashed flying into the air. Whoosh! A strong breeze swept by. A blurry silhouette passed by his body, dealing yet another punch to the crimson-tailed scorpion in the air. Bang! The crimson-tailed scorpion was sent flying again. Lan Feng followed up once more and punched again. This time, the crimson-tailed scorpion finally ceased any movement. It did not even let out a squawk before being disposed of by Lan Feng. When Li Hong saw this scene, he was first flabbergasted. Following that was wild elation. At the life and death juncture, he was actually saved. "Thank you very much for Senior's life-saving grave. This junior is Li Hong. These are my clansmen. The 5 of us are people from the Cloud-Prancing tribe. I wonder which tribe Senior came from. We'll surely pay a visit and thank this favor." Li Hong brought Li Yen and the rest to bow towards Lan Feng. Lan Feng had the air of an expert currently as he waved his hand and said, "You all don't need to thank me. The one who saved you isn't me. It's my master. Li Hong was secretly taken aback. But verbally, he hastily said, I wonder who is Senior's master. To be able to use a sea transformation realm expert as a servant, he surely had a powerful background. Lan Feng said coolly, follow me. Li Hong and the rest naturally did not dare to defy and kept in pace with Lan Feng. Before long, a 15 to 16-year-old youth appeared in their sights. This Li Hong was evidently somebody who had experienced the world. Seeing Yi Yuan, he hurriedly bowed. This lowly one, Li Hong and clansmen, give thanks to young master for your life-saving grace. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said indifferently, just some simple help. Which tribe are you all from? Replying, young master, we're from the cloud-prancing tribe, Li Hong said, respectfully. When facing Yi Yuan, Li Hong did not know why, but he actually felt a powerful pressure. Originally, he revered out of gratitude, but now it was awe that came from the depths of his heart. This feeling was very absurd. Why would a 9th-level crystal formation realm sense pressure in front of a 2nd-level crystal formation realm? This young man was not simple. Does your tribe have a transmission array? Yi Yuan asked directly. Li Hong was stunned. Clearly, he did not think that Yi Yuan would have such an inquiry. But Yi Yuan was their savior. He naturally would not hide the truth. Where does savior want to go? Our cloud-prancing tribe is the largest tribe. In the circumference of 10,000 miles. We naturally have a transmission array, Li Hong said. I came out from the central capital to temper myself. Now that the trial period is already over, I want to return close to the central capital. Wonder if your tribe can allow for this convenience. Yi Yuan casually made up a reason. Li Hong hesitated slightly before saying, not hiding from benefactor only. The patriarch can make the decision to allow outsiders to use the transmission array. The few of us dare not speak rashly. But benefactor saved us, which is the same as saving young patriarch. I believe that the patriarch will definitely approve. I wonder if benefactor can come back to the cloud prancing tribe with us. Oh, why do you say that? Yi Yuan asked out of curiosity. Young patriarch is the strongest person in our cloud-prancing tribe's junior generation. Originally, his strength stood head and shoulders above all others, with the air of a great general, and was the idol and goal for our junior generation. But a month ago, his temperament suddenly changed drastically. He lost all appetite and shut himself in his room all day. Half a month later, he fell ill and was confined to his bed. Now he's already at death's door. We set out on this trip in order to seek out the purple illusion blood ginseng to refine for him the blood-cleansing pill. That's how we got into this hunt and almost lost our lives. Benefactor saved the 5 of our lives, which is naturally tantamount to saving young patriarch's life.
Li Hong clarifia.
Sudden temperament change? Lost all appetite. Yi Yuan ruminated on the symptoms that Li Hong said. It was very clear that his old weakness surfaced again. Yes, is it possible that Savior knows this illness?
Li Hong ankirat.
Yi Yuan diverted the topic by laughing and saying, since you guys are here, for the sake of saving your family's young patriarch, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Reaching the level 3 region, the gale winds were noticeably weaker. The human martial artists living in this region were mostly living in a tribal manner. Yi Yuan rode on a miniature spirit boat. After 2 days of flying, he finally arrived at the cloud-prancing tribe. Along the way, Yi Yuan poked around and got the information that the cloud-prancing tribe was very far away from the Lan family tribe and completely could not extend here. This made him set his mind completely at ease. Young Master Ji, ahead is our cloud-prancing tribe. Li Hong pointed a little way off and said, the Lan family tribe all knew Yi Yuan's identity. Yi Yuan obviously would not use his real name and walk around. Hence, he gave Li Hong a fake name. Of course, it could not be counted as fake either, because Ji Qing, this name, was also considered Yi Yuan's real name. Yi Yuan naturally saw the cloud-prancing tribe too because this tribe was much bigger than the Lan family tribe, looking rather like a small town in the endless world. Once they entered the tribe, a rather primeval aura reached his face.
Ye Yuan
Had to admit that the fierce Gale world's living conditions were indeed overly grueling. Li Hong and the others brought Yi Yuan straight to the patriarch's compound. But the scene before their eyes made them dazed. A foreboding feeling welled up in their hearts. Gazing over, white silk hung everywhere outside the compound. It was actually the manner of having a funeral. Li Yan's tears already flowed down uncontrollably. Sniff, sniff is young patriarch. Shut up. Young patriarch will step into the Soul Sea realm in the future and inherit the patriarch position. How can he possibly die? Li Hong said through clenched jaws. In truth, he already knew too. Holding a funeral procession at this time, it was almost certain that something happened to young patriarch. It was just that he was unwilling to admit it verbally. Right then, 7 to 8 people suddenly walked out of the mansion. All of them were in mourner attire. The face of an elderly person at the front darkened when he saw Li Hong and company. He said to the group of people behind him, "Come men, take down these 5 rebels for me." Yes, the 7 to 8 people behind him acknowledged right away and was about to come forward to arrest Li Hong and the rest. Li Hong's expression changed and he said furiously, "Elder Zhushan, the 5 of us are loyal and steadfast to the tribe. When did we become rebels?" Zhushan smirked coldly and said, "Loyal and steadfast? Harumph, I think that you have ulterior motives." Young patriarch was terminally ill and we asked you all to go hunt for medicinal herbs separately. In the end, the other 3 groups all returned on time. Only the 5 of you took so long to come back, causing young patriarch to leave this mortal world. Li Hong, do you still dare to say that you're not rebels? What? It's really young patriarch. No way, impossible.
Li Hong
Muttered under his breath, confirming the news of young patriarch's death from Zhu Shan's mouth. Li Hong's entire person was overwhelmed. Humph! What's impossible? Before the 5 of you set off, Master Dao Yuan repeatedly urged you all to absolutely bring back the purple illusion blood ginseng within 2 days. But you actually delayed for a full 2 days. The purple illusion blood ginseng is one of the most crucial spirit medicines. Without it, Master Dao Yuan also can't make something out of nothing. In the end, last night, young patriarch talking up to here, tears also coursed down Zhu Shan's old face. Clearly, he felt great pain towards young patriarch's passing. An elderly man was already filled with such bitter grief, let alone the others. Li Hong and the others already had tears flowing down their faces long ago. This Zhu Shan's excuse was impeccable from the very start. Even Yi Yuan was also hoodwinked. The life-saving spirit medicine did not arrive. Zhu Shan arrested Li Hong and, for in his rage, this was also human nature. After all, to the cloud-prancing tribe, young patriarch was their future, their hope. But right when tears were flowing down Zhu Shan's old face, a young man behind him sold him out. The others were still fine, but the excitement and exhilaration on the youth's face could not be concealed no matter what. To this end, he even lowered his head, fearful that others may discover it. It was just that this scene was captured by Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not say anything much. This was other people's family affairs. After all, he, an outsider, naturally could not poke his nose in. But it left a mark in Yi Yuan's heart. After all, his goal was still to borrow the use of the transmission array. Li Hong, Li Yan, and the rest took a blow from this news. Their minds were already in kind of a stupor long ago. We're at fault, we're really guilty. It's all our fault that we didn't bring the purple illusion blood ginseng back in time. Except, Elder Zhu Shan, can you let us see the young patriarch for one last time? Li Hong said, agitatedly. But Zhu Shan snorted coldly and said, Humph! Young patriarch was our cloud prancing tribe's future. You committed such a heinous crime against him and still have the face to see him? Aren't you all afraid of profaning him and letting him unable to get peace in death? Zhu Shan's words struck the heart word by word. With him saying that, how could Li Hong have the face to go meet young patriarch a final time? Seeing that his words already took effect, Zhu Shan said to the people behind him again, "What are you all still standing there for? Quickly take them down." Hang on. Who are these two people? Actually, Zhu Shan saw Yi Yuan and Lan Feng long ago. He only pointed the spearhead to Yi Yuan at this time. He did not pay heed to Yi Yuan. It was just that Li Hong they all actually brought a third-level C transformation realm back. This made Zhu Shan rather fearful. Zhu Shan's words made Li Hong feel frightened in his heart. He only remembered that Yi Yuan was still by the side at this time. Causing young patriarch's death already made him unbelievably guilty. If he even implicated his savior, he would really find it hard to absolve his sins. Even with 100 deaths. Elder Zhu Shan, the five of us met a crimson-tailed scorpion on the brink of advancing in the level 4 Gale region. Fortunately, young Master Ji rescued. I request for Elder Zhu Shan not to make things difficult for him.
Li. On Muriedli explained.
Who knew that Zhu Shan's face changed and he said grimly, "You all are clearly aware that the tribe is facing troubled times right now. You actually still dare to bring outsiders over. In my view, they are highly suspicious. Did you all purposely collude with outsiders to harm young patriarch? How can Elder Zhu Shan say such things? The five of us are staunch and steadfast to young patriarch. This point, patriarch can stand witness. Young Master Ji and us really just met coincidentally. I hope that Elder Zhu Shan can let them leave." Li Hong was taken aback as he said, "Humph! Young patriarch's ailment is originally very odd already. The cause still hasn't been found out up until now. Young patriarch just passed away last night and you guys brought outsiders to the tribe. Seriously too. Suspicious. The way I see it, it's still better to keep the two of them here. If investigations reveal in the end that they really have nothing to do with young patriarch's death, we'll naturally let them leave," Zhu Shan said.
Ye Yuan's Eebrovs Furoed.
He did not find trouble, but he did not think that trouble still came knocking. Immediately, he said icily, "Keeping us here also has to depend on whether or not you have this capability." Zhu Shan smiled coldly and said, "Heh. Revealed your true colors? If you don't have any ulterior motives, why would you be afraid of us investigating? Looking at your appearance, are you planning on resisting stubbornly to the end? Isn't it just a third-level C transformation realm? How can our cloud prancing tribe be unable to even bring out a couple of C transformation realms?" Yi Yuan was just about to speak when Li Hong resolved his heart and blocked in front of Yi Yuan. "Elder Zhu Shan, young Master Ji is my, Li Hong's savior. Can't let you bring him away," Li Hong said firmly. When these words from Li Hong came out, Li Yan and the others also slowly shifted their feet to block in front of Yi Yuan. Seeing this sight, Yi Yuan felt rather surprised. Originally, him saving Li Hong and the rest was just a matter of convenience. Li Hong agreed to bring him here to use the transmission array. It was also considered a fair deal for both sides. Yi Yuan and the Cloud-Prancing tribe had no connections at all. He naturally did not wish to be involved in their domestic affairs. Moreover, he was in a rush, so he was disinclined to bother with these things. He initially planned on teaching this Zhu Shan a lesson before leaving the Cloud-Prancing tribe, but he did not think that this Li Hong was so loyal. Since that was the case, there was no harm in him meddling in this side business. Seeing Li Hong's actions, Zhu Shan did not get angry but was delighted instead. But his face had a furious look as he said, "Li Hong, is this you steeling your heart to revolt? Why does Elder Zhu Shan say so? I, Li Hong, am a member of the Cloud-Prancing tribe in life, and a ghost of the cloud-prancing tribe in death. It's just that to let me watch helplessly as my savior is thrown into jail. I can't do it, Li Hong said without being servile or disrespectful. Fine. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. All of you listen up. Li Hong colluded with outsiders and caused young patriarch's death. In the name of elders, I command you all to execute the 5 of them, Zhu Shan said. Grimly, Li Hong's expression changed. He moved his lips wanting to explain but ultimately did not say anything. Instead, he turned around and said to Yi Yuan, with a bitter smile, I'm so sorry, young Master Ji. I didn't think that I'd implicate you two to be wronged unjustly. The deaths of the 5 of us are insufficient. Lord Jifeng, please hurry up and bring young Master Ji away. From here, Yi Yuan smiled and said, You fools! Other people are exploiting your loyalty to eliminate dissidents and you all still stupidly deliver yourselves to the door to let them kill you. Li Hong was stunned and asked uncertainly, What do young Master Ji's words mean? Yi Yuan waved his hands but did not clarify his words. Instead he said, You don't bother with what my words mean first. Bring us to see that young patriarch. Not that Yi Yuan did not wish to talk, but it was not convenient for him to say some things right now. The matter within a tribe, if he, an outsider, talked too much, he would invariably be suspected of sowing discord, and it would be hard to avoid drawing suspicions. In addition, Zhu Shan stated categorically that he and Li Hong conspired to cause young patriarch's death. These words became even harder to say. But young patriarch already. Li Hong's face dimmed. Yi Yuan patted Li Hong's shoulder and said smilingly, Take a look first, then talk. You guys and young patriarch were as close as brothers. Can't be that. You're not even going to see him one last time, right? Being patted by Yi Yuan, Li Hong finally mustered up his courage and nodded his head fiercely. Even if I get smacked to death by patriarch in one slap, I also have to give young patriarch a kowtow, Li Hong said. Finished talking. He turned to Zhu Shan again and said, Elder Zhu Shan, please let me go and give young patriarch a kowtow and admit my fault. Commit suicide before him to apologize for my offense. Yi Yuan was stupefied but did not say anything. With him making a move, Li Hong might not even get a chance to commit suicide. Taking your own life to apologize for your crime? Bringing these 2 outsiders? You aren't trying to wreak havoc in the morning hall, are you? What are you all waiting for? Get to work, Zhu Shan said. Stop! Just as everyone was about to make their move, a voice barked. When Li Hong saw the arrival, his face involuntarily showed great ecstasy. Elder Li Min. Li Min nodded slightly and said to Zhu Shan, Patriarch asked them to go inside and explain the reason. If there really was an intentional delay, punishing them then won't be too late. Finished talking, Li Min turned right around and went in. Li Hong was overjoyed when he heard this. With Patriarch's order, he believed that Zhu Shan would not dare to say anything else. Zhu Shan's face was green as he looked at Li Min. Clearly, he did not think that Patriarch already knew what transpired outside the door. The group entered the inner hall. A coffin was placed in the center of the inner hall. Inside should be the young patriarch. The moment Li Hong and the rest saw young patriarch's coffin, they immediately lost control and burst into tears, kneeling in front of the coffin. Young patriarch, it's all Li Hong's incompetence. I killed you. Li Hong, a grown man, cried like a baby. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he also knew that Li Hong and this young patriarch were as close as brothers. Zhu Shan also followed in at this time, but he smiled coldly when he saw this scene and said, Li Hong, stop acting. I'm afraid that young patriarch's illness was caused by you from the start, right? Zhu Shan, don't jump to conclusions. Lord Patriarch will naturally make a decision. Li Min frowned and said. Before Zhu Shan spoke again, an old man at the helm opened his mouth and said, blankly, Little Hong, you come over. This old man was shockingly a 9th-level C transformation realm powerhouse. It was just that his complexion was very haggard and he looked downcast. The voice was not loud, but Li Hong's body suddenly trembled and he stopped, crying too. Lord Patriarch Little Hong is guilty. Little Hong came late, Li Hong said as he kneeled onto the ground with a slam, choking through sobs as he took out the purple illusion blood ginseng. The patriarch sighed lightly but did not take the purple illusion blood ginseng. Instead he said, Little Hong, I'm the one who watched you and Little Yang grow up. I know your feelings. It's just that this time. Sigh. Tell me the process of how you guys obtained this purple illusion blood ginseng. Li Hong nodded and recounted the course of events on how they obtained this purple illusion blood ginseng, including the matter of Yi Yuan saving them. When Li Hong was talking, the old patriarch lifted his head slightly to take a look at Yi Yuan but did not say anything. This means that you all didn't delay even for a moment? Patriarch, Li Yang and I regard each other as brothers. He was gravely ill, and on the verge of death. How can I dare to delay at all? It's just I didn't think that. I was still a step too late in the end, Li Hong said with a face full of self-condemnation. At this time, another elder sitting at the head snorted coldly and said, Li Hong, this step too late of yours is so coincidental. Little Yang he just passed away last night, and you brought outsiders to the tribe today. Li Hong eyebrows knitted when he heard that and was just about to speak. But he heard the patriarch let out a sigh and said, Little Hong after Little Yang breathed his last yesterday. The Elders Association made a decision. The patriarch did not say the words at the back, but everyone present all knew what he was going to say. Evidently, the Elders Association already set his crime, pinning Li Yang's death all on Li Hong's head. Li Hong sucked in deeply, stood up, and slowly walked before Li Yang's coffin, and said slowly, Li Yang, we practiced swords together since Yang stole Lord Patriarch's medicinal pills together, and fought together. I didn't think that you would leave first today. It's all this brother's fault. I didn't bring the purple illusion blood ginseng back in time. But I absolutely didn't betray you. The sky and sun bear witness. Li Yang, I'm coming to accompany you. Finished talking. Li Hong revolved essence energy and smacked a palm towards the top of his skull. When Zhu Shan and Zhu Tian watched this scene, the corner of their mouths showed a pleased sneer. But right when Li Hong's palm was about to touch his crown, a figure appeared beside him like a ghost. Slap! Li Hong's hand was hit away. Young Master Ji, why did you stop me? Li Hong exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled lightly. You can't accompany him even if you die. The shocked one was not Li Hong alone. Among the people present, most did not clearly see how Yi Yuan made his move. Yi Yuan was clearly still very far from Li Hong. But in the blink of an eye, he already reached Li Hong's side. His movements were actually even quicker than Li Hong hitting himself. Only now did Li Hong know that he underestimated this young Master Ji these few days. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill him just now, he would already be a dead man now. But Yi Yuan's words made Li Hong rather befuddled. Young Master Ji, what's the meaning of your words? Li Hong asked puzzledly. Yi Yuan's words were rather baffling. They were without rhyme or reason, making it very hard for people to understand. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You're dead, but he's still alive. How will you accompany him? At that time, not only do you have to shoulder infamy for life, you make your close brother feel guilty for life. Why is there a need? When Li Hong heard Yi Yuan's words, he was first overjoyed but immediately smiled wryly and said, Many thanks for young Master Ji's comforting. Just that Li Yang is indeed already dead. There are so many people here. They couldn't all have misjudged, right? Yi Yuan was just about to speak when an elderly man snorted coldly and said, Where did this ignorant child come from? Li Yang is already utterly without life and doesn't have the slightest hint of a living person. You actually dare to shoot your mouth off here. Can it be that so many of us see transformation? Realm experts' eyes are all blind. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said nonchalantly, "That's right, your eyes are indeed all blind." Yi Yuan's words caused a hubbub. There were 7 to 8 C transformation realm experts inside this inner hall, especially the patriarch and another old man. They were both 9th level C transformation realm existences. Yi Yuan was only a 2nd level crystal formation realm brat. To actually call a bunch of C transformation realms blind people wasn't his gall a little overly fat? Li Hong was greatly frightened when he heard this and hastily held back Yi Yuan, saying, "Young Master Ji, thank you very much for your good intentions. Li Hong appreciates it. Li Hong is unable to repay your great kindness in this life. I can only repay it in my next life. But young Master Ji, take care not to offend Patriarch and the various elders because of Li Hong. Otherwise, Li Hong cannot die in peace." This Li Hong was silly until it was cute. But he really was a loyal person. Was just that this sort of thing like dying to show consciousness had to be done meaningfully. Truly laughable. If you say that Li Yong is not dead, why don't you try calling him to make him reply? Said the old man earlier, reproaching Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows and said smilingly, "What happens if I make him respond?" The elderly man sneered and said, "If you make him respond, I'll kowtow to you on the spot to apologize." "Then very well. You get ready to kowtow and apologize," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Hang on. What if you call and he doesn't respond?" The old man pressured. "Wanna play big, is it? Fine. I'll play with you. How about this if I call and he doesn't answer? Li Hong and I will commit suicide together to offer an apology. But if I make him respond, you cripple your entire cultivation. Dare. Or not. You're already in a highly advantageous position."
Ye Yuan counter.
Checked and said. The old man's face changed. Self-crippling cultivation was not something to joke about. Furthermore, looking at this boy's fully confident appearance, it seemed like he really had some capabilities. At this time, an old man who sat at the helm stood up to denounce. "Utter nonsense. The deceased is the most important. What motives do you have, boy, to talk such drivel here? Come, men, take him down." Li Hong's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation and hurriedly said, "Vice Patriarch Yun, young Master Ji is doing it all for Li. That's why he did such a rash action. I beseech Vice Patriarch Yun not to take offense." That Vice Patriarch Yun snorted coldly and said, "You, a traitor, still have the gall to talk. Come men, take them down." Yi Yuan had a leisurely look and paid no notice to this. He just said coolly, "Lord Patriarch, somebody doesn't wish for your beloved son to resurrect." Patriarch's originally lifeless eyes were abruptly shocked awake when he heard these words. He hurriedly said, "All stop for me." Patriarch stood up unexpectedly and came before Yi Yuan, asking with an oppressive aura, "Is little Yang really not dead?" When Lan Feng saw the situation, he quickly wanted to block in front of Yi Yuan but was stopped by the latter. "Not dead." Yi Yuan was not affected in the slightest bit and said, indifferently, "Fine, you give it a shot. But if I discover that you're using little Yang for a joke, you know the consequences." When the patriarch reached the latter part of his sentence, killing intent seethed under everyone's astonished eyes, Yi Yuan patted the patriarch's shoulders and said casually, "Oh, relax. I won't wreck my own signboard." This sort of thing like joking with the patriarch's son, nobody dared to laugh. Everyone felt that Yi Yuan went insane. Provoking the patriarch like this, was he really complaining that he had lived for too long? Li Yong was clearly a dead person already. How could he possibly revive? Could it be that so many elders could not even tell a person's life and death? Especially Li Han. Seeing Yi Yuan pat the patriarch's shoulder, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. This was their Lord Patriarch, a peak 9th level C transformation realm.
Existence.
If he slapped a palm down, Yi Yuan would be smacked into minced paste. Li Hong had perceived Li Yang's body long ago. It was simply without any vital energy. How could he possibly revive? He pulled on Yi Yuan's sleeve desperately, but Yi Yuan directly ignored him. These people naturally could not hear that Yi Yuan was guaranteeing in the name of his alchemy emperor reputation. Nothing was more dependable than such a guarantee. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Yuan leisurely went beside the coffin. Li Yang was lying inside with a peaceful look currently as if he was asleep. From his aura, one could sense that he was a half-step C transformation realm expert before his death. Li Yang's age should be more or less around Mo Yuntian's, but he already had half a foot into C transformation realm. Indeed, a rarely seen genius. It was also no wonder that Li Hong was so devoted to him. Yi Yuan breathed in deeply and shut his eyes. Looking at this young man's confident look, young patriarch wouldn't really be able to revive from the dead, right? What nonsense are you saying? Young patriarch's breathing has already ceased, utterly without any vital energy. How can he possibly rise from the dead? But what? This punk is clearly kicking up a cloud of dust. I also don't know where this wild boy came from to actually boast so shamelessly and profane. Young patriarch's remains. Towards Yi Yuan's words, the cloud-prancing tribe's members all scoffed with turned noses. Li Yan looked Li Hong's sleeves and said softly, "Young Master Ji he." Li Hong heaved a sigh and said, "Sigh. I also don't know what to do. Wait and see, I guess." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's eyes opened. A hand lightly smacked the coffin. Li Yang's corpse stood up straight as a ramrod. Yi Yuan rose into the air. Both hands swiftly prodded on Li Yang's various acupoints. With each jab, pale yellow essence energy would be sent into Li Yang's acupoint, looking extremely dazzling. Except, Li Yang's body did not react at all. Everyone could not sense his vital energy either. After 100 breaths, Yi Yuan circled around in the air and arrived behind Li Yang, smacking a palm down viciously, only to hear a spray. A mouthful of black blood spewed out of Li Yang's mouth. Then, he fell back down into his coffin stiffly. Everyone held their breaths. How is it? How is it? Did young patriarch wake up?
No.
I still don't sense his life force. Look at this boy putting on such airs. He isn't messing with us, right? Sigh. Young patriarch was a good person, and his cultivation was powerful, too. He was the indisputable choice for the next patriarch. Although I know that it's impossible, I still hoped that this boy could bring him back to life. Looks like, yeah, truly heaven is envious of gifted talents. A favored child of heaven. Like young patriarch actually died young. The clansmen were all discussing fervently, but most people would rather think that their own thoughts were wrong and hope that Yi Yuan could really revive Li Yang. One can tell from their clamors of comments that Li Yang's relationship with people in the cloud-prancing tribe was really very good. It was just that looking at the vital energy in Li Yang's body, Yi Yuan was indeed still deceiving everyone. The elderly man that was bickering with Yi Yuan previously was precisely Master Dao Yuan. He also secretly broke into a sweat earlier. After all, Yi Yuan's acting was too authentic. It even frightened a master like this. Now, seeing that it was a false alarm, Master Dao Yuan hated Yi Yuan even more. When the vice-patriarch saw the situation, he looked at Yi Yuan with an icy smile and said, "Boy, what do you still have to say now? Little Yang has already passed away, and you actually profaned his remains. Truly the most atrocious of crimes." The patriarch's eyes looked straight at Yi Yuan, his entire body trembling. Anyone could tell his fury at this time. "Boy, you're courting death." The patriarch gritted his teeth as he spat each word out slowly. He was already bristling with rage. His son died, and the corpse still had to be fiddled by Yi Yuan for so long. Whoever encountered this sort of matter would also go nuts. The patriarch walked towards Yi Yuan one step at a time. With each step he took, his aura would rise a level. Lan Feng's expression was also grim when he saw the situation. Facing a peak, 9th level C transformation realm with his strength was also the outcome of certain death. But even if he died, he could not allow Yi Yuan to suffer any harm at all. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who patted his hands with a very exhausted look. He was unperturbed by the patriarch's fury, as if the target of the patriarch's wrath was not him. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, the patriarch was even more furious. His figure vanished suddenly. A palm with an irresistible force arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Cough, cough. Right at this moment, a bout of intense coughing sounded from inside the coffin. The patriarch shuddered and halted this palm, and right then, his palm was only a distance of 3 inches away from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan remained calm without batting an eyelid and said coolly to the
Patriarch, Liang is awake.
"Aren't you going to go say hi to him?" The patriarch was stupefied. Only now did he suddenly woke up to the reality of what had happened. He hurriedly sidestepped Yi Yuan and ran to Liang's side. With this look, the patriarch's tears involuntarily flowed down his old face. Liang, he actually woke up. Liang struggled a little to open both eyes. The scenery before him went from fuzzy to clear. Father, Liang called out feebly. Little Yen, you really woke up? Father, thought that I could never see you again. At this moment, the patriarch felt that the entire world had returned. The feeling of losing a beloved child and finding him again was really stupendous. While on the other side, Li Hong's entire being was dead tired when he saw that Yi Yuan was fine. That instant when patriarch's palm fell, he really even had the thought of dying. Li Yang died because he did not arrive in time. Now Yi Yuan also died. Because of him, Li Hong really felt like that there was no more need for him to live in this world. When patriarch left to go over to his son, Li Hong hurriedly ran to Yi Yuan. "Young Master G.A.R. You okay?" Li Hong's nervousness still had yet to fade away until now. He was stammering. As he spoke, Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "He didn't get to hit me either. I'm fine." Only after getting an affirmative answer from Yi Yuan did Li Hong really set his mind at ease. "Then that's good. That's good. If any mishap were to happen to you, I really wouldn't know what to do." "Ah yes, what kind of magic did you cast to actually revive Li Yen from the dead?" Yi Yuan said huffily. "Revive my asterisk. He wasn't dead from the start. I just helped him to open up his blocked meridians to let him take a breath."
Didn't he?
"How's that possible? Even Master Dao Yuan, Patriarch, and Vice Patriarch all confirmed that Li Yang already died. I also really couldn't sense his vital energy anymore. How was he possibly not dead?" Li Hong asked in confusion. Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, "Even if I tell you, you won't understand either. Humans are born with qi. Looking at whether a person is dead or not, you can't just look at vital signs and his breathing. You still have to gaze. Qi. Li Yang just died yesterday, and his qi was not cut off yet, so it wasn't considered genuine death. Any later, then even I would be powerless." Li Hong had a mystified look. He completely could not understand what Yi Yuan was saying. He grew up so big and had never heard of what was called qi before. He knew vital energy, but that was clearly an entirely different concept from the qi. Yi Yuan said. It was also normal that Li Hong did not know, because this talk of gazing at qi, it was simply impossible for the lower realms to know. Only alchemists with extremely high accomplishments and also cultivated related divine soul mystic arts could see qi. To alchemists, death was not by looking at vital energy, breathing, heartbeat, these things, but to look at qi. When Yi Yuan came in, he saw that some faint qi still existed on Li Yang's body and knew that there was still hope of revival. And the finger technique that he just executed was called Tempered Profound Gold Finger. much higher end than that whatever profound phantom finger that Wan Donghai displayed back then. Yi Yuan once used this set of finger technique to save innumerable people, and today a Liyang was added to it. This set of finger technique had a total of 9 levels corresponding, respectively, to the 9 major realms. Yi Yuan was already 2nd level, crystal formation realm currently, displaying the 3rd level of this finger. Technique was not overly strenuous. Then, Liyang will get well very soon, right? Li Hong asked very ignorantly. Originally, he thought that he would get a definitive answer. Who knew that Yi Yuan would shake his head and say, "Well, still early. I only helped him to tidy up his obstructed meridians. But that can only treat the symptoms, not the root. In a couple of days he will still die." "Ah, then what can we do?"
Li Hong exclaimed.
Yi Yuan said grumpily, "What can we do? Too bad. What has Li Yang's life and death got the hell to do with me? I was just in a bad mood looking at those few old men, so I put them all in a bad mood too." Coincidentally, the patriarch also heard Yi Yuan's words. He hurriedly supported Li Yang out of the coffin and arrived before Yi Yuan to give a deep bow, saying with an apologetic look, "Little brother, this old man had a moment of rashness just now and almost hurt little brother. I really deserve death. This old man apologizes to little brother for this offense. I hope that little brother is magnanimous enough to forgive." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Was that you trying to hurt me? If your son didn't cough a couple of times, I would have already croaked on the spot and accompanied your son in death, right?" The patriarch's face went red. But he was someone who had experienced strong winds and big waves before. He hastily said, "It's all this old man's fault. It's all this old man's fault. Little brother, on account of this old man being overly anxious about my beloved son. Overlook this. All right?" Yi Yuan waved his hands and said with a smile, "Not going to quibble with you." Without waiting for the patriarch to heave a sigh of relief, Yi Yuan said, unhurriedly, "But..." Patriarch swallowed his saliva and carefully followed up, "But what, little brother?" Yi Yuan's eyes looked towards Master Dao Yuan and Zhu Shan with ill intention, and said with a grin, "But I want to nitpick with them." When Dao Yuan and Zhu Shan heard Yi Yuan's words, their expressions changed. The patriarch hurriedly said, "Little brother, just now, it's all us who have eyes but did not recognize MT Tai. Why don't a great man like you not stoop to harbor grievance for past wrongs?" Master Dao Yuan and Elder Zhu Shan also did it with Li Yang in mind. That's why they stopped you from touching him. How about this? Whatever request you have, just state them, little brother. As long as our cloud-prancing tribe can take it out, we absolutely won't say no." Yi Yuan's eyes glimmered for a while. Then he flashed a brilliant smile at the 2 people and said, "Since the 2 elders did it for Li Yan, then me pursuing it appears somewhat petty. All right then, I'll treat the incident earlier as if it never happened." Hearing that this little ancestor finally got over it, the patriarch also heaved a long sigh in relief. If Yi Yuan really quibbled over it, he also did not know what he should do. Yi Yuan's words earlier were still ringing in his ears. If he offended this little ancestor and he washed his hands of this matter, then this son of his would be lost again after getting him back. With such a torment, he probably would not have many good years left. All right then, since little Yang is fine, everybody disperse. Quickly take down these white silk and the mourning hall. Inauspicious, the patriarch commanded. In the bedchambers, Li Yang laid on the bed sickly, unable to even speak. Yuan was currently reading his pulse. After a long time, Yi Yuan removed his hand and stood up. Patriarch Li Tung hastily chased after and inquired cautiously, "Young Master Ji, little Yang, he, what illness did he has?" "Not sick," Yi Yuan said coolly. Li Tung said with a bitter face, "Young Master Ji earlier was indeed this old man's fault. Yi Yuan extended his hand and interrupted his words, saying, Li Yang is really not sick. He was poisoned. Poisoned. Astonishment was written all over Li Teng's face. Li Yang's condition looked like he was sick from every angle. How could it be poison? Don't believe. Where did that come from? Young Master Ji's words, this old man naturally believes it. But disbelief is written all over your face. Yi Yuan said, the poison he's inflicted with is called mind-loss powder. Colorless and tasteless. Even magic artifact rank profound silver needles can't detect it. Spirit artifact rank profound silver needles. I reckon that you guys don't have it, right? This. Li Teng sucked in a cold breath when he heard it. Poison that even magic artifact rank profound silver needles could not detect. That was exceptionally powerful. Actually, when I bumped into Li Hong and the rest and heard them talk about Li Yang's symptoms, I had some guesses, but diagnosing him earlier confirmed my conjectures. Mind-loss powder doesn't have any obvious symptoms after being inflicted by it. It's just that one's actions would become rather peculiar. And the flare-up duration is also roughly around a month. It's an extremely powerful poison, Yi Yuan said. Then, does this mind-loss powder have a cure? Li Ting asked, tremblingly. There naturally is. It's just that I don't seem to have a need to give it to you, right? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Li Teng was stunned when he heard this, but he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He could also tell that Yi Yuan was indeed someone with abilities. It was just that the way he behaved was too arrogant. Even if he had offended Yi Yuan previously, he was at any rate a peak 9th level C transformation realm existence. This brat actually did not give any face at all. To Li Teng, who held a high position, he could not accept this sort of humiliation. If it were not for Li Yang, he would most likely have fallen out long ago. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan seemed to have long seen through his displeasure and said with a smile, whatever you're upset by, say it out. Don't keep it in your heart. Later, the elderly one falls ill before the young one recovers. Those people would be overflowing with joy in their hearts. Li Hong was at the side the whole time and did not dare to make a sound. Hearing Yi Yuan's words at this time, he finally could not resist urging, Young Master Ji, you should say a little lesser. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, you still have the nerve to speak, you blockhead, playing what expressing your will through death. Do you know that if you had died, you'd have played right into other people's hands? If you died, not only would there be nobody who pities you, others would even stomp a few times on top of your corpse and spit twice. Li Hong was a steadfast person and would not say anything to Yi Yuan's words. But Li Teng completely erupted at this time. You, this junior, really don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that without you, the earth won't rotate anymore? I'm grateful to you for saving little Yang, but aren't you going a little too overboard by acting so tyrannically? Li Teng said furiously. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, old man, good advice is an unpleasant medicine. If not on account of Li Hong's face, I wouldn't even be bothered to care about these lousy matters in your tribe. Wait until you, father and son, get harmed and killed by others. You can then go to the underworld to reunite. Li Teng snorted coldly and said, exaggerating things to scare people. But Li Hong finally understood a little and quickly asked, Young Master Ji, your meaning is? Yi Yuan burst into laughter and said, don't you feel that the entire incident is very fishy? Ah, not at all. Our tribe has always been harmonious. Patriarch and vice patriarch, the two of them have several hundred years of friendship. Us junior generation also have a very good relationship. Young Master Ji, aren't you overthinking things? Li Hong asked warily. Yi Yuan had an exasperated look like he failed to live up to expectations and said, you being loyal to people is being loyal, but you're too dumb. Think it over properly. Why did your young patriarch get poisoned out of the blue? Were you sent to the most dangerous place to seek out the purple illusion, blood ginseng? And does your family's patriarch look much older than before? You set off? Additionally, who was the one holding the authority over the tribe these few days? Start using your brain and think properly. Perhaps your family's patriarch was close comrade in arms with the vice-patriarch formerly. But now, hee. When Yi Yuan's words were said finish, Li Teng and Li Hong ruminated over it. Li Hong said weakly, "You mean to say that Elder Dao Yuan deliberately made me unable to rush back in time?" Yi Yuan snickered and said, "At least you're not too stupid. But we calculated the travel route prior to this. How did he know that I won't make it back in time?" Li Hong said perplexedly, "That's too easy. The purple illusion blood ginseng is a prerequisite item for the crimson-tailed scorpion's advancement. He just has to know beforehand that there is a crimson-tailed scorpion over there about to advance. Then send you guys over. Can you all still make it back?" Yi Yuan said. Li Hong sucked in a cold breath, but he still felt that this was too unbelievable. But the cloud-prancing tribe is flourishing with each passing day right now. If the young patriarch can advance to the Soul Sea realm, we would become even more overpowering. Why did they do this? Because that way, they would have even less of a chance. The one who spoke was not Yi Yuan, but it was Li Teng who had been keeping silent the entire time. Within Zhu Yun Manor's hidden room, Vice-Patriarch Zhu Yun's eyebrows were locked tightly, appearing very somber. "Oh, Dao Yuan, where did this boy come from? How can he have such capabilities? That Liang was clearly already dead. How can he possibly have resurrected?" Zhu Yun opened his mouth to ask. Master Dao Yuan similarly had knitted brows and was very gloomy. "That boy's finger technique is unbelievably profound. It's indeed rather odd, but he only opened up the obstructed meridians in Liang's body and let him revive for the time being. My mind loss powder is incurable. Liang can last for at most another 2 days. He still has to die." Zhu Yun's eyebrows raised up. "Dao Yuan, is what you said true?" "Of course it's true. Mind loss powder is colorless and tasteless. A type of poison that paralyzes a martial artist's nerves. It's simply incurable. I made Li Hong and the others go seek out the purple illusion blood ginseng just to find a scapegoat to help you all clear away some obstacles. In fact, what antidote is there?" Dao Yuan said, brimming with confidence. "Then that's good, that's good. As long as Liang dies, the title of number 1 genius in the tribe will fall on little Tian's head. The next patriarch will incontestably be him." Zhu Yun let out a sigh in relief. Zhu Shan gritted his teeth and said, "It's all that damn punk. Otherwise our plan would have already succeeded." Now many unexpected complications cropped up. "After Liang dies, I must think of a way to kill him." Dao Yuan immediately concurred, saying, "That's right. That boy is sinister as hell. He mustn't be kept. We have to think of a way to kill him." Being threatened by a junior, Zhu Shan and Dao Yuan were both filled with pent-up anger. Furthermore, their plan was originally flawless but was ruined by Yi Yuan. How could this not infuriate them? Zhu Yun clearly did not have much of a favorable impression of Yi Yuan too. He said indifferently, "Relax. As long as Liang dies, Li Teng would completely not be in the mood to bother with tribe matters. At that time, wanting to deal with a brat, wouldn't it be effortless?" Bang! 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 The secret room's door was knocked on violently. Zhu Yun's brows furrowed, appearing rather annoyed. "Little Tian, this boy is always so quick-tempered. How will he take on great responsibilities in the future?" As he spoke, Zhu Yun causally fired out a blast of essence energy. The secret room's door opened on its own. The moment the door opened, a fretful-looking Zhu Tian barged inside. "Father, disaster is imminent." Zhu Yun said impatiently, "Talk slowly? What's the hurry?" The sky hasn't fallen yet, Zhu Tian said anxiously. The sky has already fallen. Li Yong he. Zhu Yun frowned and said, what about Li Yong? He died. Aya. Li Yong didn't die. He was saved by that punk. What? Li Yong was brought back to life by that punk. Zhu Tian repeated again. Dao Yuan and Zhu Shan stood up. How is that possible? My mind loss powder is absolutely foolproof. Even I don't have the antidote. Where did they get the antidote? This is impossible, Dao Yuan said incredulously. What do you mean no antidote? There's news from over there that Li Yong has already completely recovered. Now they are all praising Ji Qing, that punk, the miracle hand of God over there. A living divine doctor. Zhu Tian was full of indignation. The young patriarch position that reached his hands was going to be handed over so quickly. How could he not be depressed? Zhu Yun did not speak. His eyebrows locked tightly as he paced around inside the room. After some time, he suddenly looked at Zhu Tian with shining eyes and asked, you said just now that news came from over there. Is it not confirmed yet? It was said by the undercover that we arranged inside the Patriarch Manor. The news can't be wrong, Zhu Tian said. Then, did he see Li Yong? Zhu Yun pressed on. That's a no. But he said that he saw that after Li Tang and Li Hong walked out of Li Yang's room, they were grinning from ear to ear. Following that, this news was announced. It shouldn't be wrong. Now Li Tang regards Ji Qing as a distinguished guest and nearly praised him to the skies. Looking at the momentum, it's about to surpass Master Dao Yuan. Zhu Yun did not say any more, but exchanged a look with Dao Yuan and asked, how do you see it, Dao Yuan? Dao Yuan was originally very nervous too, but hearing Zhu Tian's words, he relaxed. In my view, Li Yong wasn't revived at all. How can the poison of the mind loss powder be so easy to resolve? Even if that child started learning the alchemic path in his mother's womb, it's also not possible to have the ability to resolve the mind loss powder poison. If Li Yong is really fine, Li Teng should be taking care of him at this time, not entertaining Ji Qing with great fanfare. But Li Teng might have already detected our affairs, Dao Yuan said. Zhu Yun nodded and said with a sigh, I was his assistant for so many years, already reached this extent, and he's still unwilling to let go. Him doing this is forcing me to take action. Zhu Tian was at a loss listening by the side. He totally did not know what these two were talking about. He's the one forcing us. Originally, I didn't plan on taking action this early either. But since it already reached such an extent, the first to strike naturally has the advantage. Moreover, we have already been preparing for several years. How can he arrange anything appropriate in a short duration of time? Zhu Shan said with burning eagerness. Father, what are you all talking about? Are you going to make a move? Zhu Tian had a baffled look. Zhu Yun looked at this son and did not know what he should say either. Zhu Tian was indeed preceded by Li Yong in terms of martial strength. But in terms of wits and stratagem, Li Yong tossed him several streets behind. Zhu Yun could only control his impatience and explained, Li Yong wasn't resuscitated at all. In fact, he's already dead. The reason why Li Tang is entertaining Yi Yuan with such a great fanfare is because he became aware of our intentions and wants to soothe us first, and to make us not dare to take reckless actions so that he can arrange for a backup plan to deal with us. Only then did Zhu Tian come to a realization. He said excitedly, turns out that Li Yong is dead already. Haha, from now onwards I'm the number one person in the Cloud-Prancing tribe's junior generation. But Zhu Yun ignored him and said to Zhu Shan, gather all of our men. Tonight, at midnight, we'll sneak into the Patriarch Manor silently and utterly crumble
Li Teng's forces.
Yes. Zhu Shan accepted the order and left. Midnight, a group of experts silently sneaked into the Patriarch Manor. Zhu Yun and Li Teng, the two of them, established the Cloud-Prancing tribe. Together, Zhu Yun might even be more familiar with the Patriarch Manor than his own home. In terms of martial strength, Zhu Yun and Li Teng, the two of them were around the same. They were both at the peak 9th level C transformation realm. But tonight, Zhu Yun brought a number of experts forth. Just the C transformation realms had 4 people. 5 versus 1. With a sneak attack, Zhu Yun could not possibly lose. As long as he took down Li Teng, the cloud-prancing tribe would naturally fall into his hands. The group of people sneakily entered the courtyard and started to creep towards Li Teng's residence quietly. But as they walked, they discovered something off. Zhu Yun discovered that they had already walked for a very long period of time. Why was it still so far away from Li Teng's residence? Zhu Yun turned back around and could not help being greatly startled. The few people that he brought here were all missing. **T. We walked into a trap. Zhu Yun felt that things were bad. But right at this moment, Patriarch Manor suddenly became brightly lit. Large group of people appeared in front of him. Lord Vice Patriarch, why aren't you sleeping at home late at night but come here to wander around instead? Yi Yuan asked Zhu Yun with a grin on his face. Zhu Yun's expression changed. He saw one familiar face after another. Li Teng, Li Hong, Li Min, so on and so forth. Of course, there was Yi Yuan. When his gaze landed on Li Yang's body, it involuntarily shrunk. Ji Qing that.
Pang really cured Li Yang.
Also, no clue whether Yi Yuan did it deliberately or not, but he stood at the forefront, a certain distance away from the rest. Zhu Yun originally already despaired, but seeing this, he was secretly thrilled. Seeking death. Zhu Yun erupted suddenly and clawed at Yi Yuan's throat. He wanted to hold Yi Yuan hostage, but when he arrived in front of Yi Yuan, he immediately felt that things were not good. It was as if Yi Yuan did not see him. He actually did not evade or dodge. There was a blur in front of Zhu Yun's eye. He actually passed directly through Yi Yuan's body and could not help being greatly alarmed. Lord Vice Patriarch is really composed in the hour of peril. To actually still think of taking me hostage. However, you won't have the opportunity. Yi Yuan still stood at his original spot as he looked at Zhu Yun. With a wide smile, how could the grand array that Yi Yuan spent a full day to set up be easily broken by Zhu Yun? To be able to make Yi Yuan spend an entire day to lay it out, the power of this grand array could be imagined. This array formation was born out of none other than precisely Lu Linfeng's Azura Confounding Array. Yi Yuan called it Lesser Confounding Formation. Although the name sounded very ordinary, its power was remarkably terrifying. The complete Azura Confounding Array was an illusionary killing formation. Forget about C transformation realm martial artists, even if the fierce gale world's Wind Emperor, a boundless realm powerhouse, entered within, it would also be certain death. Back then, if the Grand Yen True Sect Master could comprehend this set of array formation, he completely would not need to sacrifice the entire sect to protect the endless world. He could directly use this grand array to trap the fierce gale world's Wind Emperor to death. Although Yi Yuan comprehended this set of array formation, he could not even unleash 0.1% of its power. Hence, he blazed out a new trail, stripping away the illusion formation within this set of array formation and lowered the difficulty. That was this lesser confounding formation before their eyes. Even so, this also took Yi Yuan one full day. Looking at it now, the effects were rather decent. The 9th level C transformation realm Zhu Yun trapped within could not figure out the direction at all. This array formation did not have the effect of killing people. It was just a
pure trapping formation.
But wanting to come out was as hard as ascending to heaven. The terrifying aspect of this lesser confounding array laid here. I stood right in front of you, but you could not see me. Zhu Yun gnashed his teeth hatefully and roared, "Stinking brat! I'll kill you!" Zhu Yun pounced at Yi Yuan desperately, but Yi Yuan was like the moon, reflected on the water. He was completely unable to touch Yi Yuan. The current Zhu Yun was just like a monkey being teased. Stop wasting strength. You can't hit me, Yi Yuan said coolly. After flopping around for a long time, Zhu Yun himself was dead exhausted. But he did not even touch Yi Yuan's clothes and was unbelievably disheartened. At this time, Li Teng slowly walked out, came in front Zhu Yun and said, "Sigh. Old chap, why did you do this?" Zhu Yun looked at Li Teng, his state like he was insane as he said, "Ha ha ha,
Li Teng.
are you pitying me now with the attitude with a winner? I don't need it." Li Teng sighed again and said, "Old partner, the two of us have teamed up for several hundred years. How many trials and hardships have we experienced? Together, how many times have we braved untold danger? So many years of feelings? Did you forget them all? Don't give me that crap. Li Teng, you still have the nerve to say this to me. In terms of contribution to the cloud-prancing tribe, how am I, Zhu Yun, inferior to you in any way? Why is it that you can be the patriarch while I can only listen to your commands by the side?" Li Teng shook his head and said, "If you wanted this patriarch position, you could have just told me. Why did you have to lay hands on little Yang? You know that he is my lifeblood, but you resorted to such vicious means to your nephew. If not because little Hong was fortunate enough to bring back young Master Ji, little Yang would have already been killed by you. You watched him grow up. How could you bear to do it? Humph. Why? You suppressed me my entire life. Could it be that I even have to let my son be suppressed by your son his entire life? I don't need to be the patriarch, but I cannot tolerate my son being beneath others too," Zhu Yun bellowed. But at this time Yi Yuan interjected, "That son of yours has great ambition, but little talent and lack morals and character. Wouldn't let him be the patriarch be bringing the entire tribe towards the abyss? People can be selfish, but don't tie others onto your selfishness. The other people in the tribe are innocent. Why should they be buried with the dead for your selfishness?" Yi Yuan's words struck Zhu Yun's sore spot. He howled at Yi Yuan. "Who do you think you are, to dare come and lecture me?" Slap. A crisp sound echoed. Zhu Yun's face took the blow solidly. Although Yi Yuan's slap was no different from scratching an itch to him, that sort of humiliation was even clearer than the sensation from the body. "Such a smelly mouth," Yi Yuan said icily. "Arg! I'm going to kill you, boy." Zhu Yun howled at the skies. But it was all futile. He simply could not hit Yi Yuan. "Old man patriarch, finish him off. This fellow is unrepentant. There's nothing much to be attached to," Yi Yuan said apathetically. But Li Teng furrowed his brows at this time, appearing to be hesitating. Indecision invariably leads to trouble. Leaving this kind of person apart from bringing your tribe towards decline, there's no use at all.
Ye Yuan
said. Li Teng mused for a long while. Sucking in a deep breath, he slowly walked towards Zhu Yun. Inside the Patriarch Manor's inner hall, Li Teng brought Liang to give Yi Yuan a deep bow. "Many thanks for young Master Ji's great kindness. If not for young Master Ji, us father and son would probably have met with an unexpected calamity," Li Teng said. In his speech, Li Teng was filled with respect towards Yi Yuan, disregarding other things. Just that incomparably profound array formation filled Li Teng with endless dread. Zhu Yun and his strength did not have a very large difference. If without the lesser confounding array, blood would surely flow in the cloud-prancing tribe, like rivers this time. Now, to be able to resolve the infighting with unstained swords, it was naturally a happy ending. "Many thanks for young Master Ji's grace of resurrection. Speaking of which, our Li family's disciples, from top to bottom, owes young Master Ji far too much. It truly makes Li Yang petrified." Li Yang followed up. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said with a smile, "You all don't need to thank me. If you want to thank, then thank Li Hong. Initially, I was disinclined to bother with this side business of yours, but that boy is very silly and very naive," which stirred my sympathetic heart. As a matter of fact, Li Hong was much older than Yi Yuan. but Yi Yuan calling. Him boy actually had no unaccustomedness whatsoever. Sigh. My cloud-prancing tribe's lives from top to bottom were all saved by young Master Ji. In future, as long as young Master Ji has any instructions, our cloud-prancing tribe will definitely not hesitate to lay down our lives if need be. Liang said. One had to acknowledge that this Liang was much stronger than Zhu Tian. When talking, he gave people a spring breeze-like feel. It was also no wonder that he could subdue the hearts of the cloud-prancing tribe's junior generation. Yi Yuan smiled and waved his hands, saying, there isn't a need to lay down your lives. You just have to lend me the transmission array to use. I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I won't delay. Let's depart now. The passageway between the two worlds was already at a state of heightened nervousness. There were constantly people patrolling. Lan Yu brought Lan Hu along and were currently making their rounds when Lan Yu suddenly said, it's been so many since Lan Bao left, but there's no news. I'm a little worried. Lan Hu was taken aback and said, no way, right? Big brother Lan Bao's strength is extremely great. How can he possibly lose to a brat that just broke through to the crystal formation realm? I also don't feel that it's very likely. But if he dealt with that Yi Yuan, he should have returned long ago, Lan Yu said with a frown. Or maybe he was delayed by some matter along the way. Lan Yu shook his head and said, this matter cannot be treated lightly. We'd better send people to the central capital to warn Lord Wind Emperor. I reckon that Lord Patriarch should have already brought the advance party over. That batch of slaves is most likely already sold off. Lan Hu, I'll have to trouble you to make this trip. Lan Hu mused a moment and nodded, saying, okay, what should I say when I see Lord Wind Emperor? Tell the truth, but you have to let Lord Wind Emperor know the formidability of this boy, with Lord Wind Emperor's wisdom, catching a puny little crystal. Formation realm is naturally nothing much. Fine. Then, I'll depart right away. Lan Hu did not drag either and left as he spoke. Wind-raising city. It was one of the 4 great cities surrounding and protecting the central capital. After entering the level 1 region, there would be many cities that existed. Each city would have wind-expelling formations. Martial artists living in the cities was not too different from the endless world. It was just that inside the city, an inch of earth, an inch of gold. Ordinary martial artists simply could not bear the costs inside the city. The final destination of all the transmission arrays in the peripheral was these 4 great cities. Inside a restaurant in the wind-raising city, a young man was currently eating, while listening to the conversations of the surrounding martial artists. Have you all heard? After 4,000 years, the realm passageway between our fierce Gale world and endless world finally opened up. A middle-aged martial artist flaunted this news to his companions. Indeed, once he said that, it immediately aroused everyone's interest. Endless world? What kind of place is that? Stupid. Since it's called a world, it's naturally a small world like our fierce Gale world. Ah, it's actually this case. Doesn't that mean that we no longer need to live in this wind and sand anymore in the future? Hee, that's of course. Lord Wind Emperor allegedly already deployed forces to prepare to invade the endless world en masse. At that time, not only do we no longer need to live in this wind and sand, we can enjoy limitless beauties and essence crystals. The middle-aged man was already fantasizing about the beautiful life. How do you know this news? Is it reliable? Absolutely trustworthy. My elder brother is a guard in the central capital's Shao family. 2 days ago, he just happened to come to Wind-raising City to settle some business and told me this news. Definitely won't be wrong. My brother said that the Shao family even bought 2 endless world slaves. Each one of them looked so delicate and tender. Much better looking than our fierce Gale world's people. The middle-aged martial artist bragged. Hearing these words, the eyes of the youth eating at one side involuntarily flickered. This youth was precisely Yi Yuan, who had just entered the city not long ago. After leaving the cloud-prancing tribe, Yi Yuan and Lan Feng transited midway once more and had just arrived at Wind-Raising City yesterday. Yi Yuan knew that tea houses were places where information converged. Hence he came today to see if he could hear some news relating to Mei Zhen and the rest. To think that he really heard some juicy details. It was just that this bit of news was still too little of value to Yi Yuan. Approaching the capital, it was inconvenient for Yi Yuan to bring Lan Feng around. By any chance that there were Lan family members who had not left and they discovered it, the problem would be huge. Yi Yuan savored a sip of tea and was somewhat gloomy. Experts roamed like clouds in this central capital. Wanting to rescue his fellow apprentices was really as hard as ascending to heaven. But for the Wind Emperor to launch a war between two worlds, he was bound to transfer large numbers of experts out. This was an opportunity to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was presently being dejected by himself when the people at that table conversed again. Speaking of the Shao family, have you heard? The Shao family's little princess, Shao Ruyan, is about to hold a martial competition to find a husband. Our Wind-Raising City has a registration venue. I heard that Shao Ruyan is beautiful like a heavenly fairy. If I can get close to her, I can really even die willingly. The middle-aged man had an idiotic look. Save it. Their family's martial competition to find a spouse. The first requirement is to be under the age of 30. You're already out. Another person dealt a blow. Sigh, you're not fun at all. I heard my brother say that he once saw Miss Shao Ruyan and was immediately awestruck by her fairy-like looks. A beauty like that, don't you wish to? Rubbish. Who doesn't like beautiful women? But they and we are people from completely different worlds. It's best to not have these rotten ideas. Either way, I'll also join in the fun when the time comes. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly moved closer and asked, this elder brother, such a formidable family like the Shao family, why would their own missus have to hold a martial competition to find a spouse? That middle-aged martial artist shot a glance at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, what? Do you also want to join in the fun with this strength? Think you should forget it. Those participating in the spouse finding martial competition at the minimum requires late-stage crystal formation realm strength. This second-level crystal formation realm, once you go up, you'll be beaten to death by others right away. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, haha, elder brother is mistaken. This younger brother is from out of town and doesn't know much about the capital's matters. So I want to understand more. It also counts as seeing the world. As he spoke, Yi Yuan fished out a middle-grade essence crystal and stuffed it into the middle-aged martial artist's hand. That middle-aged martial artist's brows shot up, and he immediately switched to a smiley face as he said, haha, it's indeed a good thing for young people to see the world more. You asking me also counts as asking the right person. The Shao family is just a second-rate family in the capital. In terms of power, they are inferior to the first-rate families, the Huang family and Shui family. A year ago, the Huang family and Shui family proposed marriage at the same time to the Shao family, wishing to marry this Shao Ruyan. The Shao family didn't dare to offend either one of them. They dragged until now where it really can't be dragged anymore. So they could only come up with this strategy to organize a spouse finding martial competition. While it's a spouse finding martial competition, in truth, isn't it still the struggle between the two Huang and Shui families? How can ordinary martial artists be the two families match? Yi Yuan saw the light and said, then judging by what elder brother said, didn't this spouse finding martial competition become ornamental? There shouldn't be anyone who goes to register, right? Heh. Then you guessed wrong. Do you see the street filled with young men? They are all targeting Shao Ruyan, the middle-aged martial artist said, with a snicker. You don't understand this, right? Shao Ruyan is known as one of the two absolutes in the capital, which man under the heavens doesn't wish to obtain. her beauty, even if they know that they are just serving as a foil. As long as they are martial artists of the right age, they will chase after like a flock of ducks. Furthermore, for martial artists such as ourselves, once we marry Xiao Ruyan, it will be soaring to the sky with a single move. So, do you think they will participate or not? Turns out that there's still so many stuff to learn. Yi Yuan had a face like he learned things. Haha, young man, you just entered the Jianghu. Although your strength is still decent, there are still many things to learn. Otherwise, you'll even be counting money for people after being sold. The middle-aged martial artist then chortled. Yi Yuan smiled and agreed. He did not feel like arguing. He already obtained all the information he wanted and also had a preliminary understanding of the capital's faction division. Thinking now, this first-rate family should be the top-tier major influence in the capital. As for those like the Xiao family, they might be a level weaker. As for the spouse finding martial competition, Yi Yuan naturally did not have plans to participate. He did not wish to marry a woman he did not know, although he knew that he would definitely get first place if he went. Martial artists under the age of 30 in the fierce-scale world were at the very most first-level C transformation realm. With Yi Yuan's present strength, it was still more than sufficient to defeat a first-level C transformation realm. Leaving the inn, Yi Yuan did not plan on staying in Wind-Raising City any longer and headed directly out of the city in the direction of the capital. But before traveling for long, Yi Yuan's path was obstructed by 3 martial artists. Hee, boy, didn't think that we would meet again so soon, right? It was precisely the middle-aged martial artist who took Yi Yuan's middle grade essence crystal. The 3 people were all C transformation realm martial artists, but seeing that Yi Yuan was alone, evil intent welled up. Towards these 3 fellows, Yi Yuan naturally did not take this to heart. He said nonchalantly, "Yeah, this elder brother isn't thinking of inviting me to drink wine by stopping me here, right? Ha ha ha. What is he saying? He said to let me invite him to drink wine? Boy, are you really stupid, or pretending to be dumb? Hand over all the essence, crystals and treasures on your body, and I can leave you an intact corpse." The middle-aged martial artist barked fiercely. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're going to kill me whether I hand them over or not. Why should I give them to you?" The middle-aged martial artist was stunned and thought it was true. This sort of threatening words seemed rather stupid when one heard them. Heh, fine then. Today, your grandpa How will show mercy and let you off. Quickly hand over all the essence crystals on you. As he spoke, he extended his hand out and demanded from Yi Yuan. Her, that's more like it, Yi Yuan said. As he spoke, Yi Yuan touched his storage ring like he was really going to give them. The middle-aged martial artist had a pleased look as he said, "Boy, next time, when you go out, make sure to remember the principle of not revealing your wealth. Understood? I already told you in the inn that there are still many things to learn." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder brother must be joking. If I were to learn like you, wouldn't I become dumber as I learn?" The middle-aged martial artist was just about to get angry, only to see a blurry figure. A malicious-looking silhouette appeared. It was precisely Lan Feng. Seeing Lan Feng appear, the 3 people's expression changed. 3 first-level C transformation realm versus a third-level C transformation realm. They did not have the slightest hope of winning. Currently, the middle-aged martial artist's face was as fascinating as you wanted it to be. He said with a wail, Little brother, we have eyes but can't recognize MT Tai. We were wrong. We'll get lost right away." Lan Feng's figure moved and blocked their path. Yi Yuan said leisurely, "Who permitted you to leave? You all are stupid, but don't think of me to be as dumb as you guys, alright? If you all leave and spread the news that I have a spatial spirit artifact, wouldn't I be hunted down by everyone in the world?" "You! What do you want?" said the middle-aged martial artist as he stammered. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing much. This kind of thing like killing and robbing people, you people have done it quite a number of times, right? Just submit today." The middle-aged martial artist had a savage look as he said, "Humph, I don't believe that he can stop the three of us alone. Brothers, split up and move. Anybody that escapes counts. If I die, go to the capital to find my brother too. Help me take revenge." Finished talking, the three people really fled separately. But Lan Feng's movements were clearly much swifter than theirs. He held back the other two people the moment he made his move. Only that middle-aged martial artist escaped. The middle-aged martial artist could not help being overjoyed when he saw the situation and hastened his footsteps to escape. But right at this moment, alarm bells suddenly sounded, only to see a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan actually ran in front of him from God knew when. Why you? How did you catch up?" The middle-aged martial artist had an expression like he had seen a ghost. How could a second-level crystal formation realm speed be so quick? "Just caught up like this?" Yi Yuan said smilingly. The middle-aged martial artist gritted his teeth and said, "Seeking death." Finished talking. A palm chopped towards Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan vanished before him just like that. Wind, fire, violent blaze, transforming dragon. The middle-aged martial artist only heard a cry from behind him. Then he was cold. Yi Yuan grasped the limits very well and did not kill him. He came in front of the middle-aged martial artist, released his divine sense, and forcefully plunged into the other party's sea of consciousness. The middle-aged martial artist gave a muffled groan but had his soul searched by Yi Yuan without any resistance. Soul search was even more tyrannical than slave seals. After searching the soul, the martial artist's divine soul would be shredded into fragments and become an idiot. But Yi Yuan did not have any intention of going easy. Looking at this middle-aged martial artist's appearance, he had most likely done quite a few robberies. If he died, then he died. Nothing to feel pity about. Indeed, Yi Yuan saw that this fellow had done many bad things from his memories. It was enough to die 10 times over. His brother actually went to find alchemists. The Shao family is soliciting alchemists. This is my old profession. I can give it a shot. This fellow sending himself to my gates saved me a bout of trouble. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. From the middle-aged martial artist's memories, Yi Yuan roughly understood the faction distribution in the central capital. Although with the middle-aged martial artist's identity, he did not understand things that were too detailed. This gave Yi Yuan more or less some baseline in his heart. The central capital's factions were intricate and complex. But on the whole, they were divided into first-rate families, second-rate families, third-rate families, as well as some small families that did not make the mark. Apart from this, there were still some large factions that were not inferior to first-rate families, such as a major merchant like the treasure hoarding tower. Of course, the influences that could not be provoked most of all was the military factions. The Wind Emperor had 3 major iron guards. The first was the Swift Wind Guards. The second was the Shadow Wind Guards. The third was the most mysterious Dark Wind Guards. But these 3 major iron guards normally seldom interfere with affairs in the city. They were mostly cultivating. Such a colossal framework was truly unbelievably powerful. Yi Yuan could not help sighing secretly. When the fierce Gale World's cavalry stepped into the Endless World, how could the Endless World withstand them? Of course, Yi Yuan's understanding of the Endless World was not deep as well. Perhaps the Northern Domain also had very powerful factions. Either way, if the sky fell, the tall people will support it. He just had to rescue his fellow apprentices and bring them back to the Endless World. As for future matters, talk again in the future. When Yi Yuan finished dealing with the middle-aged martial artist here, Lan Feng had only just finished taking care of the 2 people. As for these 2 people, Yi Yuan obviously did not plan on leaving them alive. He directly killed them and burnt them into nothingness with fire. A day later, Yi Yuan finally arrived at the central capital by himself. Even Yi Yuan was also immensely shocked by the central capital's magnificent atmosphere. Looking from afar, this was simply like a desolate ancient giant beast, emitting an aura that made people revere and prostrate in worship. This was the holy land for all the fierce-scale world's martial artists. Not because there was a city here, but also because this place had a wind emperor. Boundless realm powerhouse was a godlike existence in the fierce-scale world. Although Yi Yuan did not have much awe and veneration towards the wind emperor, he had to admit that he was an ant-like existence in front of the wind emperor. When he was about to reach the capital's gate entrance, Yi Yuan quickly discovered that something was off. The martial artists entering the city were actually queuing up in a long line. It was more than several miles distance from the city. Yi Yuan's vision was exceedingly good. He noticed that there seemed to be people examining thoroughly at the gate entrance. Yi Yuan also joined in the queue. He asked a martial artist softly, "This, elder brother, this is younger brother's first time coming to the capital. Has the inspection here always been so stringent? If they keep checking like this, we also can't enter the city by nightfall." That martial artist also had a discontent look as he said, "Sigh, don't talk about it. How can it be so strict in the past? How many people come and go into the capital every day? Wouldn't checking one by one tire the city guards to death? But God knows what happened these 2 days. Suddenly became strict. They say that another world spy sneaked inside. Don't you think that this is nonsense? How much time do people such as us who frequently enter and leave the city have to waste?" That martial artist complained fervently. But when Yi Yuan heard it, he was secretly greatly alarmed. Otherworld spy. Didn't that mean him? Could it be the Lan family tribe? Only the Lan family tribe knew that this fish that escaped the net, entered the fierce gale world. Naturally, only they would inform the capital's side. Looking at it now, the news of Lan Bao's death had already been sent back to the Lan family tribe. Otherwise, they would also not have mobilized so many people and specially informed the capital. Since the capital already knew that he came, continuing to queue was equivalent to walking into the trap. Yi Yuan obviously would not do this sort of foolish thing. He grumbled, "This queue is so long. I can't enter the capital even if I queue until tomorrow. Forget it. Forget it. Originally, I wanted to enter the capital to enrich my experience. Not going to waste this time anymore." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Due to the queue being too long, there were many who complained and left like Yi Yuan. He naturally would not draw other people's attention either. Yi Yuan walked leisurely in the direction away from the capital, and his head unwittingly started to ache. The inspection was so stringent. How should he enter the capital? Yet, Yi Yuan just happened to be the least proficient in disguising skills. Otherwise, if he changed his appearance, he believed that even the Lan family tribe's members could not recognize him. But now, he only slightly altered his looks. Those sharp-eyed ones could surely identify him at a glance. Yi Yuan naturally could not take this risk. Right then, a horse carriage came over from a distance. One look and one could tell that it was a large family's young lady that returned from her trip. The gears in Yi Yuan's head rotated, and an idea came to his mind. He came to a deserted area and let white light out. White light clearly did not like staying inside the spatial spirit artifact. Every time he came out, he would frolic about. But Yi Yuan did not have time to play with him. Holding him still, he exhorted, "White light. Now's the time for you to exercise your individual charisma. In a while, I'll enter the spatial spirit artifact. You bring me along and jump inside that horse carriage. Think of ways to coax the lady inside to bring you into the city. Understood?" While White Light could not speak, he was very bright. He could understand all of Yi Yuan's words and nodded his tiger head at once. Yi Yuan was afraid that White Light would not do his best and urged again, "Little thing, big brother's life is all in your hands. If you screw up big, brother won't be able to make any more candy for you to eat in the future. Indeed, once Yi Yuan said that, White Light's entire body shuddered. The candy that Yi Yuan spoke of was naturally medicinal pills. Ever since White Light followed Yi Yuan, he had been eating cultivation. Medicinal pills like candy all along. No matter how many he ate, he could digest them all. It was precisely because so that White Light's cultivation speed was extremely shocking. He already reached late-stage Tier 2 and was going to break through to Tier 3 soon. Such cultivation speed was absolutely heaven-defying until it could not be defied anymore among demonic beasts. Hence, this threat from Yi Yuan immediately made White Light pluck his spirits. Seeing as that horse carriage was about to drive into the city, Yi Yuan did not dare to delay. Muttering incantations, his figure vanished instantly and entered the spatial spirit artifact. White Light brought the dust-like spatial spirit artifact with him, transforming into a stream of flowing light and scurrying out. In a blink of an eye, White Light scuttled in from the horse carriage's window. Lattice. Ah! Inside the carriage were two ladies. Seeing a mass of white light scurrying, they involuntarily shrieked in fear. When they saw clearly that it was a highly lovable and cute kitten, the two of them melted in an instant. Right at this moment, the carriage curtains were pulled aside with a swoosh. Handsome Man reached his head in and asked, "Lingxue, you all right?" At this time, Shangguan Lingxue already hid White Light under her skirt. The guy did not see at all. The awful thing was that Yi Yuan was afraid that an accident would happen and was observing the situation outside from inside spatial spirit artifact the entire time. Currently, White Light was kept under Shangguan Lingxue's skirt by her. Yuan took in the full view inside the skirt. It was really too beautiful to be absorbed all at once, making Yi Yuan has to impulse to nosebleed. Nothing. A bug flew in just now. It's already scared away by Qing Shangguan Lingxue said. Oh, then that's fine. You girls sit tight. We're about to enter the city, said the man who then drew the carriage curtains. Shangguan Lingxue only took White Light out from under her skirt at this time, and was delighted to the extreme. Where did this little white tiger come from? It's really so cute. Shangguan Lingxue used her face to rub against White Light. White Light instinctively wanted to dodge, but at the thought of Yi Yuan's words, he steeled his heart and used his furry face to rub over too. At this time, White Light squeezed out a smile on his face with all his might, looking just like a kitten, one that was adorable to the max. Shangguan Lingxue was instantly swooned by White Light in a blink and hugged him, unwilling to part with him. She would kiss him for a while, rub him for a bit and scratch him for a while, nearly making White Light have an impulse to break down. An exalted divine beast progeny was actually treated as a pet by others. How could a proud divine beast suffer this blow? Right at this moment, conversing sounds came from outside. "This is our travel permit. Quickly let us pass," said someone. It was the man. Earlier. Yes. The guard mused for a brief moment and directly let them pass. As the horse carriage gradually drove into the capital, Yi Yuan's tightly wound nerves finally eased up. "What's your name?" "Yelp. You follow me from now on. All right?" "Yelp." White Light trembled. "Lingxue, we've reached." Right then, the horse carriage suddenly stopped. Man's shout was heard from outside. Shangguan Lingxue was engrossed in teasing White Light and could not help being dazed when she heard this call. But right when she was in a daze, White Light struggled free from her hands with a whoosh and leaped out of the window lattice once more. Oh no! That little white tiger's movement was so fast. I actually couldn't hold him. Shangguan Lingxue was peeved. Right at this time, the carriage curtains were pulled aside, revealing a handsome man's face. "Lingxue, we've arrived." Shangguan Lingxue had no time to bother with White Light right now. She could only bend down and dismount the carriage, giving a lady's curtsy to the man. "Many thanks to your highness, 7th Prince." Lingxue had a very pleasant time these few days. Shangguan Lingxue said. Haha, to be able to go sightseeing with one of the two absolutes in the capital, Shangguan Lingxue. It's my honor. Seventh Prince's bearing was extraordinary, without the slightest hint of putting on airs. Lingxue is but a common girl. How am I some dual beauty of the capital? All some meddlesome people monkeying around, Shangguan Lingxue said, magnanimously, but Seventh Prince laughed and said, Lingxue is too modest. Since I've already sent Lingxue here, I won't impose on you anymore. Help me send my regards to Uncle Shangguan. Shangguan Lingxue smiled sweetly. Goodbye, Seventh Prince. Seeing off Seventh Prince with her eyes, Shangguan Lingxue's gaze began to wander about. But how was there still White Light's figure? In a deserted corner, Yi Yuan's showed himself. He rubbed White Light's tiny head hard and said with a smile, when our family's White Light acts cute, really nobody can resist. White Light jumped aside and bared his teeth at Yi Yuan. Very clearly, that incident earlier already became his everlasting pain. He was a divine beast. A divine beast. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, all right, I'm not messing with you anymore. Well done this time. I'll give you candy to eat later.
He he.
Only then did White Light become pleased. It was just that when Yi Yuan made him go inside the spatial spirit artifact, he refused to enter no matter what. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only bring him along by his side. Yi Yuan had searched that middle-aged martial artist's memories before. Following his memories, Yi Yuan finally found the Shao family's 4 Cs building. Smelling the waves of herbal fragrance wafting over, Yi Yuan unwittingly recollected the days of the fragrant medicine pavilion. Not sure if father and mother are doing well now. I don't know where they went to in the northern domain. Going back this time, it's time to go find them in the northern domain, Yi Yuan murmured to himself. After musing for a brief moment, Yi Yuan stepped into the 4 Cs building. The fierce Gale world's martial age was extremely flourishing, but due to a shortage of resources, their alchemy path and formations path were all much declined. Compared to the endless world, they were far weaker in these aspects. However, martial artists' root was still the strength of their own bodies. Hence, the aggressive nature in the bones of the fierce Gale world natives was still very strong. Therefore, when those martial artists heard that the realm passageway was linked together, their first reaction was to invade the endless world and not to trade to make up for what they lacked. Buying medicinal pills? Over there. Tier 3 medicinal pills are very expensive. Looking at your penniless appearance, do you have money? Said a shop assistant said to him with his head held high. Right at the moment Yi Yuan entered the door. The clothes that Yi Yuan was wearing were clothes Lan Feng prepared for him. With the location that the Lan family tribe resided in, he naturally could not bring out any fine clothes. The shop assistants in the capital were all people whose eyes grew at the top of their heads. One look at Yi Yuan's appearance and they knew that he came from the countryside. They naturally did not have a good attitude. Furthermore, precisely because the fierce Gale world's medicinal pills were in shortage, they appeared even more valuable. These shops that engaged in medicinal pills were naturally much sought after. As for their attitude, it was unsurprisingly not very good. Yi Yuan casually threw out a bronze token and said, "Is the manager here? I'm here to enlist for the Shao family's guest retainer." This bronze token was what Yi Yuan found in that middle-aged martial artist's storage ring. It was the token to enlist as a guest retainer. Guest retainer? The assistants looked at Yi Yuan with suspicious eyes and said with a scornful look, "A brat whose hair isn't even fully grown dares to come and enlist as a guest retainer? Do you know how to light a fire for pill furnaces? Do you think that you're Miss Ruyan? Quickly go, quickly go. The manager is very busy and doesn't have time to waste on a kid like you." As he spoke, the assistant was about to push Yi Yuan. He exerted force but shoved empty space. Currently, Yi Yuan already arrived behind him and lightly pushed his back. Smack! the assistant's face directly planted on the door. Ouch! Brat, you dare to make a move in the Four Seas building. I think that you're tired of living, right? Said the assistant as he touched his face that was in pain. This assistant was spirit condensation realm too. This bit of injury was naturally nothing much to him. But people came and went into the Four Seas building. He, this haughty assistant, lost a huge amount of face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Seems like you made a move first, right? How could an alchemy emperor's dignity be affronted by a little clerk?" Yi Yuan was just doling out some small punishment. It was already considered showing mercy. But the commotion over the side already drew a large group of people to surround and watch. Evidently, it could not be resolved anymore. The assistant yelled out at the top of his voice, "Where are the guards? Where the hell did the guards go to? Somebody is making a scene. Why aren't you taking him down?" This yell, two late-stage crystal formation realm guards suddenly appeared. But before they could make a move, a voice sounded from behind them. What happened? An elderly man came out unhurriedly. The assistant covered his face and said, "Manager Tong, this brat is intentionally here to cause trouble. I asked him to leave, but he didn't and even attack me." Manager Tong's face fell, and he asked Yi Yuan, "Was there such a thing?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I came to enlist as Shao family's retainer. He didn't even test me before asking me to get lost. Isn't that going too far?" The assistant said hesitantly, "Manager Tong, this brat is at most 16 years old. Even if he started learning alchemy in his mother's womb, it's also impossible to have great accomplishments, right? This punk thinks that he's Miss Ruyan, having alchemy grandmaster standards at a young age. He's clearly here to cause trouble." The words that the assistant said gave no cause for much criticism. With Yi Yuan's age, wanting to have major accomplishments in the alchemy path was basically impossible. "What say you, young man?" This Manager Tong was a composed person and did not jump to conclusions. Who would have expected Yi Yuan to take out a badge very calmly and wear it on his chest? It was shockingly that low-rank alchemy master badge. "I'm really an alchemist. I'm not here to pull your leg," Yi Yuan said composedly. "Poo work." When the surrounding spectators saw this scene, they involuntarily nearly vomited out a mouthful of blood. Was this young man here to play the fool? A low-rank alchemy master also dared to come to register for Shao family's guest retainer? Cough, cough, haven't gone to the Alchemist Association for very long to take the test. I'm just indicating my identity. As for whether I have the qualifications or not, just test and you'll know," Yi Yuan explained. "Ha ha ha. Manager Tong, I said that he came to cause trouble, right? A low-rank alchemy master actually dares to come to our Four Seas building to register as a retainer. In my opinion, he's definitely sent over by the Tong family to intentionally create trouble." The assistant jeered. The first thing an alchemist would do after advancing ranks would be to go to the Alchemist Association to pass the test for the badge pertaining to their rank. Hence, the way the clerk saw it, Yi Yuan was simply here to create a disturbance. But Manager Tong still ruminated for briefly before saying to Yi Yuan, "Young man, can you release your soul force?" "Of course I can. But it doesn't have to be here, right?" Yi Yuan did not wish to be watched like a monkey. Manager Tong nodded his head and brought Yi Yuan into a wing room. "Is here all right, young man?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly. A majestic soul force rippled out. Sensing Yi Yuan's soul force, Manager Tong's expression could not help changing. "Middle-rank alchemy grandmaster," Manager Tong said in astonishment. Breaking through to the second-level crystal formation realm, Yi Yuan's soul force already crossed the threshold of low-rank alchemy grandmaster and became middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. "Manager Tong, I wonder if I have the qualifications to enlist for the guest retainer position," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Only now did Manager Tong come back to his senses and said, "Of course, even if you're unable to pass the test, I also have to highlight to the family head to keep you You got to be kidding. A 16-year-old middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. If they did not rope in such a person, wouldn't it be such a pity? As an alchemist, in truth, the hardest thing was the divine soul realm. Other aspects could be made up for through hard work, but the breakthrough of divine soul realm varied from person to person. Why was there nobody who could refine divine pills in the divine realm? It was because no alchemist could shatter the fetters of divine soul realm. Furthermore, a genius like this, if Yi Yuan turned to the Tong family, wouldn't there be an additional extremely terrifying opponent in the future? Haha, then that's good. Yi Yuan stubbornly stayed here just to get close to those two slaves. Otherwise, he would have turned around and left long ago. I wonder what little brother's name is? Manager Tong's attitude underwent a 180-degree change and already addressed Yi Yuan as brothers.
Yik Vink.
Yi Yuan gave his fake name. So, it's little brother Ji Qing. You came just in the nick of time. Miss Ruyan is currently giving out the test to the alchemists who enlisted for guest retainer. Shall we go now? Manager Tong consulted Yi Yuan's opinion. Yi Yuan did not move right away. Instead, he asked curiously, Manager Tong, pardon Junior for shooting my mouth off, but what is the Shao family recruiting retainers for? Such a large family business like the Four Seas building shouldn't lack alchemists, right? Manager Tong sighed when he heard this and said, not hiding from little brother, the Shao family doesn't lack alchemists, but lack powerful alchemists. Oh? Please enlighten, Manager Tong. Yi Yuan asked. Actually, the recruitment of retainers this time is something which cannot be helped. In this capital, the biggest medicinal pill managing businesses are our Shao family and the Tong family. It's precisely so that our two families are practically sworn enemies. In order to vie for the medicinal pills market, the two families once came to blows. Just the sea transformation realm experts that died were over a dozen. Later on, Lord Wind Emperor sent people to pass the word down to make the Shao and Tong, these two families, stop fighting. Only then did the conflict stop. What has this got to do with you guys finding guest retainers? Yi Yuan asked, with a confused look. Afterwards, through His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's mediation, our two families set down rules. Every 10 years, the two families' juniors will undergo a grand pill assembly once to determine the two families' share of the medicinal pill market. And this year just happens to be the 10th year, Manager Tong said. Yi Yuan's expression was odd as he said, you all are finding guest retainers. In order to participate in this grand pill assembly, the Shao family's junior generation can't make the cut. Manager Tong's face changed, and he said furiously, what do you mean can't make the cut? First young master, Shao Rufang, and second Miss, Shao Ruyan, are both extraordinary alchemy path prodigies, especially second Miss Ruyan. She already stepped into the high-rank alchemy grandmaster realm at the age of 20. You dare to say they can't make the cut? Yi Yuan pursed his lips but thought otherwise. 20-year-old alchemy grandmaster. What was there to be proud of? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Manager Tong could not help being stunned and nearly had an impulse to slap his mouth. This young man was only 16 years old. By the time he was 20, he would probably be a high-rank alchemy grandmaster already. Seemed like his household's missus did not have anything worth showing off, right? Manager Tong coughed dryly twice to ease the awkward situation. He continued, actually, it's first young master's body that has a problem and is unable to take part in this grand pill assembly. Miss Ruyan alone simply cannot defeat the Tong family. Yi Yuan nodded and said, like that, huh? Then is it compliant with the rules for me to participate? After all, I'm not a Shao family member. Manager Tong said, as long as you join the Shao family, it's naturally compliant with the rules. Halfway through his words, Manager Tong suddenly noticed something off. What do you mean, did it adhere to the rules if you participate? Who told you to take part? Wasn't this punk's self-confidence a little too inflated? The test wasn't even passed yet, and he wanted to represent the Shao family to fight. One had to know that among the alchemists who came to register this time, there was no lack of high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Yi Yuan had just entered the middle rank not long ago. Wanting to pass most likely would not be that easy. The reason why Manager Tong took a fancy to Yi Yuan was because he was eyeing his potential, not his present strength. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Since it follows the rules, let's go take the test." Then, Manager Tong had a gloomy look. This punk really took himself to be someone from the Shao family. When Manager Tong brought Yi Yuan out from the wing room and Yi Yuan was invited upstairs, the assistant's eyes went wide. Could it brat really be an alchemist? The clerk had a premonition that he seemed to have gotten into big trouble and provoked someone that he should not have. "Don't look at me, don't look at me," the clerk repeated in his heart. But whatever one feared would come. Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head and flashed a slight smile at him. Then he went up slowly. The assistant's legs went wobbly, and he nearly kneeled on the ground. "It's over. This time, it's really over," the assistant murmured to himself, with a wail. Manager Tong brought Yi Yuan straight up to the third floor and arrived at a hall. There were already quite a few people in the hall and even a number of medicinal cauldrons laid out. At the far end, there was a partition. The partition was blocked by many layers of chiffon, but one could faintly see a lithe and graceful silhouette inside. Manager Tong asked Yi Yuan to wait for a moment and walked over to the partition. Yi Yuan calmly sized up this hall and those alchemists. These few people were all the same, high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Seemed like only he alone was a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Of course, in these people's eyes, he most likely did not even count as an alchemist. There were still 4 alchemists apart from Yi Yuan. They clearly saw Yi Yuan, too. Seeing the badge adorned on Yi Yuan's chest, they could not help having a disdainful look. "Elder brothers are all here to enlist for Shao family's guest retainer?"
Yeah.
Yuan was warm and enthusiastic as he went forward with a flattering smile. "So what if yes? You aren't the same as us, right?" said an alchemist among them, making a scornful look. "Ah? Haha, you even saw through this. Big brother has really good eyesight," that person said sneeringly. "You, a low-rank alchemy master, came to play the fool, right? This place isn't suitable for you. Better get lost quickly so as to avoid incurring Miss Ruyan's displeasure. Yeah, a little fellow who doesn't know his own limitations. This bit of strength and you also dare to come out and lose face. I think you better go back home and drink milk," said another person. "Without the strength of a high-rank alchemy grandmaster, don't come out and make a spectacle of yourself. The few of us were chosen through layers upon layers of sifting. Who do you think you are?" Yi Yuan chortled and said, "Why are all the stuff I wanted to say all had been said by you people?" This sentence from Yi Yuan drew the aggro from all the alchemists. At this time, Manager Tong came before the 5 people and said, "All right, the few of you were selected very carefully, and your strength goes without saying. I won't say anything unnecessary. Let's start the test now." "Hang on, Manager Tong," said an alchemist, interrupting Manager Tong's words. "In? You have something to say?" Manager Tong asked with a frown. That alchemist pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "Manager Tong letting a low-rank alchemy master compete together with us. Isn't this insulting us? I refuse to compete with him. Yes, we don't want to compete together with a low-rank alchemy master." The other 3 people immediately concurred. Manager Tong's face darkened, and he said solemnly, "I've already tested. He's not a low-rank alchemy master. He's the same as you all, possessing alchemy. Grandmaster Divine Soul Realm. It's just that he hasn't taken part in the Alchemist Association's tests for a long time. That's why he's wearing low-rank alchemy master badge." The few people naturally did not believe it. Not everybody on this earth was Shao Ruyan. A 16-year-old youth could become an alchemy grandmaster? Even if he became an alchemy grandmaster, could he become a high-rank alchemy grandmaster? Possessing alchemy grandmaster divine soul realm doesn't mean being able to refine tier 3 medicinal pills. I think that Manager Tong is clearer than us on this point, right? If Manager Tong insists on letting him compete with us, I'll withdraw. The alchemist earlier pulled out the big guns. Yes, I'll withdraw too. Manager Tong did not think that these few people would actually make things difficult for him. He involuntarily sneered coldly and said, "Withdraw? Heh, the way I see it, you people seem to feel that our Shao family is easy to bully, but I'm telling you, a starving camel is larger than a horse. The Shao family's matters were not a secret. Now, the news that the Shao family was going to be thoroughly finished this time was circulating outside. These few alchemists naturally also heard some extent of it. It was just that they also did not think that if the Shao family was perfectly fine, why would they find them? Indeed, once Manager Tong said these words, these few people's faces changed. At this time, Yi Yuan sat down carelessly on a chair and said, all right, you guys just play. I won't participate, all right? But if you guys all can't make it, it should eventually be my turn, right? You're the one who said it. So what if I said it? This little lord, I will sit right here and watch you guys play. I want to see what the hell you all can come up with, Yi Yuan said. Manager Tong secretly heaved a sigh in relief. Yi Yuan taking the initiative to withdraw really resolved his imminent problem. Honestly speaking, the counterattack by those people earlier was seriously quite devastating. He could indeed use the Shao family's power to forcefully suppress them. But if they really chose someone and he intentionally went easy during the grand pill assembly, that would not be amusing. Yet Manager Tong did not have much hope in Yi Yuan. Hence, Yi Yuan taking the initiative to withdraw was naturally the best alternative. Earlier, he already clarified the situation to Miss Ruyan. Miss Ruyan also agreed to give Yi Yuan a chance. As long as Yi Yuan performed well entering the Shao family was naturally not difficult. But the difficulty of this test was much, much tougher than the difficulty of the test to be given to Yi Yuan afterward. You still want to appear on the stage? There's no more chance. Sit there properly. The test officially began. Manager Tong said to the four people, the content of the test is very simple. There are refined medicinal embryos in here. The content of your test is to refine these medicinal embryos into pills, and it will be considered as passing the test. Evidently, this pill formula was very precious and naturally could not be leaked out. If just the medicinal embryos were provided, even if these few people were even more powerful, they also could not possibly steal the pill formula. Of course, this did not include Yi Yuan. The four people were even happier when they heard it. This was too easy. One had to know that the process of refining pills was very complicated. Any single oversight could cause the pill refinement to fail. But now, even the medicinal embryos were refined. They were only responsible for the final refinement and forming the pill. It was practically something that was not troublesome. Although they knew that this medicinal pill was surely not very easy to refine, how could the few of them be simple people? The four of them held their cleavers and entered the battlefield, starting the refinement at the same time. Perhaps they deliberately wanted to show off in front of Shao Ruyan. These few people's refinement techniques were very resplendent, looking quite like the model of a respected grandmaster. Even Manager Tong also nodded secretly when he saw it. These people were indeed worthy of being strictly and carefully selected. Their strength was highly outstanding. Yi Yuan watched this scene composedly by the side, with a slightly ruminating expression on his face. Actually, same as martial artists, the ranks of alchemists and the true standards of alchemists could not be equated the same. An alchemist obtaining the title of high-rank alchemy grandmaster did not mean that he could refine all the tier 3 high-grade medicinal pills. the same tier 3 high-grade medicinal pills, but the refining difficulty varied greatly. Even high-rank alchemy grandmasters could not refine some tier 3, middle-grade or even low-grade medicinal pills. Behind the partition, Xiao Ruyan was also watching these 4 alchemists refine medicinal pills in a perturbed mood. This concerned whether the Xiao family could win at the Grand Pill Assembly or not. Truthfully speaking, even if selected, Xiao Ruyan did not have the confidence to win for certain. The strength of the Tong family's juniors was actually even stronger than the Xiao family, but this matter was related to the Xiao family's development in the next decade. Xiao Ruyan was compelled to face the problem head-on. A pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at those 4 people, hoping that it was best if they did not make mistakes. But whatever one feared would come. Just 7.5 minutes later only, to hear a puff. Someone already failed. The medicinal pill was burned into black charcoal. That alchemist had a dejected look. Why is this damn pill so hard to refine? The other 3 people's faces currently no longer had the composure from when they just started. The difficulty of this medicinal pill had indeed exceeded their imaginations. Their soul force was completely locked onto the medicinal pill, and they did not dare to slacken the slightest bit. However, this did not have any d***mn use. Another series of puffing sounds went on. A furnace of useless pills was refined out. When that person came to one side and saw Yi Yuan's Cheshire Cat smile, he wished that he could go up and rend his face. But their attention was very swiftly drawn over by the other 2 people. The 2 people's foreheads were already drenched in sweat. Clearly, the difficulty of this medicinal pill was already on the verge of surpassing their limits. Before long, another person failed. Only one person was left still, persevering. The 3 people who were defeated had their eyes glued on the last person, hoping that he could succeed, because from their peripherals they already saw the expression on Yi Yuan's face. Earlier, each and every one of them looked down on Yi Yuan, thinking that they would definitely be the one who won. But now there was only one final seedling left on the field. Manager Tong was also very nervous. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people who were carefully chosen only had one left. This unwittingly made him feel tremendous pressure. Fortunately, the strength of this remaining one was still considered decent. He actually already barely managed to finish refining the medicinal pill. Condense. Following his cry, everyone's heart tightened. Did it succeed or not? When the medicinal pill formed, everyone heaved a sigh in relief. Even the always composed Manager Tong also secretly wiped his sweat at this time. The other 3 people came forward as well, wanting to see what kind of medicinal pill was refined. Qiu Ji, how is it? Succeeded? The 3 people asked, rather nervously. Qiu Ji wiped away the sweat on his forehead and nodded, saying, I'm exhausted to death. Finally I formed the pill. Talking up to here, Qiu Ji looked at Yi Yuan with a proud grin and said, I said that you won't have the chance. Means you won't have the chance. Well, can you get lost now? Yi Yuan was delighted when he heard that. Isn't the furnace not opened yet? Come open it and have a look. See what kind of crap you refined. Qiu Ji's face darkened. He finished extremely forcefully earlier. He knew that the grade of the medicinal pill was definitely not high. But in front of so many people, he naturally had no reason to fear. Have a look then. I'll let you give up after this. As he said, the medicinal cauldron opened. Fragrance suffused all around. The 4 people reached their heads over to take a look. Even Manager Tong could not resist moving closer to have a look too. With this look, Qiu Ji's face could not be preserved anymore. The medicinal pill was refined, but it was simply a defect good, unable to even enter the ranks. Qiu Ji said to Manager Tong with a bitter face, Manager Tong, you take a look. Manager Tong was quite disappointed as well, but he also knew how great the difficulty this pill refinement was. Qiu Ji being able to refine successfully was already fairly decent. Manager Tong sighed and said, "There's already no more time. It's you then." Qiu Ji was overjoyed when he heard that. Being able to join the Shao family, he no longer needed to worry for the rest of his life. One had to know that alchemist was a profitable career but also a money-burning career. Without the support of a major faction behind, it was very hard to have improvements. Qiu Ji being able to cultivate to high-rank alchemy grandmaster realm was already his limit. Any further and he must find a backer. Otherwise it would be like this for this life. Hold on. Right at this moment, a pleasant voice sounded. Shao Rian spoke. The gauze curtains were pulled aside. A veil-covered girl walked out from behind the partition. Although there was a fine gauze covering the face, it could not conceal that lithe and graceful figure of hers, swaying until the four people were entranced. The four guys did not dare to slight her. They hastily gave a bow and said, "We pay respects to Miss Ruyan." Shao Ruyan nodded her head lightly, but said, "You all are also aware that the Grand Pill Assembly this time is of utmost importance to my Shao family. Qiu Ji, although you refined the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill, it's only a defect good, not even entering the ranks. While your strength is not bad, you can't win the Tong family." Shao Ruyan was clearly also slightly melancholic in her words. In truth, this sort of method, like finding guest retainers from outside, was a choice that could not be helped. The powerful alchemists were long divided up by the various large factions. The remaining ones were those who were rejected. These four people in front of her were considered passable among those who failed to meet the mark. Qiu Ji was thunderstruck when he heard this. He said with a face full of indignation, "But just now, Manager Tong clearly said that we just have to succeed in the refinement and that will do. How can you all renege on your word?" Snort. A discordant snicker interrupted Qiu Ji's words. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Qiu Ji had anger that he dare not flare towards Shao Ruyan. But it did not mean that he dare not turn it towards Yi Yuan. He immediately said furiously, "What are you laughing about, stinking brat?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Sorry, I couldn't hold it. If this is also considered as a successful refinement, then aren't alchemists too easy to become? Humph. Making sarcastic remarks when you can't understand the difficulty. You come and refine then if you have the capabilities. Weren't you saying that you could refine very arrogantly just now? Why don't you refine one for me to see?" Qiu Ji said with a cold smile. Shao Ruyan's mind was currently in a whirl. These two people's endless bickering made her even more displeased, and she could not help saying, "Stop arguing." Although his soul force is not bad, wanting to refine the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill is basically an impossible thing. The few of you leave first. I need some peace and quiet. When these words were said, Yi Yuan was piqued. Why is Miss Ruyan the same as these uncultured people, judging people by their outward appearance? When these words came out, everyone perspired profusely. Shao Ruyan was uncultured? Wasn't this brat's gall too fat? Indeed, Shao Ruyan was so furious that her entire body was trembling. She was just about to blow her top when she heard Yi Yuan curl his mouth and say, "Isn't it just Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill? Give me 15 minutes. I'll refine. For you to see." Shao Ruyan sucked in a deep breath to calm her emotions. But her tone became cold. What a high-sounding sentiment. 15 minutes to refine a Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill? Do you think that you're an alchemy king? Fine. I'll let you try it. If you can't refine it. If I can't refine it, I'll sign my life away to work like a horse for Miss Ruyan for the rest of my life. How's that? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Shao Ruyan's pretty face went red. Luckily, there was the fine gauze blocking her face. But when she saw that Yi Yuan's smile did not have lecherous intent, she knew that she misunderstood. As one of the two beauties in the capital, there were too many men pursuing Shao Ruyan. Even if she did not wish to, she still had immense skill in the aspect of examining a man's words and observing his countenance. What do I want you to work like a horse for? If you can't refine it, then help our Xiao family refine medicinal pills for life, Xiao Ruyan said. Hearing these words, the four people all took pleasure in his misfortune. They knew deeply from experience the refining difficulty of this jade dragon. Heart-calming pill. This punk only had a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster soul force. It was still uncertain if he could refine pills or not. It was essentially impossible to refine it. He was going to be a pill slave for the rest of his life for sure. Not everyone was Xiao Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan being able to reach such a realm was because her talent was good. More importantly, she had the powerful Xiao family supporting her from behind. Look at what this punk was wearing. One look and they could tell that he came from the countryside. What kind of background could he have? At most, his natural talent was a little better and his cultivation was a little quicker. Refining a lifetime of medicinal pills. That's also a blissful thing. Except, I still have other things I need to do, Yi Yuan said with a rather emotional sigh. Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan's lifelong aspiration was to refine medicinal pills for life. But the god of destiny makes fools out of people. Now that he had transmigrated, he had no choice but to pursue the paramount of martial path to avenge his old hatred. Xiao Ruyan could not help being very puzzled when she saw Yi Yuan's somewhat desolate eyes. How old was this young man? Why did it seem like he had experienced countless vicissitudes of life? But to say that Yi Yuan could refine the Jade Dragon heart-calming pill, Xiao Ruyan refused to believe it no matter what. It was true that this Jade Dragon heart-calming pill was a Tier 3 high-rank medicinal pill, but barely any alchemy grandmasters could refine it. Even her own success rate was just 50%. This youth looked like he was even a few years younger than her. How could he possibly succeed? Xiao Ruyan merely had a momentary burst of anger just now. For this youth to have middle-rank alchemy grandmaster soul force, his potential was limitless. No matter what, the Xiao family had to retain him. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, an extremely powerful alchemy grandmaster might appear in the Xiao family. Enough crap. We're still waiting to see how you refine the pill. Our skills are lacking, so we need to learn well, Qiu Ji said sarcastically. Xiao Ruyan furrowed her eyebrows but did not say anything. Yi Yuan smiled and said, one needs comprehension abilities to learn things. Your talent is too poor. You can't learn anything. Qiu Ji's face darkened. Smile. I hope that you can still smile in a while. When you can't refine it, just wait to be a pill slave for the rest of your life then. Yi Yuan could not be inclined to bother with him. He went to the medicinal cauldron's side. Instantaneously, the aura on Yi Yuan's body changed abruptly. Earlier, there was still some profligate juvenile aura. But now it was as deep as the sea, as if everything in the outside world no longer had anything to do with him, clearly not standing far from him, but it seemed to be two different worlds. Xiao Ruyan's expression involuntarily changed and immediately put away her belittling heart. When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Xiao Ruyan touched her heart and asked herself when she refined pills. She could not reach Yi Yuan's degree of focus either. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not carry out meditation but directly refined the pill. Such ability among 10,000 alchemists there might not even necessarily be one. Xiao Ruyan waved her hand to motion for everyone to move back and not disturb.
Yi Yuan's pill refinement.
Yi Yuan grabbed with one hand. A bundle of flames flew up from the bottom of the furnace, enveloping the entire medicinal cauldron. Immediately after, he formed seals with both hands. The temperature of the flames was rapidly rising. TCH, pretending to be profound. This level of fire controlling skill is also just a little nice to look at only, Qiu Ji said disdainfully. Yeah, just showing off his skill. Pleasant to the eyes but of no use at all. Another person concurred. They naturally would not remember that, as a matter of fact, they were also showing off their skills earlier. It was just that they did not parade for. Long before they could not sustain it anymore. And Yi Yuan was already very restrained currently. If he really showed off his skills, even he would be frightened. Keep your mouth shut if you don't understand. Use your soul force to take a look. The surrounding temperature around the medicinal cauldron is all exactly the same. This lets the medicinal pill receive heat extremely uniform. When refining a Jade Dragon Heart calming pill, the most important thing is uniform heating. When Xiao Rian spoke up, the rest naturally shut their mouths sensibly. And Xiao Rian herself was also extremely surprised. Could it be that this Qing had refined Jade Dragon Heart calming pills before? Otherwise, how could he possibly know this crucial aspect? Was it just a coincidence? As they were talking, Yi Yuan already completed the heating. Gesturing with one hand, the medicinal embryo flew into the medicinal cauldron. Next, the dazzling display of technique that made everyone feel dizzy officially began. One seal after another was fired into the medicinal cauldron nonstop.
Yeah.
Yuan's hands were like phantoms, intoxicating the people watching it. Even Qiu Ji and the others who had been displeased with Yi Yuan all along was also spellbounded by Yi Yuan for a moment and kept their mouths shut. This was still Yi Yuan not wishing to be overly conspicuous, so he did not enter the legendary realm, or else it would not be as simple as flaunting his technique. 15 minutes passed in a flash, only to see Yi Yuan lightly cry out, "Condense!" The pill was formed. Only at this time did everyone feel as if they woke up from a dream. Manager Tong's strength was the greatest and recovered from his stupor first. He murmured under his breath, "This is a pompous display of one's skill." Qiu Ji and the rest also recovered and could not help flushing crimson red. Apart from Yi Yuan's realm being inferior to theirs, his other aspects were way stronger than them. Yi Yuan sniggered and said, "Just nice, around 15 minutes. Inspect the pill." Then, Miss Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan took in a deep breath and could not help sizing up Yi Yuan. She was astonished. "This is a Tier 3 high-grade medicinal pill. You're actually not the least bit debilitated after finish refining it." When Xiao Ruyan herself refined the Jade Dragon Heart calming pill, every time she finished the refinement, it would be a little more than she could stand. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, was perfectly fine. Xiao Ruyan sensed it very clearly just now. Yi Yuan had only just broken through to the middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Still all right. As long as the control is a little more precise, you don't need to expend so much soul force." Everyone felt depressed. How precise did one's control have to be able to expend so little soul force? Earlier, when he finished the refinement, Qiu Ji felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. He was a veteran high-rank alchemy grandmaster, and it was more than he could bear. Yi Yuan, a newly advanced middle-rank alchemy grandmaster, could actually do it to such an extent? A little more precise. How much was this little more? Qiu Ji felt like he had no more face to stay on, but he was still rather unwilling to give up. He wanted to see if Yi Yuan really refined out a medicinal pill. Qiu Ji plucked up his courage and opened his mouth. "Who knows if you're deliberately kicking up a cloud of dust? Or maybe you wasted the pill long ago." Yi Yuan grinned and said, "I knew that you wouldn't turn back without hitting the south wall. Open."
Ye Yuan pointed a finger.
A medicinal pill flew out of the medicinal cauldron on its own and landed on the jade dish. Everyone rushed to look at that medicinal pill. With a single look, it caused them to involuntarily drew a cold breath. High-grade medicinal pill. Qiu Ji could hardly believe it. Xiao Ruyan's beautiful eyes also became intent, and she stared at Yi Yuan rather incredulously. She could refine out a high-grade Jade Dragon Heart calming pill, but the success rate was too low. Majority of the time it was all middle grade. When she performed below her usual standards, it would be low-grade pills. She never thought that this young man's first refinement was actually directly a high-grade medicinal pill. You You must have cheated. Qiu Ji pointed at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Stop disgracing yourself here. Quickly get lost. Entering the Grand Pill Assembly with this standard of yours is no longer a matter of losing. It's directly throwing away all faces of the Xiao family members. Xiao Ruyan's patience was utterly worn out too. She said somberly, Scram for me. Lacking strength and still reproaching others. So many pairs of eyes were looking. Pray tell then, how did he cheat? Qiu Ji was so furious that his complexion turned green. He said with a cold snort, Go then go. This place doesn't want to keep this lord. There will naturally be a place to hold this lord. Harumph. Finished talking. Qiu Ji flicked his sleeves and left. Manager Tong's face fell, but he looked towards Xiao Ruyan, clearly seeking her opinion on whether to take care of this fellow or not. He only dropped it when he saw Xiao Ruyan shake her head slightly. Only after Qiu Ji and the other 3 people left, Manager Tong asked, Those few people were so high and mighty. Why did Miss let them leave? Xiao Ruyan let out a sigh and said, If it were in the past, how could I tolerate them being so arrogant? How could they dare to be stuck up in front of me? It's just that they were publicly recruited by us. If a mishap happened to them in our place here, it would be even harder for this 4 Seas building to sustain. Manager Tong also sighed faintly when he heard that and did not say any more. Yi Yuan also made out some things by the side. The Xiao family's present situation seemed to be very bad. They actually did not even dare to offend these alchemists without backgrounds. Logically speaking, although a large family like the Xiao family was not a pinnacle faction in the capital wanting to take care of a few alchemists without backgrounds was still a piece of cake. But all these were not what he could bother about. His goal was to figure out who those 2 slaves were. At this time, Xiao Ruyan broke away from her pessimistic mood and returned to Yi Yuan once again. Mr. Ji, if my conjectures are correct, you should have refined the jade dragon heart calming pill before in the past, right? Xiao Ruyan asked Yi Yuan, with glittering eyes. Ha! Of course I've refined it before. Such a simple medicinal pill. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hiding it. To Yi Yuan, this jade dragon heart calming pill was indeed simple. The truly heaven-defying difficulty level tier 3 medicinal pill were countless times more complicated than this. Except, Xiao Ruyan had an impulse to cough blood when she heard these words. Mr. Ji, can you enlighten Ruyan who you learned from? Xiao Ruyan asked, dejectedly. Hee, my master is just country folk. Miss Ruyan has definitely never heard the name before. Moreover, before I left, master severely warned me not to use his name. Yi Yuan pulled out another master. This move was the best. The fierce gale world was so huge. Could Xiao Ruyan really dig his master out? But Xiao Ruyan was not someone who was so easy to dupe. She interrogated. Again, since you're not willing to say, I won't force you either. But how do you make me believe that you're not somebody sent by the Tong family? I really have no way of proving it. Yi Yuan said helplessly. That means that there's a possibility that the Tong family sent you here? Xiao Ruyan stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes, wanting to see if he was telling lies. Yi Yuan naturally had a composed look as he said with a smile. I think that, if the Tong family wanted to do something, they wouldn't be foolish enough to send an expert like me over, right? Just based on those dregs that you were recruiting just now, wouldn't they winning you be as easy as turning over their hands? Ugh! Xiao Ruyan was rendered speechless. Yeah, the Tong family completely did not need to do anything now and was already sure to win this Grand Pill Assembly. Sending over one Yi Yuan to be a spy now was simply something superfluous. An alchemist that could refine the Jade Dragon Heart calming pill so casually was not some common good. At this time, Manager Tong moved close to Xiao Ruyan and said, Second miss, that's the logic. Furthermore, there are only 3 days before the Grand Pill Assembly takes place. We have no other alternatives either. Even if he really is a spy, we can only use him. Xiao Ruyan sighed and gave a limpid bow, saying, "All right then, Mr. G. From today onwards, you're Xiao family's guest retainer alchemist. I hope that Mr. G can go all out to help my Xiao family win this match. As long as Mr. G can win a match, my Xiao family is willing to pay any price." "For real? Does this any price include Miss Ruyan?" Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised. Once these words came out, two killing intents instantly locked onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan hastily chuckled and said, "Ha ha ha! Just making a joke, just making a joke. Don't take it seriously, Miss Ruyan." "Humph! This sort of joke, I advise that you better not make them next time, so as to avoid you losing your small life. I still have things to do, so I'll head back to the Xiao family first. About Mr. G's matters, Manager Tong, you arrange it." Xiao Ruyan then left without even turning her head back. Yi Yuan involuntarily stuck out his tongue. Cracking this kind of joke with women would indeed suffer a disastrous catastrophe. Manager Tong saw the situation and used his finger to poke Yi Yuan. "Oh you, what kind of joke did you have to crack? Why did you have to crack one with second miss? You're already considered lucky that she didn't kill you on the spot." Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Oh, right. Isn't Miss Xiao Ruyan hosting a martial competition to find a spouse? What's with that?" Manager Tong sighed heavily and said, "Sigh, second miss, she has a bitter life. Spouse finding martial competition is also Xiao family's action. That could not be helped. Truthfully, within this capital, how can it just be the two Huang and Shui families that are coveting second Mrs. Beauty? Since Yi Yuan already became Xiao family's guest retainer, Manager Tong naturally did not have anything much to hide from him. He briefly introduced the Xiao family's matters to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan also sighed unceasingly after he heard it. As a second-rate family, the Xiao family's and Tong family's strength had always been equally matched. In so many years of grand pill assemblies, both sides had victories and defeat. But this sort of equilibrium situation was utterly shattered 30 years ago. 30 years ago, the Tong family's alchemy path strength suddenly skyrocketed. Quite a number of top geniuses appeared in the junior generation in succession, winning the Grand Pill Assembly in one fell swoop. According to the agreement, the Xiao family must hand over 50% of the medicinal pill market after defeat. This Grand Pill Assembly was actually the deciding factor on how many shares the two Xiao and Tong families occupied in the medicinal pill market. The victor occupied 70% of the medicinal pill market, while the loser only had 20%. The remaining 10% was allocated to the other small factions. For so many years, the two families had always been well matched in strength. When one side lost, they would think of any way possible to win back too. Hence, it would practically replace once every 10 years. But since 30 years ago, the Xiao family had never won a match before, consecutively losing 3 periods. This year's match was the 4th period. If the Xiao family lost again, they could basically announce their withdrawal from the medicinal pill market. The Xiao family was obviously unresigned to continuous defeats. These 10 years, they piled virtually all of their resources on Xiao Ruffing and Xiao Ruyan. These two people did not let them down either, especially Xiao Ruyan, who cultivated to the realm of a high-rank alchemy grandmaster at a young age. But there were unforeseen storms in nature. A while back, when Xiao Ruffing entered close seclusion, wanting to break through to the Soul Sea realm in one stroke and to become a quasi-alchemy king, his breakthrough failed. He suffered a backlash. Now Xiao Ruffing was bedridden with severe injuries and simply could not recover for the Grand Pill Assembly in 3 days' time. Compelled against their will, the Xiao family invited Qiu Ji and the rest over. The medicinal pills refined at the Grand Pill Assembly were basically all jade. Dragon Heart calming pill difficulty level. Qiu Ji and the rest could not even refine the prepared medicinal embryos. At the Grand Pill Assembly, they would only serve as a stopgap. Xiao Ruyan was also very disheartened earlier behind the partition. Who would have expected Yi Yuan's appearance would actually make her eyes light up. As for the spouse finding martial competition, it was also because the Shao family's strength was weak. The Shao family had to consolidate their position through means of uniting in marriage. If the Shao family really lost the Grand Pill Assembly, they had to find a way out for themselves in advance. Except the Shao family could not afford to offend either one of the Huang and Shui families, so they could only use this kind of spouse-finding martial competition method to determine who Shao Ruyan belonged to. Speaking of that, Shao Ruyan was a pitiful person. Yi Yuan also sighed endlessly after hearing the Shao family's story. Therefore, regardless where Mr. G come from, please put your best effort forward and help the Shao family win the match. This old man is forever indebted, Manager Tong said, giving Yi Yuan a deep bow. Yi Yuan hurriedly went to help him up and said with a smile, "Isn't it just a Grand Pill Assembly? A piece of cake. Forget about one match, even 3 matches is not an issue. Right, can I take on 3 matches by myself? This way, the Tong family will lose for sure." Manager Tong hurriedly said, "That's naturally not permitted. This Grand Pill Assembly is competing in the composite strength of the 2 families' juniors. How can they possibly allow one person to fight 3 matches? Like that, huh? Then that's too bad. Guess they got lucky," Yi Yuan said with a face full of regret. Talking about alchemy, Yi Yuan was naturally excited. Forget about 3 matches, he would not mind even 30 matches. Where did this little white tiger come from? How adorable. Come, let big sister hug. He got angry. Even his angry appearance is so cute. Hee. This, sir, is this your little white tiger? Can you lend me to play for 2 days? From yesterday onwards, White Light became a beautiful scenic spot in the Shao manor. No matter where Yi Yuan went, he would become the focal point of everyone, especially these young ladies and maidservants. When they saw White Light, each and every one of them would be rooted to the ground and be unable to resist coming forward to tease him. But White Light did not like other people's affection. Each time other people came over, he would put on a posture that kept people 1,000 miles away, and bared his fangs at them. However, the more he did so, the more lovable these young ladies and maidservants found him. Yi Yuan was obviously not wandering around with nothing to do. He wanted to find an opportunity to inquire about the matter regarding the slaves. But he could not be so obvious with this kind of thing either. To prevent drawing suspicion, White Light naturally became the best cover-up. With White Light as a front, Yi Yuan could openly find these maidservants and young ladies to chat. In the long run, he really found out quite a bit of news. By approaching the subject in a roundabout manner, Yi Yuan still confirmed in the end that the Shao family really purchased 2 endless world slaves recently. Speaking of it, those 2 slaves were not bought by the Shao family, but the Huang and Shui family gifted 1 each. Evidently, these 2 families gifting slaves was in order to curry favor with Shao Ruyan. As a second-rate family, the Shao family did not have the qualifications to buy such rare slaves yet. Yi Yuan still wanted to inquire about the looks of those 2 slaves. But, regretfully, those 2 were sent to Shao Ruyan's manor directly. Other people totally did not get a chance to see, and the residences of women were all a part of the inner courtyards. There were experts guarding all around. With Yi Yuan's present strength, wanting to intrude inside silently was not very probable. Seemed like to approach those 2 endless world people, it ultimately still fell on Shao Ruyan. With Yi Yuan's present condition, he could only come into contact with these 2 people. The others should have been bought over by powerful factions. Wishing to figure it out in a short period of time was something not very easy. But Yi Yuan was not in a rush either. Ever since he knew that Mei Zhen and the rest were peddled to the central capital, Yi Yuan made the preparations for a long period of struggle. Ji Qing, I finally found you. I've been following behind you and asking around for quite some time. Yi Yuan was currently ruminating when Manager Tong yelled out at the top of his voice. The Shao Manor's area was immensely vast. Wanting to find a person really needed to expend some effort. In? Manager Tong is finding me for something? I figured out that I'll have to live in Shao Manor in the future, so I obviously have to familiarize myself. That's why I'm looking around, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Manager Tong had an indignant look as he said, I say, little brother Ji, there are only 2 days to the Grand Pill Assembly. You have to do some preparations, right? Wandering leisurely around like this probably isn't good, yeah. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes when he heard this. Isn't it just a Grand Pill Assembly? What's there to prepare? Isn't the Tong family just sending a couple of juniors up? It's not like we're competing against their family's old freaks. Seeing Yi Yuan pay no attention to it, Manager Tong was furious. I say Ji, Qing, you're our Shao family's guest retainer now and drawing our Shao family's salary. The Grand Pill Assembly concerns the Shao family's survival. You have to at least put in some effort, right? Although the Tong family is sending their juniors, their strength is very formidable. How formidable? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan was really completely clueless about that so-called Tong family. Tong family. Sigh, forget it. Forget it. Come with me, there's somebody who wishes to see you. After you see him, you'll naturally know. Yi Yuan followed Manager Tong to a quiet and secluded courtyard and entered a room. It's Tong Swan, right? Did you bring Ji Qing here? A deep voice came from inside the house. Yes, he's right outside, Manager Tong said respectfully. You withdraw first. Let him enter. The voice inside the house sounded again. Yes. Finish talking. Manager Tong turned around and said to Yi Yuan, You enter. Alone. Remember, don't be impudent. Oh. Yi Yuan replied very carelessly. Manager Tong was depressed but did not say anything. He still withdrew. Yi Yuan entered the house, but it was a pill refinement room. A middle-aged man was currently meditating on the bed in the center of the refining room. Yi Yuan was just about to go forward to greet, only to see a majestic soul force attack him in a manner that blotted out heaven and earth. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered but did not evade, allowing the other party to do as he pleased. The middle-aged man's divine soul looked to have very strong offensive power, but when it landed on Yi Yuan's body, it was incomparably gentle. The light soul force enveloped Yi Yuan as if it was seeking out something. After several breaths, the other party's soul force retreated like tidewater. Young man, you're very poised. When my soul force attacked you, you were actually completely unruffled. The middle-aged man's deep voice sounded. It was just that although his voice was calm, it carried some astonishment. Clearly, Yi Yuan's performance just now greatly exceeded his expectations. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Can't dodge it. Why take a superfluous action? Ever. Since I entered this house, if Senior wanted to kill me, I can only be at your mercy. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed and said, Indeed, heroes come from the youngsters. Listening to the meaning in your words, if it were outside, you have the ability to escape. Yi Yuan said neither servilely nor arrogantly, Might not be without
Assurance.
Evidently, the other party was a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. The possibility of trying to escape from the other party's hands was trifling. But in Yi Yuan's dictionary, there wasn't the word impossible. If he made proper use of the environmental and human conditions, he might not have zero chance of escaping. Recalling back then, he was only at the second-level spirit condensation realm. Didn't he still kill the sea transformation realm Black Crow old man? Of course, the difference between Soul Sea realm and Crystal Formation realm was an entirely different concept from the disparity between sea transformation realm and spirit condensation realm. Hence, Yi Yuan just humbly said that he might not be without assurance. There was a heaven and earth difference between the lower 3 realms and middle 3 realms for martial artists. No matter how strong a sea transformation realm was, they were only a lower 3 realm martial artist. completely incomparable from the middle three realm Soul Sea realm. Heh, Tong Swan said that you're capable but doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Indeed not false. But you really escaped a calamity. Just now, the middle-aged man said with a laugh. Yi Yuan knew in his heart, but intentionally asked in confusion, "Oh? What do Senior's words mean?" News came from the realm passageway that an endless world youth might have already silently infiltrated the capital. I was testing your divine soul just now. If your divine soul was different from us fierce-scale world martial artists, I would have killed you without hesitation earlier, said the middle-aged man indifferently. Yi Yuan was taken aback at the right level, asking in surprise, "There's actually such a thing? Senior actually suspects that I'm a person from another world." Her. Just that your age matches the information report. Your appearance in the capital is also very sudden. I only tested you out of cautiousness. Oh, right? I'm called Xiao Chongfeng, Xiao family's family head. Towards the middle-aged man's identity, Yi Yuan had already deduced it. Hence, there was not really anything surprising. In truth, when Xiao Chongfeng's soul force pounced towards Yi Yuan earlier, Yi Yuan's first reaction was to retaliate, but he reacted very quickly. Xiao Chongfeng most likely held suspicions towards his identity. Therefore, he might as well release his divine soul and let Xiao Chongfeng examine freely. Yi Yuan did not have much attainments in disguising skills, but in the camouflaging of the divine soul, who in the lower realms could match him? Although they were all humans on different planes, human souls still had some slight differences. This point, Xiao Chongfeng knew. As an alchemy emperor, how could Yi Yuan be ignorant? Hence, ever since eliminating Lan Bao, Yi Yuan already camouflaged his own divine soul into the appearance of a fierce Gale world's martial artist. Through divine soul mystic arts. With Lan Feng's divine soul as a reference, Yi Yuan's camouflage was naturally flawless. Forget about Xiao Chongfeng, who only had Alchemy King level soul force. Even if an alchemy sovereign was present, he would also have no way of seeing through Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's research in the divine soul surpassed the lower planes. Rather, if Xiao Chongfeng really made a move against Yi Yuan while Yi Yuan was far less powerful than his soul force, he could forget about gaining any advantage. Even if he really killed Yi Yuan, he himself would surely lose half his life as well. Yi Yuan did not make a fuss over it. If he was too fake, it would be easy to leave flaws instead. Though the Xiao family was declining with day after day to be able to become the head of a family, how many would be fools? Therefore, when Yi Yuan heard that Xiao Chongfeng was the Xiao family's family head, not only was he not surprised, he had a furious look as he said, "Harumph! Since family head doesn't trust me, what did you make me a guest retainer for? I'll resign from this guest retainer at once and leave the Xiao family." Finished talking, Yi Yuan really flapped his sleeves and left. Xiao Chongfeng did not think that Yi Yuan was actually so staunch and knew that he went overboard. He hastily called out, "Wait a minute, little brother." Gee! But Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back as he said, "Other people give me an inch, I'll return them tenfold. If people don't trust me, why is there a need for me to snub despite showing good intentions? Farewell, family head." Xiao Chongfeng was so miserable that he nearly coughed blood. But he had no choice but to chase after. Xiao Ruffing was still bedbound, and they finally found a replacement with much difficulty. If this Yi Yuan ran, then how the hell were they going to fight in this grand pill assembly? A gust of wind blew past. Xiao Chongfeng blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "What? Can it be that family head Xiao wants to use force?" Xiao Chongfeng had never been forced to submit to a junior before. His old face was almost all lost. However, at this present moment, he had no choice but to control his temper and persuade Yi Yuan. That probing earlier already completely enraged Yi Yuan anymore, and Yi Yuan would not help the Xiao family fight even if he had to commit suicide. Xiao Changfeng already knew that Yi Yuan's personality was very firm and persistent. How could he still dare to use force? He could only smile flatteringly and said, "Little brother Ji is mistaken. I apologize to you for the matter earlier. I believe that little brother Ji has also heard that His Majesty the Wind Emperor is already preparing to invade the endless world on a large scale. We have no option but to be more cautious." But Yi Yuan did not buy it. "Then may I know if family head Xiao has probed out anything?" Xiao Changfeng had an embarrassed look as he said, "Little brother Ji is a true blue fierce gale world native for sure. You naturally can't be a spy." "Humph. I can understand family head's thoughts, but even if you want to feel me out, you can also let me know beforehand. Probing me without rhyme or reason like this is an unprecedented shame for me," Yi Yuan said icily. This family head was indeed overly impetuous with this matter. "I hope that little brother Ji is magnanimous enough to forgive," said Xiao Changfeng, controlling his temper, and apologized. Going over the limit was as bad as falling short. Yi Yuan obviously would not go overboard in needing him. He waved his hands at once and said, Forget it. Forget it. You're a senior no matter what. I'll drop this matter at that. Wonder what family head is looking for me for?" As the saying went, only capable people dared to be arrogant. Yi Yuan was so. Yi Yuan was like a savior to the present Xiao family. Even if Xiao Changfeng was any angrier, he also had to swallow it back into his stomach. While he was a Xiao family guest retainer, it did not mean that anyone could command him as they pleased. If he did not teach Xiao Changfeng a lesson, he would definitely become smug from success in the future and go overboard. The two people sat down once more as guest and host before Xiao Changfeng opened his mouth to ask, "Little brother Ji, do you know why roughing he failed his assault of the Soul Sea realm?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Could it be due to overly anxious for success? Assaulting a major realm was not something fun. Not everyone would be as smooth sailing as Yi Yuan as well. To the vast majority of martial artists, assaulting each major realm was a major threshold in their lives. Very clearly, Xiao roughing did not cross it." Xiao Changfeng revealed a slightly surprised look and nodded, saying, "He wanted to win this grand pill assembly too badly. That's why he forcefully broke through to the Soul Sea realm, wanting to reach Quasi-Alchemy King realm. But sadly, he failed on the verge of success." "Oh? Can it be that there's actually a Quasi-Alchemy King among the Tong family's juniors?" Yi Yuan was rather surprised. Quasi-Alchemy King was nothing much to him. But in a place like the fierce Gale world, to be able to become a Quasi-Alchemy King at a young age, his talent could be deduced from that much. Xiao Changfeng suddenly felt like he was like a clown. He beat around the bush wanting Yi Yuan to ask why. But Yi Yuan's reaction was too quick. He just slightly hinted a bit and Yi Yuan guessed the truth of the matter. This boy was too clever. What a freak. That's right. Actually, I came to find you to give you a reminder not to underestimate your opponent. The alchemy path strength of the Tong families junior generation is very strong, Xiao Changfeng said with a grave face. Evidently, Yi Yuan's haughty performance made Tong Suyan unable to rest easy, and after he reported it to Xiao Changfeng felt worried too. This grand pill assembly completely did not matter to Yi Yuan. But to the Xiao family, it was a major pinnacle event that determined the family's destiny. Was even more important than the fierce Gale world invading the endless world. Yi Yuan's expression involuntarily became odd. He would never take the enemy lightly, but in terms of alchemy path, there was really no opponent worthy of him attaching importance to in the lower realms, especially the so-called junior generation. So, family head came to find me for this matter, huh? Isn't it making a great fuss over nothing? There are still 2 days to the grand pill assembly. No matter how seriously I take things now, it also makes no difference to the matter, Yi Yuan said with a smile. You can't say that. There are many things that you can do. How about this? Making use of these 2 days, I'll make Rian interact more with you to learn from each other's strong points while making up your weak points. I know that your strength is very powerful, but the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill is just an entry-level medicinal pill in the Grand Pill Assembly. To want to obtain victory, one must refine medicinal pills with even great difficulty. Xiao Changfeng exhorted. Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Yi Yuan's expression was normal, but he was overjoyed in his heart. He was just fretting about being unable to find a chance to get close to Xiao Rian, but Xiao Changfeng delivered it to his doorstep himself. Yi Yuan nodded immediately and said, Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill is only an entry-level medicinal pill, huh? Then it seems like the challenge level is a little high. Exchanging pointers with Miss Rian for a while is also good, in case I find myself at a loss when the time comes. Second level, 4C's building. Xiao Rian lightly bit her lip, the tips of her hair carrying sweat beads, about to drip at any moment as she had a very strained look. With a puff, a cloud of green smoke appeared in the medicinal cauldron. Evidently, a furnace of useless pills was refined. Why? Where is the problem? Xiao Rian used the back of her hands to wipe away the sweat on her forehead, as she looked restless with anxiety. Second miss, better not force it. This vast tuber essence stimulating pill has already been confirmed as a medicinal pill that cannot be refined. Even family head can't refine it. Second miss. Manager Tong consoled her by the side. Xiao Rian's eyes welled up with tears, but it stubbornly refused to flow out. Since this vast tuber essence stimulating pill was handed down, it's impossible that it can't be refined. There must be something wrong. I'll try again. I can definitely refine it, Xiao Rian said obstinately. Manager Tong heaved a sigh and said, I know that second miss wished to let first young master's body recover before the Grand Pill Assembly begins. But, second miss, if your own soul force is overdrawn in these 2 days, wouldn't that affect the overall situation even more? Humph! Didn't that Ji Qing say that he can take on 3 by himself? Let him go alone then. Xiao Rian was not swayed but pointed the spearhead at Yi Yuan. Instead, evidently, Yi Yuan's jesting action made her very displeased. Miss Rian, can I presume that you're praising me? Yi Yuan's voice suddenly sounded out. Xiao Rian saw Yi Yuan, and she became even more incensed and said huffily, Your skin is really thick, a punk that doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know how strong Tong Yongchang's strength is? Don't think that there's anything impressive about you refining a Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill. When you're in front of Tong Yongchang, you're nothing. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, The Tong Yongchang that Miss Rian is talking about is the quasi-alchemy king known as the Tong family's junior generations. Number 1 genius, right? How about this? During the Grand Pill Assembly, I'll handle him and leave the rest to you all. How does Miss Rian feel? Leave to you? Truly overrating your own abilities. Enough crap. Don't hinder me refining pills. Xiao Rian already completely lost patience with Yi Yuan's arrogance. She did not have time to bicker here. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster dealing with a quasi-alchemy king? Was this insulting people's intelligence? Oh, so Miss Rian is currently refining pills, huh? Then I'll have to learn. Well, by the side. Yi Yuan suddenly became interested. He also really wanted to know what kind of standard this Xiao Rian was at. 20 years of age was merely around the same as Nanfeng Ruoqing, but her strength was a full major realm higher than Nanfeng Ruoqing. While there was the support of the Xiao family in between this Xiao Rian's monstrousness need not be mentioned. The Huang and Xue family taking fancy on Xiao Rian were most likely not just because she was one of the 2 beauties in the capital, but probably because of her unlimited potential in the alchemy path. To marry a future quasi-alchemy king, maybe even alchemy king back home, this deal was worthwhile no matter how one looked at it. But Xiao Rian did not buy it. Stay far away from me. Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, Do you think that I want to curry favor with you? Isn't it still because that old man of yours asked me to interact more with you, saying that it can improve everybody's alchemy standards? Honestly, I'm unwilling to do so. My level is so high. What if you secretly learn from me? Xiao Ruyan nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Your level was high? How high? Refined, a tier 3 high-grade medicinal pill, and you really think that you're invincible? Do you have shame or not? Xiao Ruyan confirmed with Manager Tong's opinion. Seeing Manager Tong nod his head slightly, she knew that the first half of what Yi Yuan said was true. Since it was Lord Father who made him come, then it was not good to chase him. Stay at one side and watch properly. Don't interfere with my refining. If you ruin my furnace of medicinal pills, see how I take care of you. Xiao Ruyan warned. As for the latter half of Yi Yuan's words, she chose to directly ignore it. Her old man was an alchemy king. Did she need to secretly learn from Yi Yuan? After saying this, Xiao Ruyan began refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill once more. This vast tuber essence stimulating pill's refinement was extremely challenging. Not only did it have a humongous expenditure on soul force, but it was also an immense burden on the alchemist's essence energy. Xiao Ruyan already refined 2 furnaces of useless pills prior to this. Hence, not long after this refinement started, she appeared to be struggling very hard. But it was as if Xiao Ruyan was at loggerheads with herself. Gritting her teeth hard and persevering, Yi Yuan watched Xiao Ruyan calmly. With his vision, he could naturally see through Xiao Ruyan's depth. Although it was just this short while, Yi Yuan was also able to see that Xiao Ruyan's foundation was rather solid. Even under a situation where the expenditure was so huge, not the slightest bit of error appeared in her refining. Just from this aspect, Xiao Ruyan was a qualified alchemist. Though they were both high-rank alchemy grandmaster realm, Xiao Ruyan was way stronger compared to Qiu Ji and the like. But very soon Yi Yuan discovered some problems appeared in Xiao Ruyan's refinement. The control of fire was of utmost importance to the refinement of the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. One needed to continuously control the changes in temperature of the medicinal cauldron to adapt to the medicinal pill's transformation. But Xiao Ruyan's refinement did not have such changes. The medicinal cauldron's temperature was consistent from beginning to end. Even if her refining technique was not wrong due to the control of the medicinal pill's temperature being lacking, she simply could not refine the pill either. Miss Ruyan, do you think that if this medicinal pill was refined this way, it would be a little better? Yi Yuan suddenly interjected. At the same time as he spoke, Yi Yuan already fired out a seal, submerging into the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Ruyan was currently fully engrossed in the refining, having the procedure being disordered by this seal that arrived unexpectedly. She instantly had an impulse to kill Yi Yuan, but the vast tuber essence stimulating pill was already being refined. Giving up at this time would cause everything to fall short of final completion. She could only forcefully suppress the fury in her heart and glare viciously at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stuck out his tongue to show his innocence and retreated to one side, embarrassedly. But right at this moment, Xiao Ruyan's expression changed, because she discovered that being disrupted by Yi Yuan, not only was the medicinal pill was damaged, it became even more solidified instead. Xiao Ruyan clearly remembered that during the refinement previously, it seemed like she would lose total control over the medicinal pill at this time. But did it have signs of the pill forming instead this time? Xiao Ruyan unwittingly recalled that scene earlier. When that seal of Yi Yuan's hit over, it did not seem to have any change towards the medicinal pill, but rather, it seemed to have offset a portion of her essence energy. It was precisely because this portion of essence energy was cancelled off that it seemed to have made some changes happen to the cauldron's temperature. Could it be that when refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, one needed to grasp the cauldron temperature at all times according to the process of the medicinal pill's refinement? This discovery made Xiao Ruyan pleasantly surprised. She started to experiment with increasing or decreasing a portion of essence energy to control the temperature of the medicinal cauldron. Grasping the temperature of the cauldron was an alchemist's basic skill, but those able to truly grasp the cauldron temperature well were very rare. Just a short while passed, and Xiao Ruyan was already drenched in sweat. Controlling fire was like cooking. Cooking a dish was easy, but cooking a delicious dish was very hard, especially those complex dishes. The control towards fire needed to be precise to the extreme. The vast tuber essence stimulating pill inside the medicinal cauldron was like a dish with exceedingly complex procedures. Wanting to cook it required an enormous expenditure of mental strength to control the fire. Xiao Ruyan's expenditure previously was already huge. Now it was naturally even more taxing. But Xiao Ruyan's willpower made Yi Yuan view her in a completely different light from before. Under the situation where both essence energy and soul force reached the limits, she forcefully persisted. Condense pill. Xiao Ruyan gave a lovely cry. Mild detonating sounds came from within the medicinal cauldron. Second miss. Miss Ruyan. When the medicinal pill formed, Xiao Ruyan finally could not sustain anymore and collapsed weakly. Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he caught Xiao Ruyan. Second miss, are you all right? Manager Tong asked. Being hugged by Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan seemed to be oblivious to it, her gaze glued on the medicinal cauldron. Manager Tong. Xiao Ruyan was already faint and weak, barely able to speak, but Manager Tong understood and hurriedly went to retrieve the medicinal pill. It greatly startled Manager Tong. A formed medicinal pill laid inside the medicinal cauldron quietly. Xiao Ruyan actually really refined successfully? Second miss. You really refined it. It's really the vast tuber essence. Stimulating pill. Manager Tong carried the medicinal pill with both hands as he said agitatedly. Although Xiao Ruyan was feeble, a satisfied smile finally showed on her face. Then her eyes closed, and she fainted away. No idea how long had passed. Xiao Ruyan woke up abruptly and sat up at once. You! Why are you here? Xiao Ruyan exclaimed in shock. She sat up to have a look. Yi Yuan was currently playing with the vast tuber essence stimulating pill that she refined with a disdainful look. Not knowing why, the rage inside Xiao Ruyan's heart surged up all at once. Yi Yuan turned his head over and looked at Xiao Ruyan with a smile as he said, Hey, if it wasn't for me helping you, you can forget about participating in that whatever grand pill assembly the day after tomorrow. You're not thanking me and still yell at me? Xiao Ruyan had a doubtful look. She did not know what Yi Yuan was talking about, but she discovered very quickly that not only was her essence energy already fully recovered, but even her soul force had also already reached the peak state. How was this possible? What on earth did he, Ji Qing, do? She clearly already overdrew her soul force. When refining, it simply could not be recovered from without several days of recuperation. Why was she completely fine right now? Did you help me? What did you do? Why are my soul force and essence energy both fully recovered? Xiao Ruyan asked with a frown. Nothing much either. I just happen to know a kind of divine soul mystic art that allows me to use my divine soul to nourish other people's divine soul, achieving the effect of perfect harmony. I've never tried it before. Trying it out today. The effects are indeed pretty good, Yi Yuan said with a rather satisfied smile. It was just that when Xiao Ruyan heard that, her pretty face immediately flushed scarlet red. A thick killing intent enveloped Yi Yuan. How was this divine soul mystic art that Yi Yuan said? It was simply defiling her. Tao companions would dual cultivate through such means, so as to nourish each other's divine soul. When Xiao Ruyan heard that Yi Yuan used this sort of method to help her recover her divine soul, the killing intent in her heart could not be any greater. Bang! Yi Yuan flew aside, while the table he was originally sitting at already turned into fine powder. You lecher. Go to hell. Xiao Ruyan's voice was somewhat quivering. Hey, just making a joke. There isn't any need to be like this, alright? Yi Yuan cried out weirdly as he ran for his life. Making a joke? Is this also called a joke? Don't run. I'm going to kill you. Xiao Ruyan was already thoroughly rampaging. Hey, I'm really joking. If you continue to be like this, I won't be courteous anymore. Yi Yuan dodged a palm and yelled out weirdly once again. Alright then. I want to see just how discourteous you will be. With Xiao Ruyan's late-stage crystal formation realm strength, how could she be afraid of Yi Yuan, a second-level crystal formation realm's threat? But the next moment she crumbled. Her palm whistled forth, heading straight for Yi Yuan's face. But right at this moment, a medicinal pill suddenly appeared in front of her. It was precisely the vast tuber essence stimulating pill that she painstakingly refined. This vast tuber essence stimulating pill was used to help Xiao Ruffing recover his strength. She would rather overdraw her soul force and being unable to take part and also had to refine it. How could she bear to destroy it? No choice, Xiao Ruyan could only avoid the medicinal pill and attack Yi Yuan from another place. But no matter how she attacked, that medicinal pill could accurately block her, making her simply unable to attack. Xiao Ruyan was quivering with rage. Finally, she could not help bursting into sobs. Ah! I say, don't cry. If you let other people see this, they might think that I really did something to you. Once Yi Yuan saw Xiao Ruyan cry, he immediately knew that he went overboard. What men could not stand the most were women's tears. Yi Yuan was no exception, either. He did not have much experience coaxing girls and was actually at a complete loss on what to do for a moment. It was fine if he did not talk. When he spoke, Xiao Ruyan cried even more miserably. Sob, all bullying me. Xiao family elders bully me. Huang family and Tong family, those two bastards, also bully me. Now even you, the stinking brat, also bully me. Sobi. Yi Yuan had an embarrassed face. He was really only joking around. To think that Xiao Ruyan looked so strong but was actually a woman in the end. Cough. I really didn't do anything to you. Actually, I only let you eat 2 medicinal pills. If you don't believe it, you can try refining the medicinal strength. It shouldn't have dissipated yet at present, Yi Yuan said, somewhat bewilderedly. Xiao Ruyan's sobbing sound finally quietened a little. She looked at Yi Yuan doubtfully and said, Is what you said true? Wouldn't you know once you test the medicinal strength? 1 pill is an essence energy recovery medicinal pill. The other pill is a soul force recovery medicinal pill, Yi Yuan explained. Xiao Ruyan revolved her essence energy and soul force half-believingly. Indeed, she sensed that there were 2 strands of medicinal strength circulating within her body. The medicinal strength was very gentle, making her feel very comfortable. Xiao Ruyan could not help being very astonished. What medicinal pill could actually have such a miraculous effect? She suddenly recalled that move from Yi Yuan when she was refining. Xiao Ruyan even thought that Yi Yuan was intentionally interrupting back then. Could it be that there was a purpose to doing so? He knew that the way I was controlling the fire had a problem, so he was giving me pointers? How was this possible? The vast tuber essence stimulating pills formula did not mention how to control the fire inside. Therefore, even Lord Father could not refine this Tier 3 medicinal pill. And this pill formula was passed down by Xiao family's ancestors. Other factions were completely unaware of the vast tuber essence stimulating pills formula. How did Ji Qing know? Looking at Yi Yuan once again, Xiao Ruyan suddenly felt like she could not quite see through this youngster. That seal, was it intentional? Xiao Ruyan asked probingly. Yi Yuan had a blank face as he said, What seal? What are you talking about? When I was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, didn't you struck out a seal? You're talking about that? Actually, I was thinking of pulling a prank. To think that it actually failed. How boring, Yi Yuan said, seemingly as if he was annoyed. Xiao Ruyan stared at Yi Yuan with her beautiful eyes, wanting to see if Yi Yuan was lying. But how could she discern Yi Yuan intentionally masking it? You really didn't do it on purpose? Xiao Ruyan heaved a sigh in relief but also felt somewhat disappointed. Really unintentional. It's just that your luck was good, Yi Yuan said, sulkily. You! Xiao Ruyan nearly broke down. Alright, I'll give you the medicinal pill. Since you're all ready. Fine, then I'll leave first. Still want to make us interact more? Isn't it? Just at this level? Refining a medicinal pill but nearly crippled yourself at the end. As Yi Yuan was talking, he exited the Four Seas building and did not see the murderous gaze from behind. Yi Yuan naturally did it on purpose. This place was not the endless world. He did not wish to stand out too much. If Yi Yuan was willing, he could refine a high-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill. But Xiao Ruffing had nothing to do with him. Helping Xiao Ruyan up to this step was already doing what was humanly possible to help. Although he knew that Xiao Ruyan would surely cast her mind back to this, that was not important. He would just let her go and guess then. 2 days later, the day of the Grand Pill Assembly finally arrived. What Yi Yuan never thought of was that the Grand Pill Assembly was actually held in the Fierce Gale World's Alchemist Association headquarters. Ever since going to the Alchemist Association once in the state of Qin, Yi Yuan had never stepped foot in here again. Little brother Ji, I'll have to trouble you for the Grand Pill Assembly this time. Xiao Ruffing clasped his hands towards Yi Yuan. This was still Yi Yuan's first time meeting this Xiao family's #1 genius. He looked well-mannered and soft-spoken with a rather refined demeanor, giving people a good impression at first sight. But Xiao Ruffing's complexion was clearly not good. Although he consumed the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, the low-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill was only barely able to help him consolidate his foundation and nurture his essence. It was only able to alleviate the sequela from failing to assault realm. If Yi Yuan made a move to help him refine a high-grade or even superior grade medicinal pill, Xiao Ruffing would surely be able to recover to his peak condition right now. But Yi Yuan had no such plans. The vast tuber essence stimulating pill was indeed an extremely hard to refine tier 3 high-level medicinal pill. Compared to the Jade Dragon Heart calming pill, the difficulty level was way higher. If Yi Yuan was freakish enough to be able to refine any medicinal pill, it would be hard to avoid drawing the suspicions of an observant and conscientious person. During this Grand Pill Assembly, Yi Yuan did not plan on going all out either. Just winning his own match was fine. Thinking about it, dealing with the Tong family's weakest genius, taking the other party down shouldn't be something difficult, right? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "First young master is too kind. Since Ji Qing is Xiao family's guest retainer and is drawing Xiao family's salary, I naturally have to put forth my strength for the Xiao family." Xiao Ruffing smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite, Ji Qing. This foolish elder brother is a few years older. Brother Ji can just call me Brother Xiao." Yi Yuan did not decline either and said with cupped hands, "Brother Xiao." At this time, an unfriendly gaze came from behind Xiao Ruffing. Who could it be? But Xiao Ruyan? But today, within Xiao Ruyan's eyes, other than displeasure towards Yi Yuan, there were a few parts additional of uncertainty. Evidently, Yi Yuan had become mysterious in her eyes. "Ruyan, your eyes are really discerning. To actually be able to find an alchemy path genius like Brother Ji. Truly, the heaven doesn't want my Xiao family to perish," Xiao Ruffing said to his sister. Xiao Ruyan shook her head and said, "So what if I found him? We're bound to lose the match with Tong Yongchang without any doubt. And I don't have confidence in winning Tong Yongshou either. Even Tong Yonghui is also somebody with uncommon strength. Whether or not Ji Qing can win him is another matter altogether." Very clearly, even if they had Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan was not optimistic about today's match. Listening to Xiao Ruyan's words, Xiao Rufeng's brows were also locked tightly together, regarding this match that gambled with their family's destiny. The two of them could not afford to lose. In a twinkle, the people in front of the association's gates gradually increased. This match today not only concerned just the two Xiao and Tong families' fate, but it also involved the enormous change in the capital's alchemy world. Arrangements in the days to come. Basically, there was already nobody who was optimistic about the Xiao family. Now, many families were itching to have a go to try and replace the Xiao family's position. Medicinal pills was a business with even more extravagant profits in the Fierce Gale world. The Fierce Gale world's resources were scarce. The price of medicinal pills was several times of the Endless world. There were even some rare medicinal pills that could sell at a sky-high price. Such a large market, how could everyone possibly watch it slip by them? Oh, isn't this the Xiao family's #1 genius, Xiao Rufeng? I thought that you'd be bedbound, unable to get up. Didn't think that you actually came. A haughty voice was heard. Xiao Rufeng's face fell when he saw the arrival. He said with a cold snort, "Tong Yongchang, don't get too smug." This person was shockingly the Tong family's genius, Tong Yongchang. But Tong Yongchang was even more pleased with himself as he said, Of course I am feeling smug. I say you lying on the bed is already pretty good. You don't have to come out and embarrass yourself. But now you just have to run in front of me to make a spectacle of yourself. Do you think I will know? Feel smug? What's this called? This is called delivering your face here for me to smack. Ha ha ha. You! Xiao Rufeng was so enraged that his entire body was shaking. But because of his failed breakthrough, being able to step on stage today was already pretty good. It was simply impossible to beat Tong Yongchang's match. It unwittingly gave people a feeling of a hero being caught in difficult circumstances. In truth, with Xiao Rufeng's talent, advancing to Quasi-Alchemy King was something inevitable. Watching helplessly as the Grand Pill Assembly got increasingly closer, and yet he still could not break through after so long. Finally, it made him unable to restrain himself from taking the plunge to forcefully break through. It was just that he did not receive divine favor and failed his breakthrough. Oh right, I heard that you all even went around recruiting guest retainers for this competition. Your Xiao family is really too tragic to actually not even be able to pool together 3 alchemists to come on stage. Is this brat the replacement you guys found? Looks only SOSO. Tong Yongchang looked at Yi Yuan with a half-smile. But Yi Yuan did not take notice of Tong Yongchang's derision. His attention was placed entirely on the person behind Tong Yongchang. That person's eyes were somewhat dull, clearly different from normal people as if he did not have his own thoughts. This person was none other than precisely Yi Yuan Sr. Du Cheng. Yi Yuan forcibly suppressed his own agitated emotions, with the expression on his face being as usual. His eyes did not look in Du Cheng's direction either. But regarding Tong Yongchang's words, not a single word sank in. But in Tong Yongchang's perspective, his mockery was like a stone falling into the ocean. It was utterly disregarded. This made him unable to quite preserve his face. "I'm talking to you, punk. Didn't you hear?" Tong Yongchang said solemnly. Yi Yuan ignored his words once again. "Ha ha ha. Xiao Rufeng. Turns out that your family found a fool to take up the gauntlet. I think you all should just directly concede today. What's there still to compete?" Tong Yongchang wanted to use laughter to resolve his embarrassment. Except everyone looked at him like they were looking at a fool, because no matter how foolish the Xiao family was, they also would not find a fool to take part in such an important grand pill assembly. Seeing nobody answer, Tong Yongchang's face finally fell, and he made a move, grabbing towards Yi Yuan. This time Yi Yuan moved. Tong Yongchang had the intentions of embarrassing Yi Yuan. The grab act was not held back at all, but his vision blurred and Yi Yuan disappeared without a trace. Tong Yongchang was secretly alarmed as a sense of impending danger assailed. from behind, turning around with a jerk. But there was nobody there. Still from the back, a sense of danger pounced once again. Tong Yongchang turned around once more. There was still nobody there. Everyone looked at him with strange looks, wanting to laugh but unable to laugh. Wanting to laugh was because Tong Yongchang looked like he was afraid of even his own shadow. It was very hilarious. They were unable to laugh was because Yi Yuan's movements were like that of ghosts and goblins. It was entirely unlike the movements that a crystal formation realm martial artist would have. While Tong Yongchang was an alchemist, he was a bona fide sea transformation realm martial artist. He actually could not even touch Yi Yuan. Are you looking for me? With a flicker of his body, Yi Yuan appeared before Tong Yongchang's once again. Tong Yongchang's face fell, and had a feeling like he was being toyed with. Within this capital, there were not many people who dared to play tricks on him. Good. Excellent. You've successfully infuriated me. I'll make the Shao family differai horrible. Who knows if when the time comes, should they be thanking you for fighting on their behalf or hate you for making them not even have the slightest thread of hope. Tong Yongchang laughed coldly and said to Yi Yuan, "Ha. Talk again about winning. What the use of talking big here?" Yi Yuan did not care a whit. Tong Yongchang snorted coldly, and then led Du Chang and the Tong family members into the association building. Yi Yuan did not turn around but felt quite a few eyes staring fixedly on him. Turning around to have a look, he indeed saw Shao Ruyan looking at him with an unkind expression. "So your movements were actually so quick. Did you intentionally give way to me the day before?" Shao Ruyan said. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Already said that I was just joking. Why take it seriously? You can still laugh. You've already thoroughly infuriated Tong Yongchang just now. He'll definitely exert all his effort this time. We have even less of a chance now." Shao Ruyan grumbled. "Ruyan, at this time, the Shao family should be even more united as one. How can you question Brother Ji?" Brother Ji entered the Shao family at a time of crisis. It's sufficient to show his sincerity. Even if the Shao family loses today, we should also treat Brother Ji kindly and generously. Shao Ruffing hurriedly stopped and glared fiercely at Shao Ruyan. "Ruyan is insensible. Please don't get angry, Brother Ji," said Shao Ruyan, apologizing to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Ha. Brother Shao is too kind. I joined the Shao family originally just to find a place to stay. I didn't think so much. But since I've already joined, there's naturally no reason to go back on my word." Although he suspected that Shao Ruffing was just putting on a show, Yi Yuan did not mind. One should say that the anguish in Shao Ruffing's heart right now could only be more intense compared to Shao Ruyan. But he could take the opportunity to rope in Yi Yuan so shrewdly and subtlety. It was truly the bearing of a fierce and ambitious person. Shao Ruyan pursed her mouth but did not make a sound. Following this, the Shao family's group 2 entered the association building. The Alchemist Association headquarters occupied a huge territory. When the group of people arrived in a great hall, the place was already filled with distinguished guests. Yi Yuan took his seat and noticed several gazes looking over at him provocatively, and he could not help but to feel gloomy. You guys were clearly the ones stirring trouble. Why did you make it seem like I owed you guys? What the hell? But thinking about it, those few people should be the Tong family's junior generation. And on that note, the strength of Tong family's junior generation was indeed way stronger than the Shao family's. Yi Yuan slightly released his sense and discovered quite a number of high-rank alchemy grandmasters, far beyond those few currently stepping onto the stage. Looking at the Shao family side in contrast, apart from Shao Ruffing and sister, there were barely any alchemy grandmasters. Thinking about it, their standards should not be much. Otherwise, they would not have needed to find Yi Yuan this guest retainer either. Yi Yuan's attention was still on Du Cheng. He traveled thousands of miles, deep behind enemy lines for the sake of saving this bunch of fellow apprentices. Now that he finally saw one of them after experiencing life and death, waves surged slightly within Yi Yuan's heart. Right at this moment, the entire great hall suddenly quietened down. Evidently, an important figure had arrived. Yi Yuan did not recognize a single person here. He only knew one, and that was Xiao Changfeng. But Yi Yuan saw that he was currently escorting an elderly person. But that old man looked rather impatient. Similarly, an alchemy king powerhouse, Xiao Changfeng, actually had a sort of groveling attitude, making Yi Yuan sigh unceasingly. When the family declined, even if one was an alchemy king powerhouse, they also would not have a backbone. In the martial artist world, it had always been the powerhouse's game. Nobody would pity the weak. On the other side, a middle-aged man with a similar age to Xiao Changfeng also accompanied an old man. But the two of them were laughing and talking clearly, the relation of equals. That person was naturally the Tong family's family head, Tong Fangshua. After chatting a few sentences, Xiao Changfeng and Tong Fangshua both returned to their family seats, while the two elderly men sat on the seats in the center. But a seat was still reserved in the middle of the row in the center. Clearly, there was still another, even more important character that had not arrived. Xiao Changfeng sat between Xiao Ruffing and Yi Yuan, while the other family elders sat at the back. After taking his seat, Xiao Changfeng suddenly said to Yi Yuan, "Little brother Ji, in this match you will face Tong Wenchang. Ruffing and Ruyan will face Tong Wenshou and Tong Wenhui respectively. Facing Tong Wenchang, you just have to do your best. Victory or defeat isn't important. Alright?" Yi Yuan understood in his heart that this was clearly Xiao Changfeng not believing in his strength, wanting to use the method of Tianji's horse racing strategy to win this competition. Towards Xiao Changfeng's arrangements, Yi Yuan did not have any conflicting thoughts. After all, he did not wish to be too conspicuous in this kind of life and death juncture grand competition, hoping for Xiao Changfeng to entrust all of his hopes onto an outsider like Yi Yuan was clearly not something very realistic. In comparison, Xiao Ruffing and Xiao Ruyan, the brother and sister pair, were his biological children. They were naturally more dependable. Previously, the Xiao family was finding guest retainers impatiently because Xiao Ruffing was confined to his bed. The Xiao family only had Xiao Ruyan one person left. Now, since Xiao Ruyan refined the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, Xiao Changfeng naturally believed in his own son more. Although Xiao Ruffing was not in his optimal condition right now, wanting to win Tong Wenshou should not be something hard. The Tong family sent out 3 people to battle. Tong Wenhui's strength was the weakest, leaving Xiao Ruyan to deal with him. The assurance was naturally much greater too. One should say that under the situation where Yi Yuan's formidable strength was excluded, such an arrangement was the most rational. Yi Yuan did not have any mentality about not being able to get past losing to Tong Wenchang. He was a reincarnated alchemy emperor. What was he being serious for against a puny little quasi-alchemy king? Previously with Tong Wenchang it was at most considered squabbling with words. Yi Yuan was not that petty to such an extent. Anyway, Xiao Changfeng did not place his hopes on him either. He just had to hoodwink him a little and that would do. Thinking this through, Yi Yuan was even less serious about this grand pill assembly. He was planning out in his mind on how to get close to Du Cheng. Yi Yuan just nodded his head slightly at Xiao Changfeng to indicate that he got it. After a short while, an old man slowly walked out from the back and sat down on the centermost seat. Everybody stood up at this time and bowed. They said, "We pay respects to Sovereign Star Abyss." The old man nodded slightly and said, "Everyone, have a seat." This old man, "I only wish to come and have a look at what genius descendants have appeared in our capital these few years. This matter about judging old me won't be taking part in. You all just decide it on your own. I'll be watching everybody's performance in today's match and take one person as my disciple." When Sovereign Star Abyss's words were spoken, everyone revealed ecstatic looks. "What did I hear?" Sovereign Star Abyss is going to accept disciples. I didn't hear wrongly, right? It has already been decades since Sovereign Star Abyss has accepted any disciples. Today, he actually wants to accept a disciple out of the blue. What on earth happened? A sovereign's disciple. As long as one can step onto this track, they will have a meteoric rise. When Yi Yuan saw the Sovereign Star Abyss, his eyes also shrunk slightly. This was the first sovereign-level powerhouse that he met. When martial artists reached the divine traversing realm, they could be titled as sovereigns. That was also a sovereign-level powerhouse. The meaning of a sovereign-level powerhouse was extraordinary. In regards to the lower realms, they were practically pinnacle existences. This old man was apparently a divine traversing realm powerhouse. More importantly, he was even an alchemy sovereign. An alchemy sovereign on the alchemy path was similarly considered as reaching a high level in proficiency. Only alchemy sovereign powerhouses had the minimum qualifications to enter Yi Yuan's arcane eyes. Due to the disparity in strength between Yi Yuan and Sovereign Star Abyss being too great, he completely could not see through the other party's depth. But Yi Yuan had a sort of feeling that this old man was not simple. Seemingly detecting Yi Yuan's gaze, Sovereign Star Abyss's gaze also looked towards Yi Yuan. That deeply profound gaze actually nearly made Yi Yuan collapse uncontrollably. Yi Yuan hastily moved his gaze, secretly sighing with vicissitudes of emotions. Right now, his soul force was still too weak. The other party just swept a glance lightly like that, and it practically made him lose his mind. Roughing Ruyan, the two of you have to perform well this time. Even if you're defeated, you also have to obtain Sovereign Star Abyss's favor. As long as you become his disciple, our Shao family can likewise protect our family business. Xiao Chongfeng said softly with visible joy on his face. The pair nodded slightly, but Yi Yuan sighed lightly in his heart. This Xiao Chongfeng was evidently an experienced and cunning person. But he was too conservative with this sort of major matter. It might not have a good outcome. Firstly, this method of Tianjian racing horse strategy was actually a very negative way of dealing with things. It was equivalent to admitting that their own family was not as strong as the other party, giving up fighting with the other party's strongest person and letting the strongest person on their side deal with the Tong family's number 2 figure. Even if they won in the end, there would not be anyone cheering for the Shao family either. Shao family would obtain victory, but lose the respect of others. And Xiao Chongfeng making his own son and daughter perform well to draw the attention of Sovereign Star Abyss was similarly a method that lost one's drive. The Shao family was in an inferior position to begin with. The family did not know how to risk it all to fight, but entrust their hopes onto another person. Instead, Yi Yuan could not agree with this way of doing things. Furthermore, Yi Yuan had a feeling that Tong Wenhui and Tong Wenshou might not be easy to deal with. Truly, the older the person was, the smaller the guts were. All right, the once-in-a-decade Grand Pill Assembly is about to begin. Most of the people present here know this old man, but this old man better still introduces himself first. I'm the Alchemist Association's first elder, Yang Shou. The Grand Pill Assembly this time will be hosted by me. Speaking up to here, Yang Shou cleared his throat. Xiao Chongfeng and Tong Fengshua got up at the same time and said, I'll have to trouble Sovereign Star Abyss and Elder Yang. Yang Shou nodded slightly and continued, Sovereign Star Abyss has already spoken. The juniors of the Shao and Tong families have good fortune. The Sovereign has not taken in any disciples for close to 50 years already. This time can be considered as an epic-making event. Alright, enough superfluous words. The two Shao and Tong families have already sent the name list of the battles to my hands. I'll now announce the battle sequence. Speaking up to here, Yang Shou looked at the battle name list in his hands. His eyes involuntarily swept over Xiao Chongfeng. Xiao Chongfeng's heart palpitated but did not say anything. He naturally knew that doing it this way was inappropriate. But this was also a solution that could not be helped. Yang Xiu was silent for a moment and continued, the first battle Xiao family's Xiao Ruyan against the Tong family's Tong Wenhui. When these words were uttered, the crowd burst into an uproar. What? Xiao Ruyan is actually facing the Tong family's weakest Tong Wenhui? What kind of situation is this? Hehe, to think that Xiao Changfeng actually pulled this sort of underhanded trick. Looks like the Xiao family's fortune is over. Yeah. Looking at this, Xiao family has already given up on the battle with Tong Wenchang, leaving Xiao Rufeng and sister to go deal with the weaker Tong Wenshou and Tong Wenhui. Tong Fengshuo was also a little stunned, but he immediately burst into laughter and said, ha ha ha, Xiao Changfeng, you're really deteriorating the older you get. The Xiao family declining in your hands is also something within reason. But if you think that victory is within your grasp like this, then you're too naive. Xiao Changfeng was aware that reason was not on his side and did not respond to Tong Fengshuo. He looked straight ahead. No idea where he was looking at. Yang Xiu coughed lightly and continued, silence, silence. The second match, Xiao Rufeng against Tong Wenshou. The third match, Ji Qing versus Tong Wenchang. That boy is really pitiable, to actually have to face Tong Wenchang. I reckon that he'll be defeated horribly. Hee hee. What's pitiful about him isn't this. I heard that his strength isn't bad. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster that can actually refine tier 3 high-level medicinal pills. He joined the Xiao family in their moment of crisis but was directly forsaken by Xiao Changfeng. That's his pitiable part. Using such a method, even if they won, it will also be winning through unorthodox means. It's just sad for this young man. Many people felt sorry for Yi Yuan, a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster battling a quasi-alchemy king. What chances of victory was there? There were also many who felt disappointed. They originally thought that they could see Xiao Rufeng and Tong Wenchang's summit battle. Who knew that there was no opportunity? Although Tong Wenchang was a quasi-alchemy king, he had only just advanced to the realm of quasi-alchemy king not long ago. In truth, there was still a chance to win, though this chance was very minuscule. Xiao Rufeng had enjoyed Xiao family's limitless resources. Adding in his talent, he had always been keeping in pace with Tong Wenchang these few years. It was just that Tong Wenchang stepped into quasi-alchemy king realm a step before Xiao Rufeng. That was why Xiao Rufeng appeared a level weaker. But now, the Xiao family retreating without fighting made many people present feel disappointed. Yang Xiu continued and said, the rules of the Grand Pill Assembly will be the same as past years. I won't be repeating them. Now, starting the first match, Xiao Ruyan versus Tong Wenhui. On the stage, the Xiao and Tong two families faced each other across a great distance. All sorts of alchemy medicinal herbs, wares, and medicinal cauldrons were also placed between them. Xiao Ruyan took in a deep breath and stepped up. Not knowing why, before Xiao Ruyan stepped onto the stage, her gaze unconsciously looked over towards Yi Yuan. And Yi Yuan was also presently looking at her and gave her a hand gesture. Miss Ruyan, good luck. Although Yi Yuan's words were cheers, no matter how she looked at it, it somewhat lacked some sincerity. But not knowing why, Xiao Ruyan's originally rather nervous feelings actually calmed down under Yi Yuan's encouragement. She shot a fierce glare at Yi Yuan and came to the fighting area. Tsich. Good intentions taken for granted, Yi Yuan muttered to himself, resentfully. At this time, a quasi-alchemy king came to the arena. Clearly, he was the person maintaining order on-site, while the final ruling was still by Yang Xiu and the other 6 alchemy kings. As for Sovereign Star Abyss, he shut his eyes from the start just now, looking as if he was snoozing, like everything here had nothing to do with him at all. The first match, constituting medicinal pills. There will be people delivering 100 types of spirit medicines right away. The two of you need to differentiate these 100 types of spirit medicines and freely match these 100 kinds of spirit medicines together, forming pill formulas. Finally, The one who composes the most pill formulas win. That quasi-alchemy. King explained. There was a long table in the center. When the quasi-alchemy king finished talking, some apprentice-looking people brought up stock after stock of spirit medicines. There were tier 2, tier 3, so on and so forth. Xiao Ruyan and Tong Wenhui each respectively went to one side of the arena and started to differentiate the spirit medicines. This was actually testing the fundamental skills of the alchemist. Speedily and accurately identifying spirit medicines was an essential skill for alchemists, but in this sort of grand pill assembly that determined the fates of two families, identifying the spirit medicines were clearly not an easy matter. It was true that the two people could differentiate the vast majority of the spirit medicines, but there were definitely a handful of rarely seen spirit medicines that the pair had not even seen before. Under this sort of situation, one would have to see if the alchemist's foundation was sturdy or not, and if they could identify them through the records in the books. Old Lu, in your view, which of the two of them will win? Yang Xiu asked an old man beside him. This old man was similarly an alchemy king powerhouse. Alchemist associations.
Elder Liu Han.
Lu Han said, Ruyan's, this lass's, talent is exceedingly high. Her future accomplishments are boundless. It's just too bad that she was dragged down by the Xiao family. Tong Wenhui is 7 to 8 years old older than that lass, but his foundation is more solid than hers. In my opinion, the outcome should be around 50-50ths. Yang Xiu nodded and said, actually, I feel that the Xiao family only has Ruyan, this lass, that can give Tong Wenchang a run for his money. Roughing that boy is already beaten by Wenchang. If Ruyan, this lass, performs well, maybe she can let Lord Star Abyss take her in as his disciple. Lu Han concurred and said, these two brats have been at loggerheads for so many years. This time they finally will determine the winner. But I heard that roughing this boy was able to take part in the Grand Pill Assembly today, because Ruyan, that lass, refined the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. Looks like this lass's talent is even above her brother's. Yang Xiu exclaimed in surprise. There's actually such a thing?
No wonder.
Assaulting cultivation realm and failing is the most troublesome. Although the Xiao family has the vast tuber essence stimulating pills complete pill formula, they were missing the refinement method. To think Ruyan, that lass, actually successfully refined it. When Xiao Ruyan and Tong Wenhui started, the others were all discussing fervently. There was a sound isolating formation around the arena. The two of them could not hear it, but quite a few people thought highly of Xiao Ruyan's potential. Although, in terms of strength, Xiao Ruyan might not be able to beat Tong Wenhui. However, the Xiao family could not afford to lose. They had to win the first two matches completely. Otherwise, there was only the outcome of being eliminated. The two people's identifying speed was remarkably quick in the beginning. But towards the back, the two people's speed visibly slowed down, especially Xiao Ruyan's. Her speed was noticeably slower than Tong Wenhui. Of course, the most important thing was still the composition of medicinal pills. As long as the medicinal pills composed on one side was more than the other, even if the spirit medicines were not fully identified, they would still win. Xiao Ruyan deduced over and over again, repeatedly evaluating numerous times, before writing down the answers at the last moment. Tong Wenhui was not any better. The two people handed over their answers at practically the same time. The answers were sealed within jade slips. Both parties did not know how many answers the other person wrote. The quasi-alchemy king hosting passed the sealed answers to Yang Xiu. The 7 judges started to examine and verify the answers. Yang Xiu placed the two persons' jade slips into a spirit artifact. Very quickly, the contents inside the jade slip were projected onto a wall. Xiao Ruyan wrote 93 types of spirit medicine names. Tong Wenhui wrote 95 types of spirit medicine names. In the match regarding the spirit medicines names, Tong Wenhui wins by a small margin. Now we'll take a look at the pill formulas that the two of them have written. Yang Xiu's voice sounded out. Sluggishly, everyone held their breaths. While talking, Yang Xiu inserted another jade slip into the spirit artifact. Again, the contents of the jade slip likewise appeared on the wall. Yang Xiu pointed to the newly projected contents and said, "The newly projected contents are the model answers that the 6 elders present and I spent 2 nights to enact. All the possible combinations of these 100 types of spirit medicines are all on here. Next, let us cross-reference then, one by one, inferring pill formulas according to these 100 types of spirit medicines. The pill formulas written out might not all be able to be refined. It was just a theoretical answer. The creation of a type of pill formula needed to experience extremely complex experiments. It might only succeed through countless failures. There might even be the possibility that it would not succeed at all. These 100 types of spirit medicines with combinations of pairs and trios, it could theoretically infer out thousands upon thousands of answers. But because of the various spirit medicines' attributes and differences in medicinal properties, there were but scarcely several dozen kinds that genuinely had the possibility of forming a pill formula. And among these scanty few dozen types, it was already pretty good for one type to be able to form a pill formula in the end after going through numerous tests. But even the pill formula that could ultimately be formed might not be a useful pill formula. Some pill formulas might be very heaven-defying, but there were pill formulas that had very insignificant effects on martial artists, utterly without value. Hence, each and every kind of ready-made pill formula was exceptionally precious. Other than those common pills, as long as it was a pill formula that had some slight value, each major faction would treasure it greatly. And each development of a new kind of pill formula was also riddled with difficulties. Especially the higher the rank of the medicinal pill, the more valuable the expended medicinal herbs naturally was. How could the average alchemist have that level of financial resources to develop new pill formulas? Only those titanic factions could have the possibility of developing new pill formulas. Just like the Tranquil Cloud sect, a large group of quasi-alchemy kings engaged in it for a long time and only just developed some tier 1 medicinal pills. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out were roughly the same as the things that they developed. Back then, it was like stepping on their tails. There are a total of 63 types of pills in our answer list. Xiao Ruyan wrote down 38 types of pills and Tong Wenhui wrote 40 types. Now we'll be comparing the correct answers now. Yang Xiu started to match Xiao Ruyan and Tong Wenhui's answers with the correct answers one by one. The result was that Xiao Ruyan only got 1 pill formula wrong while Tong Wenhui had 3 wrong. It was actually a draw in the end. And under the situation where it was a draw, they would look at who wrote the most spirit medicines. Since the two of them wrote down the same number of pill formulas, then the one who wins in the end is. Yang Xiu was about to announce the results. Wait a minute. Yi Yuan suddenly got up and interrupted Yang Xiu's words. Hearing Yang Xiu announce the results, the expressions of Xiao Changfeng and Sun were very ugly. Getting off on the wrong foot, the first match was already a loss. Clearly, it would be a tremendous blow to the Xiao family. Furthermore, Xiao Ruyan only lost the match because of a slight disadvantage. It would be hard to avoid affecting her competition later at the back. But right then, Yi Yuan suddenly stood up. Wait a minute. Yang Xiu furrowed his brows and said unhappily, whatever it is, wait until after I announce the results, then talk. Sit down for me. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, my lord, the winner of this match should be the Xiao family. Yang Xiu's expression turned sullen. His tone became cold as he said, are you questioning if the 7 of us are partial to the Tong family? But Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm just taking the matter on its merits. Tong Wenhui got 4 answers wrong. Hence, this round should be his loss. Harumph. A load of crap. Just now, I matched it correspondingly to the model answers. How can it be wrong? Family head Xiao didn't even say anything. How Can a junior like yourself be allowed to talk drivel here? Yang Xiu said with a cold snort. Xiao Chongfeng's brows also knitted slightly. He did not understand why Yi Yuan was so extreme and could not help urging. Little brother Ji, I know that. You hope for the Xiao family to win, but it's better to not say these sort of words. He naturally wished to see the Xiao family win. But in front of so many people, the Alchemist Association could not possibly play favoritism and commit irregularities. Yi Yuan doing this was truly a bit unreasonable. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said coolly, the path of alchemy is ever changing. Even if the few of you are alchemy king powerhouses, how can you dare say that the answers that you came up with are the model answers? I don't even have the right to give my opinion. When Yi Yuan's words came out, the expressions of the few alchemy kings from the Alchemist Association changed, their faces revealing unhappiness. And that sovereign star Abyss's eyelids quivered, then returned to normal. Right away. Xiao Chongfeng, is this person that you found intentionally here to cause trouble? Can it be that the 7 of us alchemy kings added together can't even match this alchemy grandmaster brat? Then what's there still to compete in this grand pill assembly for? Your Xiao family can just directly win. But Yang Xiu ignored Yi Yuan and directly questioned Xiao Chongfeng. Xiao Chongfeng's expression changed. These words from Yi Yuan offended all of the judges. What was there to compete later at the back? Ji Qing, stop rambling blather. Sit down for me, Xiao Chongfeng said, solemnly. At this time he could not help suspecting Yi Yuan's motives. Jumping out to challenge the judges at this time, wasn't this deliberately ruining the Xiao family? Yi Yuan's brows knitted and he turned his head to look at Xiao Chongfeng, his eyes becoming cold. Not knowing why, when Xiao Chongfeng saw Yi Yuan's eyes, he involuntarily felt a chill from the bottom of his heart and actually did not dare to meet his gaze. This boy. Xiao Chongfeng secretly broke into a sweat in fear. If you use a man, don't suspect him. If you suspect him, don't use him. If family head feels that I'm messing around, I can withdraw right away, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, but his tone became icy. He was helping the Xiao family fight for benefits, but Xiao Chongfeng actually helped outsiders to reproach him. Even if he knew Xiao Chongfeng's concerns, Yi Yuan also involuntarily felt bitterly disappointed. Xiao Chongfeng, an exalted alchemy king, was actually pressed down by Yi Yuan's aura for a short while. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chongfeng, you're really deteriorating the longer you live. Did you find such a punk to amuse everybody? The answers derived by the 7 strongest alchemy king elders in the association are all not correct answers. Is there anything funnier than this? Tong Fanshua was also fanning the flames by the side. Just as the situation was quite in a stalemate, a rather weak voice sounded out. Lord Father, I believe that Ji Qing he wouldn't talk nonsense. I'd like to get an answer. It was precisely Xiao Ruyan. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan rather surprisedly. He did not think that this lass would actually come forward to defend him at this time. Even if Xiao Ruyan was a rarely seen genius, being surrounded by a group of alchemy kings, she was still somewhat nervous in her heart. But having experienced the matters of these few days, especially Yi Yuan's performance when refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, Xiao Ruyan had a feeling that perhaps what Yi Yuan said was really not wrong. Originally, Yi Yuan was already planning on flicking his sleeves and leaving, but he dismissed that sort of thought at this moment. Xiao Ruyan's words stirred up a huge commotion once more. 2 alchemy grandmasters were questioning the Alchemist Association's 7 great alchemy king elders. This was way too astounding. Many people looked towards Xiao Ruyan with strange eyes. Could this lass already be subdued by the brat called Ji Qing? Heh. This grand pill assembly has been conducted for so many times. As per His Majesty the Wind Emperor's instructions, it has always been our Alchemist Association hosting it. No problem had ever appeared before. To think that this time we'd actually bump into two juniors who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This match is won by Tong Wenhui. If you're unwilling to submit, you can go and lodge a complaint to His Majesty the Wind Emperor. Now, carry on with the next match. Yang Xiu announced the results. Very domineeringly. The Alchemist Association hosting the Grand Pill Assembly was the instructions of the Wind Emperor. Yang Xiu had the authority to decide the victor and loser. Moreover, he touched his heart and felt that what he did was unquestionable. He was not afraid of the Shao family going to the Wind Emperor to lodge a complaint. Furthermore, after today, whether or not the Shao family could survive in the capital was still unknown. Yi Yuan just sneered incessantly. This bunch of arrogant and overweening fellows was seriously hopeless. But what he did not expect was that right at this moment the sovereign star Abyss, who was about to fall asleep, spoke unhurriedly. Yang Xiu, listen to what this junior has to say. Yang Xiu's expression changed, but he dare not defy, replying respectfully, yes. After that, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, since Lord Star Abyss wants you to talk, then you tell us. If you can't say the reason why, it won't be as simple as sentencing the Shao family's loss. You'll also be chased out of the Grand Pill Assembly. Yi Yuan felt rather surprised but was disinclined to bother with Yang Xiu. He said coolly, wash star grass and vermilion spirit fruit as the main ingredients, sky south star violent flame sand, and autumn pine nut as supplementary materials. This combination is unable to refine out a medicinal pill. Hence, it simply cannot be considered a correct answer. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's gaze involuntarily looked towards the light curtain and found Tong Wenhui and the elder's answers very quickly. Indeed, they were the exact same. Ignorant child. The alchemic logic of these 5 types of medicinal herbs has been analyzed by us. If extensive experiments take place, it can absolutely form a pill formula. What right do you have to say that it can't? Yang Xiu said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan paid no heed to his questioning and continued. From the surface, the alchemic logic of these few types of medicinal herbs doesn't have any conflicting aspects, so it should be able to form a pill formula. But during the medicinal pill refining process, these 3 types of supplementary materials together will cause a series of changes, destroying the medicinal properties of the washstar grass and vermilion spirit fruit. It utterly cannot form a pill. When Yi Yuan saw that Yang Xiu wanted to refute, he spoke again. Don't be in a hurry to refute me. If you don't believe it, we can verify it right now. Yang Xiu was just about to speak when Sovereign Star Abyss suddenly opened his mouth and said, there's no need to verify. What he said is right. What? This? How is this possible? Sovereign Star Abyss actually said that this punk is correct. Doesn't that mean that the 7 great elders were all wrong? It's too subversive. Does this boy have good luck and randomly stumbled upon it? Or is it true skill and genuine knowledge? This. I think it should be a random shot in the dark, right? Those 7 elders are all alchemy king powerhouses. The depth of their understanding towards medicinal herbs is simply not what the likes of us can
imagine.
It's possible that this punk saw some obscure knowledge before, and this knowledge just happened to be what the elders don't know. True. After all, the elders are not omniscient either. There is bound to be a dead angle in their alchemy knowledge. Sovereign Star Abyss's words made everyone explode. What this boy said was actually correct, and the so-called correct answers that the 7 great elders came up with together was actually wrong. These 7 great elders were all old freaks that had been famous for over 100 years. Each and every one of their strength was unfathomable. Their knowledge about the alchemy path was even more inconceivable by ordinary people. And Yi Yuan? He was only a 16-year-old little fellow. The time he lived was not even a scrap of the elders. He actually pointed out the 7 great elders' mistakes right to their faces. No one suspected Sovereign Star Abyss's words, because in the central, capital's alchemy world, he was the absolute authority. He said that it was wrong. That means that the 7 great elders were surely wrong. There was no need at all to go in doubt. Xiao Chongfeng looked at Yi Yuan disbelievingly and involuntarily swallowed hard. He could not help recalling the eyes that Yi Yuan looked at him with earlier. That was a disheartened expression. How could he not tell? If not for Xiao Rian stepping up at the crucial moment, Yi Yuan most likely would have already flicked his sleeves and left at this moment, right? Thinking about it now, Xiao Chongfeng could not help feeling fear after the event. Yi Yuan was sincerely helping the Xiao family, while he was suspecting him. Sovereign Star Abyss finished saying that sentence and closed his eyes again, as if he slept again. It seemed like that scene earlier was just him sleepwalking. Yang Xiu obviously knew that Sovereign Star Abyss was not sleepwalking. It was just that he still did not dare quite believe it. Initially, he thought that this youth was deliberately causing trouble. Who would have thought that there really was such a thing? After the Grand Pill Assembly, he would really have to go and verify to see if what this brat said was true or not. Although his face was swept away by a youngster in public, the Grand Pill Assembly still had to carry on. Yang Xiu could only open his mouth to say, since Lord Star Abyss says that, this answer is wrong. The first match, Xiao family's Xiao Rian wins. Tong Wenhui's expression was rather ugly. He had clearly won already. Who would have expected to be thwarted by this brat? He could not help glaring viciously at Yi Yuan with a sort of murderous impulse. The second round, deconstructing medicinal pills. The 2 of you will each receive 3 medicinal pills momentarily. These medicinal pills were refined. According to the Alchemist Association's pill formulas, they are absolutely impossible for the outside world to have. You need to discern the components of the medicinal pill through sight, smell, and taste. The one who analyzes it correctly wins. The Quasi-Alchemy King directly brought everyone into the second round of competition. Tong Wenhui had no choice but to put away his thoughts and carry on with the second round of competition. Deconstructing medicinal pills was a very high-level skill. It required the alchemist to be exceedingly familiar with medicinal herbs. But the accuracy was hard to guarantee. Furthermore, even if the components of the medicinal pill was fully deconstructed, wanting to refine it was also something not very likely. Hence, that was why the Alchemist Association could rest assured in taking the medicinal pills out for the 2 families to deconstruct. Xiao Rian won the first round. Her confidence rose greatly. This second round of competition, she solved a total of 11 types of spirit medicines from the 3 kinds of medicinal pills, while Tong Wenhui only deconstructed 9 types. Xiao Rian won again. But the most critical was still the third round, which was pill refinement. As an alchemist, the most important was naturally pill refinement. Hence, the weight occupied by pill refinement in the Grand Pill Assembly was also very huge. In the Grand Pill Assembly, each person had to finish competing in the 3 rounds before the winner could be determined. And all of the variables surfaced in this third round of pill refinement. Even if the first 2 rounds were losses, as long as one completely thrashed their opponent in the third round of refining, they could similarly be victorious. The so-called complete thrash was one party completely crushing the other party in terms of medicinal pill quality, or one side successful refined the medicinal pill while the other party failed. If the difference in quality between the 2 people was not great, it was naturally the one who won the 2 rounds consecutively prior to this that won. And during this process, the opinions of the judges were actually very important. Therefore, that was why the Wind Emperor appointed the neutral Alchemist Association to host it. Of course, everyone could see the quality of the medicinal pill. The use of the judges would only surface under the situation where the difference was extremely minute. The medicinal pill that the 2 of you are going to refine is Tier 3. High-level medicinal pill, Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill, said the Quasi-Alchemy King. Among the Tier 3 pill formulas, some pill formulas were made known to the public and also publicly acknowledged to be extremely hard to refine medicinal pills. This Jade Pith Ice Clear pill was one of those. Seeing this pill formula, the expression on Xiao Ruyan's face changed. The refining difficulty of this Jade Pith Ice Clear pill was very high. Xiao Ruyan just happened to be weak in refining this sort of medicinal pill. She only had 30% certainty of refining it out. And on the other side, a pleasantly surprised look appeared on Tong Wenhui's face. Evidently, this medicinal pill suited his taste. Xiao Ruffing frowned and said, "Why did this topic come out? The Jade Pith Ice Clear pill just happens to be a medicinal pill that Ruyan is weak at. This battle is not going well." Xiao Chongfeng's expression was also very grave as he said, "The Jade Pith Ice Clear pill's requirement towards fire control is very high. But Ruyan's weak point is fire control. It's really quite troublesome." Xiao Ruyan came before the medicinal cauldron and took in a deep breath. But her eyes involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan was currently smiling at her. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's finger moved slightly, forming a seal. Xiao Ruyan could not help being stunned when she saw the situation. She thought to herself, "Wasn't this the seal that he struck out when I was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill? What does he mean?" Xiao Ruyan suddenly thought back to the feeling on the day when she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. Although she was dog-tired, at that time that sort of feeling was very subtle. Could his meaning be, "To let me find the feeling on that day when I was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill? But I tried several times afterward and kept being unable to find that sort of state." Xiao Ruyan thought to herself. Calming down her emotions, Xiao Ruyan finally started to move and refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear pill. Preparing the herbs and refining the medicinal embryo, these were all not difficult things to Xiao Ruyan. On this step, she did an even more outstanding job than Tong Wenhui. What Xiao Ruyan was most worried about was the refinement. She really did not have much assurance. "I must refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear pill, even if it's only a low grade. Tong Wenhui's level is most likely at most just refining out a middle grade pill even if he's adept at this kind of medicinal pills. As long as my medicinal pill isn't too poor, I'll win." Xiao Ruyan gritted her teeth and secretly made her resolve. Xiao Ruyan beckoned with one hand. The medicinal embryo flew into the medicinal cauldron. The flames gradually rose. Xiao Ruyan began the Jade Pith Ice Clear pills. Refinement. Although she pulled out all stops to refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear pill, not long after it started, Xiao Ruyan's rhythm became somewhat disorderly. Refining was a task that exhausted mental strength immensely. The aspects that needed to be taken care of was far too many. This was only refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill. When Yi Yuan was refining Tier 9 medicinal pills in his previous life, that was simply a colossal project. Refining a single medicinal pill for a month was something normal. But, to the present Xiao Ruyan, the Jade Pith Ice Clear pill was still an enormous challenge to her. Everyone present was an expert. One look and they knew that Xiao Ruyan's condition was not quite right. Ruyan, this little girl has talent, but she is still too young in the end. An Alchemy King Elder evaluated her skill. Fire control requires very exquisite essence energy control. It isn't the work of a single day. For Ruyan, this last to be able to perform to this step is already very not easy. Yeah, the path of fire control doesn't have shortcuts. One can only become very meticulous through large amounts of practice. Tong Wenhui is several years older than her in the end. In this aspect, he's performing better than her. Looks like the victor is already determined in this match. Those few elders clearly did not think optimistically of Xiao Ruyan, because signs of her defeat had already appeared. Alchemy King experts were Alchemy King experts after all. Even if they were questioned by Yi Yuan, their strength and vision were still right there. Xiao Ruyan felt that she was straining more and more. the medicinal pill. Inside the medicinal cauldron also became increasingly unstable, with the possibility of becoming a useless pill at any moment. But right at this time, she suddenly sensed a seal being struck into the medicinal cauldron unseen, making her jump in fright. In her panic, Xiao Ruyan nearly caused the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron to be ruined. What's with Ruyan this less? The essence energy undulations earlier were so intense that it nearly ruined the medicinal pill. Yeah, just a little more. But even so, it would probably be very difficult for her to rescue this medicinal pill too, right? It's almost certain that it will be refined into a useless pill. I've seen this last refined pills before. Although her skills are still lacking, a mistake like this shouldn't have appeared. Could it be that the mental pressure is too great? Xiao Ruyan's little incident was enough to make many people choke up from fear. One had to acknowledge that everyone liked beautiful women. Not only was Xiao Ruyan beautiful, but her alchemy talent was also exceedingly high. Everyone naturally liked her even more. Although the Xiao family's influence was weak, it did not stop everyone from viewing her positively. For these alchemy kings to compare Xiao Ruyan to Tong Wenchang, it could be seen just how positively they viewed Xiao Ruyan. Hence, when they saw that Xiao Ruyan actually made such an error, quite a few people heaved a sigh while wringing their hands. However, Xiao Ruyan, in the midst of refining, not only did not have the slightest hint of remorse at this time, but she was also excited to the point. She was about to scream out, "It's this sort of feeling! It's this sort of feeling! I found it! I found it!" Xiao Ruyan was wildly elated in her heart. This sort of feeling was precisely the sort of feeling when Yi Yuan injected the seal while she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. When she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill previously, she was also in a total mess from the beginning all the way until Yi Yuan threw in that seal, guiding her into a subtle rhythm. Later on, Xiao Ruyan also tried it out a few times, wanting to find that subtle feeling of fire control. But all of it failed. All the way until Yi Yuan gesticulated that hand sign at her just now. Xiao Ruyan finally ascertained that Yi Yuan's seal was absolutely intentional. Her refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill was no coincidence at all. Yi Yuan helped her to refine the pill. Therefore, she had been following the path from that day when she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill from the very beginning and kept wanting to find that feeling back then. Now, she finally found it. Oh, not only was Ruyan that last not affected by that mistake just now, she gradually entered the most optimal state instead. It's true, this last seems to have gotten a knack for it. Her fire control ability seemed to have gone up a huge step. Hiss! The medicinal pill is on the verge of taking form soon. She's actually about to refine successfully. Truly inconceivable. According to past experiences, for such a major fault to happen during the refining, it could only refine a useless pill. Wanting to salvage the situation in the later stages was something virtually impossible. However, Xiao Ruyan did it. Condense! Xiao Ruyan gave a light cry. The medicinal pill formed. The result was that Xiao Ruyan actually finished earlier than Tong Wenhui. Xiao Rufeng could not conceal the euphoria in his heart and cried out, "Well done, Ruyan." Although Xiao Chongfeng did not speak, one could tell from his expression that he also felt very surprised and pleased by this result. Except that Xiao Ruyan was not looking at them but at Yi Yuan, who was at the side instead. Her eyes filled with gratitude. Yi Yuan raised a thumbs up at her and returned a faint smile. At this time, Xiao Ruyan did not have the cold haughtiness from a few days back but looked like a little girl who received a praise from her lover. Instead, her cheeks turned red. When Xiao Chongfeng saw this scene, he involuntarily frowned. But he did not say anything. It was just that Xiao Chongfeng could not help being secretly very puzzled. Could it be that Ruyan being able to refine this medicinal pill was also due to Yi Yuan's credit? This boy, what on earth was his background? Before long, Tong Wenhui also refined successfully. The remainder was left to the 7 alchemy kings to make a verdict. The 2 medicinal pills were placed before the 7 alchemy kings. The few people consulted for a while. Yang Xiu opened his mouth to say, "What Tong Wenhui refined is middle-grade jade pith ice clear pill, while Xiao Ruyan's is low-grade." The third round, Tong Wenhui wins. Talking up to here, everyone held their breaths. Now, it would have to depend on whether or not Tong Wenhui's medicinal pill could thoroughly suppress Xiao Ruyan's. If it could completely crush hers, he still had a possibility of obtaining victory. Only to see Yang Xiu pause for a moment, then opened his mouth again to say, "But the medicinal pill that Tong Wenhui refined just barely managed to reach the level of middle grade, while Xiao Ruyan's jade pith ice clear pill is already infinitely close to middle grade. Hence, collating the results of the 3 matches, Xiao Ruyan wins." "What? How is that possible? Such a large mistake happened to Xiao Ruyan in the middle. The final completed medicinal pill actually infinitely approaches middle grade." Tong Fengshua blurted out. Yang Xiu's brows knitted and he said unhappily, "Family head Tong, are you also questioning us old fellows? If you don't trust this elderly self, you can come and see yourself. You're also an alchemy king. It's unlikely that you can't even distinguish the grade of the medicinal pill, right?" Yang Xiu was filled with pent-up anger. Today he was repeatedly questioned by people. As an Alchemist Association elder, since when had he suffered such treatment? But towards Xiao Ruyan's performance, Yang Xiu was also very shocked inwardly. Such a large mistake happened, but not only did Xiao Ruyan not refine a useless pill, she even raised the quality of the medicinal pill to such an extent. It was truly mind-boggling. Tong Fengshua had an awkward look. He hurriedly waved his hands and said,
Elder Yang misunderstood.
"I'm not questioning the few of you. It's just. Yang Xiu waved his sleeves and interrupted his words, saying, "Come, men, bring these 2 medicinal pills before family head Tong and let him see for himself whether this old man is lying through my teeth or not." Tong Fengshua looked at the 2 medicinal pills before his eyes and was silent. For a long time. "Family head Tong, I wonder if Yang Xiu, talked nonsense or not?"
Yang Xiu
asked in a voice dripping with sarcasm. Tong Fengshua had an awkward look as he said, "It's this Tong's yardstick of a
petty man.
I hope that Elder Yang is magnanimous enough to forgive." "Humph." Yang Xiu gave a cold snort and spoke no more. Over on this side, the Xiao family members also heaved a long sigh in relief. The first battle was really won in a rather thrilling manner. If not for Yi Yuan coming forward at the crucial moment to point out the mistake of the 7 great elders, Xiao Ruyan would have already been defeated. Now, the problem was that the Xiao family simply could not afford to lose the first 2 matches. As long as they lose one, this grand pill assembly would not have any need to continue either. "Well done, Ruyan. Ruyan, you're truly my Xiao family's fine daughter." For a moment, Xiao family members' praises gushed forward like floodwaters. But Xiao Ruyan was very indifferent. She did not have much good impression towards these family elders. "Ji Qing, thank you." Xiao Ruyan came in front of Yi Yuan and gave thanks. Solemnly, Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "It's Miss Ruyan that is impressive. What has it got to do with me? Alright, take a rest first. The match later is about to begin." Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly and sat back onto her seat. Xiao family, many people's complexions were ugly. The feeling of being disregarded by Xiao Ruyan made them very displeased. And this sort of unhappiness was also carried forward to Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Yang Xiu said, "Alright, the second battle begins now. Xiao family's Xiao Ruffing versus Tong family's Tong Wenshou." Xiao Ruffing stood up. Xiao Chongfeng instructed, "Keep cool. Take down this match and deny Tong Wenchong the opportunity to step onto the stage and we'll win." Xiao Ruffing nodded and stepped onto the stage directly. And on the other side, Tong Fengshua similarly stopped Tong Wenshou and exhorted, "Wenshou, Teach Xiao Ruffing a good lesson for me and let everybody see just how great your improvement is. Yes, family head. Watching Tong Wenshou's departing back view, Tong Fengshua smiled coldly and said, Xiao Chongfeng, do you think that by marshalling soldiers in rank for battle like this can catch me off guard? In front of absolute strength, you're just a joke. The second battle. The development of the battle situation exceeded everyone's expectations. Xiao Ruffing was the Xiao family's #1 genius. Even if he was not at his peak condition right now, his strength and experience should still surpass Tong Wenshou. Yet, when the battle started, Tong Wenshou was unbelievably powerful, making everyone drop their glasses. The first match, constituting medicinal pills, Tong Wenshou actually identified all of the spirit medicines and even wrote down 3 more answers. Then Xiao Ruffing in the constituting medicinal pills part. Everyone was staring open-mouthed. The Xiao family members were completely scared out of their wits. Even Xiao Chongfeng had a grave expression too. Tong Wenshou's strength surpassed everyone's expectations. A dark horse. This is absolutely a dark horse. Xiao Chongfeng racked his brains in scheming, but he probably never expected that Tong Wenshou's strength was actually formidable to such an extent. Even if Xiao Ruffing's refining condition was not at his peak state, his foundation skills are still there. He's actually totally suppressed by Tong Wenshou. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder if Xiao Ruffing can salvage the situation at the back. If he can't make a comeback, then the Xiao family is utterly finished. For a moment, whisperings sounded out inside the hall. Tong Wenshou's performance astounded everybody. The situation which should have been a one-sided win actually had a drama-like change appear. Xiao Ruffing was also unbelievably stunned. A deep sense of defeat came over. He was already completely beaten down by the Tong family's #1 genius, Tong Wenchong. If he could not even win the #2 Tong Wenshou, then wouldn't he, the Xiao family's #1 genius, become a joke in the capital? Xiao Ruffing gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I must make a comeback. At the back. I can't lose. If I lose, the Xiao family will be utterly finished. I absolutely can't lose. Indeed, Xiao Ruffing finally regained 1 round in the second match. Except, Xiao Ruffing's advantage in the second match was negligible. He only wrote 1 more type of medicinal herb than Tong Wenshou. Not only did this sort of result fail to let everyone feel his spur, but it also affirmed Tong Wenshou's might instead. The final round. One can tell that Tong Wenshou's basic skills are very solid. It's just who knows what will happen when he really refined pills. Looks like all these years, Tong Wenshou has been covered up by Tong Wenchong's radiance the entire time. The Tong family's #2 genius actually has such strength. Winning the Xiao family twice in a row is also something within reason. I feel that Tong Wenshou's refining strength might not be weak. At the very least, it won't be much weaker than the peak condition Xiao Ruffing. And now, Xiao Ruffing is not yet fully recovered. The victor is really hard to determine. If one said that a match was still luck after 2 matches, nobody doubted Tong Wenshou's strength anymore. The strength of this fellow who lived in the shadow of the genius Tong Wenchong was so powerful that it was terrifying. Ha ha ha. Those fools from the Xiao family still thought that they could win. Our Tong family like this. What a freaking joke. Before I broke through, Wenshou's strength was never much weaker than mine. They actually naively believed that they could win Wenshou by relying on an invalid.
Tuna? Ve.
Tong Wenchong burst into laughter. Ha ha! Big brother Wenshou is unleashing everything he has after staying low profile. This time, he finally let the people of the capital see his brilliance. Tong Wenhui did not suffer the effects of a setback and was full of smiles with Tong Wenchong. Heh, but I also never thought that Xiao Chongfeng actually arranged for that punk to fight with me. It really makes me very excited. Tong Wenchong looked at Yi Yuan in the distance with unfriendly eyes. He had a feeling of being humiliated previously in front of the gates. This time, he was prepared to vent it out properly and thoroughly shatter Yi Yuan's confidence. As he was talking, he beckoned with his finger. Du Chun, who was behind with a vacant look, carried tea water in front of him. Tong Wenchang received the tea and savored a sip. He pointed at his knee and said, "Endless world's trash. Quickly give me a massage to loosen up my joints." Du Cheng's divine soul was being controlled and could only be at the mercy of Tong Wenchang. He bent his body to help massage. "SSS. You pig! What are you using so much strength for? Want to die?" As he spoke, Tong Wenchang stomped a foot on Du Cheng's chest, kicking him far away. Du Cheng was directly kicked until he vomited a large mouthful of blood. But he still struggled to his feet and returned to Tong Wenchang's side to continue helping his loosen his muscles and bones. Tong Wenchang had an enjoying look this time and groaned. "This strength is more like it."
Hur. In?
Ye Yuan.
"What wrong with you?" Ever since Xiao Ruyan came back, her attention had been on Yi Yuan all along. Right then, she suddenly sensed that Yi Yuan's breathing was slightly disorderly and could not help being very curious. Yi Yuan's expression was normal as he turned his head and said to Xiao Ruyan, with a smile, "Nothing. It's just that seeing the final decisive battle, my state of mind is in somewhat of an upsurge. That's all." Tong Wenchang did not know how terrifying of an opponent he had provoked. Xiao Ruffing and Tong Wenchang's match starting to get everyone's attention. Naturally, there would not be anybody who noticed Yi Yuan's fury, which was constrained to the limits in a corner. The two people started refining. Tong Wenshou's strength refreshed everyone's understanding once again. His movements did not have any areas that were the slightest bit sluggish. He practically completed the medicinal pills refinement in one go. On the other hand, one could see from Xiao Rufing's refinement that he was indeed not at his optimal condition. Even so, he still completed the refinement splendidly. When the two medicinal pills were delivered in front of Yang Xiu, everyone held their breaths once again. This match was the crucial battle that determined who won and who lost for the two Xiao and Tong families. The 7 great alchemy king elders evaluated for some time. It was still Yang Xiu who spoke, saying, "What Xiao Ruffing refined is middle grade. What Tong Wenshou refined is high grade. This match, the Tong family wins." Xiao Rufing's head exploded with a buzz. "Lost just like this? Xiao family. Poo work." Xiao Rufing's emotions were too agitated, which finally brought out his old injuries, spewing out a mouthful of blood. "Big brother, Ruffing." Xiao Chongfeng and Xiao Ruyan hurriedly supported Xiao Ruffing, only to see his complexion ashen white, looking extremely frail. "Father, Ruyan, sorry. It's all my fault." The self-reproach in Xiao Rufing's heart could only be imagined. "Don't speak anymore. I'll send people to bring you back to rest properly," Xiao Chongfeng said. "Brother, don't talk anymore. You've already done your best." Xiao Ruyan's tears streamed down, but Xiao Ruffing shook his head obstinately and said, "No, I'm not going back. I want to see the conclusion." But Xiao Ruyan and her brother's feelings were evidently very deep. Seeing Xiao Ruffing like this, her heart ached immensely. Right at this moment, a palm reached out in front of her. A medicinal pill was held in the center of the palm. Xiao Ruyan turned around to take a look. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? "Let him eat it," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Xiao Ruyan lowered her head to take a look and could not help being greatly shocked, saying, High-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill. Where did you get it from, Ji Qing? Don't Xiao family guest retainers have this authority? I went to ask for some medicinal herbs and took some time out these 2 days to refine it. Quickly, let him eat it. If this continues, he'll die, Yi Yuan said coolly. Oh, okay. Xiao Ruyan hurried fed the medicinal pill to Xiao Ruffing. Xiao Chongfeng was also very astonished. The vast tuber essence stimulating Pill was a pill formula held only by his Shao family. Moreover, it was not a complete version. How did Yi Yuan know? Furthermore, this boy could actually refine a high-grade vast tuber essence. Stimulating pill. This. When the Shao family recruited Yi Yuan, what Yi Yuan refined was the jade dragon heart calming pill, while the refining difficulty of the vast tuber essence stimulating pill was way greater compared to the jade dragon heart calming pill. With Shao Ruyan's strength, she only barely refined a low grade. But Yi Yuan could refine a high grade? Perhaps. The Shao family had not reached the end of their ropes yet. After Shao Chongfeng settled his son down, he came in front of Yi Yuan and said softly, "Little brother Ji." But Yi Yuan interrupted his words and said, "No need to promise me anything. This battle, I'll beat Tong Wenchang until he doesn't have the confidence to refine pills anymore in the future." Yi Yuan's words were very calm and did not sound like any heroic words. However, Shao Chongfeng felt a chill arise. He sensed that Yi Yuan was not joking. Except that, Yi Yuan, he was only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Could he beat the quasi-alchemy king Tong Wenchang until he had no confidence to refine pills in the future? This sounded rather comical no matter how one listened to it. But regardless of what, Shao Chongfeng saw the final trace of hope. This was much better than despair. To be able to refine a high-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill, maybe this Ji Qing could really contend with Tong Wenchang? Over on the Shao family's side, it was deathly quiet. Everyone was like a defeated rooster. Towards Yi Yuan, they completely did not have any confidence at all. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster versus a quasi-alchemy king. Are you kidding? While at the Tong family's side, there was jubilation all around. Both sides formed a powerful contrasting difference. Ha ha ha! Well done, Wenshou. Tong Wenchang hugged Tong Wenshou and said, happily, "Ha ha! Just lucky." Fortunately, Shao Rufeng is not at his optimal condition right now because he failed his assault on the sea transformation realm. Tong Wenshou was very low profile. "Oh, Wenshou, you don't need to belittle yourself. I'm all too clear about Shao Rufeng's level. Even if he's at his peak condition, he might not be able to beat you. Even if he's stronger than you, he's also not much stronger." Tong Wenshou nodded and said, Next, it will be up to you, Wenchang." Tong Wenchang was delighted when he heard that. He said, "Hehe, I already can't wait to get up on stage. I've been annoyed at that punk long ago. This time, I'm going to let him know how medicinal pills are refined." Tong Wenshou smiled and said, "I heard that punk is just a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. With your strength, you can completely crush him. But, Wenchang, you still have to be careful. The Shao family are not fools. Since they sent him out, he definitely has aspects surpassing others." But Tong Wenchang replied unconcernedly, "What aspects surpassing others can there be? I've long inquired clearly. This punk can only refine the jade dragon heart calming pill. He can at most leap ranks to refine medicinal pills. It's no big deal. If our realms were similar, I would really need to be a little careful. But he's just a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. He's too weak." Tong Wenshou smiled and did not refute. He knew that what Tong Wenchang said was right. He was also well aware of the degree of Tong Wenchang's genius. Was impossible to lose to such a young middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Tong Wenshou's talent was not poor, could even be said to be very impressive. But in the Tong family, he had always been steadily pressed down a notch by Tong Wenchang, who was even younger than him. The disparity between the two could be seen. If Tong Wenchang could not even take care of a brat like this, then that would really be a joke. At this time, Tong Fengshua came over as well and said to Tong Wenchang, "Wenchang, take down that boy in on go, and let the Shao family thoroughly scram out of the capital. We've prepared for so many years. Today, the day of harvest has finally arrived." Tong Wenchang smiled and said, "Rest assured, father. I'll be right back." As he said, he kicked aside Du Chang, who was beside with one leg, and walked into the battle arena. And this scene similarly landed in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan was very calm right now, but the calmer he was, the more it showed just how great his rage was at this present moment. Tong Wenchang came before Yi Yuan and said with a wide grin, "Punk, when we were outside, you probably never even dreamt that your opponent would be me, right? Haha, don't be afraid. I won't leave any face for you." But Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said, "Hope that you can still laugh. In a while." "I can't laugh? Ha ha ha. What a hilarious joke. If you're just amusing me, congratulations to you. You've done it. But I want to see if it's you who can't laugh in a while, or me who can't laugh," Tong Wenchang said with a proud look. When Yang Xiu saw Yi Yuan, his expression was rather unnatural. His authority was questioned by an unknown boy. Furthermore, he even questioned it successfully. No matter how one spun it, it was very humiliating. He reckoned that this matter would spread throughout the capital by tomorrow. But this was a matter that Sovereign Star Abyss personally took an interest in. He could not fly off the handle either. Yang Xiu thought to himself, "Don't let me catch your handle in a while. Otherwise, I'll make you die very horribly." Restraining his state of mind, Yang Xiu said, "The third match, Shao families. Ji Qing versus Tong families, Tong Wenchang. Begin." The first match, constituting medicinal pills. Bring up the spirit. Medicines. The quasi-alchemy king's voice sounded out once again. When his voice fell, Tong Wenchao was like on stimulants, oddly excited. While Yi Yuan, who was opposite him, closed his eyes to recuperate as if everything happening here had nothing to do with him. "TCH. Deliberately mystifying things," Tong Wenchang said disdainfully. Soon enough, 100 types of spirit medicines were brought to the stage and packed to the brim. Tong Wenchang started immediately, entering information into the jade slip at high speed. While at this time Yi Yuan still did not move yet. Tong Wenchang gave a cold laugh, and his speed of entering the stage did not stop. Identifying these spirit medicines was nothing hard to him. The real difficulty was constituting the medicinal pills. Tong Wenchang's speed was exceedingly quick. It was faster than everyone prior to him. One could tell that Tong Wenchang's basic skills were terrifyingly solid. Even the Shao family's #1 genius, known as Shao Ruffing, was far from him. Why hasn't Ji Qing started yet? Could it be that he has already given up? I already said, he definitely just happened to know that obscure knowledge. That's how he guessed it correctly. A teenage baby, how deep can his attainments in the alchemy path be? Sigh. This Ji Qing's performance prior to this was so eye-catching. Originally, I still wanted to see if there are any surprises. Looking at it now, I was thinking too much. Yi Yuan's abnormal actions made many people feel very disappointed. In this sort of time where every second needed to be seized, Yi Yuan was actually resting his mind with closed eyes. What was he playing at? Posturing was not done like this. No matter how beautifully you postured, what was the use if you lose in an utter mess in the end? When Shao Changfeng saw this scene, he wished that he could jump up there and wind Yi Yuan up. What was he doing? What on earth is Ji Qing, this punk, thinking about? Why hasn't he moved yet? Shao Changfeng said anxiously. "Father, Ji Qing doing so should have some deep meaning," Shao Ruyan said weakly. Actually, she did not dare to confirm either. But Yi Yuan, this punk, was indeed very mysterious. Maybe he really had his own plans. What deep meaning can there be? I don't freaking understand. Could it be he can use his nose to sniff out every type of spirit medicines? Or perhaps he's already deducing the pill formula in his head. Shao Changfeng said rather exasperatedly. This. Shao Ruyan did not know how she should refute it as well. What father said was clearly not possible. Nobody could do something so heaven-defying. Although Shao Ruyan had long viewed Yi Yuan in a completely different light, she also did not think that Yi Yuan could do that. "Ha, punk, you just slowly posture there. I'll see how you give an account to the Shao family in a while." Tong Wenchang had a pleased look. He had already identified half of the spirit medicines. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally slowly opened his eyes. Quickly look. Ji Qing is about to begin. Only starting at this time. Doesn't he feel that it's too slow? Tong Wenchang has already identified half of the spirit medicines. Yet, Yi Yuan did not start identifying the spirit medicines as they imagined. He directly picked up the jade slip and started entering the contents. This scene stunned everyone even more. What is he doing here? Started logging in once he opened his eyes. Haha, he's trying to defy the heavens here. He can't have already identified all of the spirit medicines, right? I finally understood it. This boy is purely here to be funny. The matter of questioning the 7 great elders earlier might be a blind cat catching a dead rat. Bumped into it. Yi Yuan's abnormal actions made everyone's glasses drop. Forget about a teenage youth, even those alchemy kings that have lived for several hundred years did not dare to answer questions like that either. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'm done." As he spoke, Yi Yuan handed the jade slip to that quasi-alchemy king. Tong Wenchang was stupefied by Yi Yuan's move and involuntarily stopped. No way, right? You're already done? Are you challenging the elder's bottom line? Forget it. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you either. Tong Wenchang was thoroughly speechless. Outside the stage, there was an even greater commotion. Oh my God, where did this boy come from? I've already been wholly defeated. Her. Does he think he's a god? Swept a glance and all the answers are crystal clear in his heart. All manners of ridicule came over, but there was a sound isolating formation. In the stage, Yi Yuan could not hear at all. After he handed over the jade slip, he went to one side by himself to rest. Bang! The cup in Xiao Chongfeng's hand was crushed into powder by him. Is this punk making fun of my Xiao family? To actually be so half-hearted. Like this. Previously, he even said to me to make Tong Wenchang not have the confidence to refine pills in the future. Utter bullshit. Xiao Chongfeng gnashed his teeth angrily. Xiao Ruyan was speechless. Honestly speaking, she also felt that he was too slipshod in doing this. Could it be that the thing that happened previously was just her own misconception? After 4 hours, Tong Wenchang finally deduced all of the answers and handed it up. The quasi-alchemy king turned in the 2 people's jade slips together. Yang Xiu received the 2 people's jade slips and conveniently placed the model answer's jade slip and Tong Wenchang's jade slip into the spirit artifact. The light curtain appeared. The reason why he did so was that he already firmly believed that Yi Yuan was here to cause trouble. Answering all of the questions in a short 15 minutes? How was that possible? Previously, this brat actually guessed correctly. Heaven is really blind. Comparing it, Yang Xiu nodded secretly. This Tong Wenchang was still very reliable, well deserving of being the first person among the juniors to advance to quasi-alchemy king. Tong Wenchang, 100 types of spirit medicines. All correct. There are a total of 73 kinds of compositions that the 7 of us inferred, and Tong Wenchang answered 56 kinds.
Yang Xiu ano uncet.
Indeed worthy of being the number 1 person in the junior generation. He's actually this impressive. In my opinion, even if Xiao Ruffing really broke through to the sea transformation realm, he probably won't be Tong Wenchang's match either. Yeah, this first match is purely on the understanding of medicinal effects, and it has nothing to do with cultivation realm. Tong Wenchang's performance is way better than Xiao Rufing's. Don't forget, there's still that funny boy. Ha ha ha. Yang Xiu gave Yi Yuan a ruminating look and placed his jade slip into the spirit artifact, saying, "Next, we'll look at Ji Qing's answers." Answering in just 15 minutes, he should have a well-thought-out plan, right? These words sounded sarcastic upon hearing it. Finally, it was time for him to give vent to his anger. The light display was densely covered in words. What was written was even more than the model answers. With the mentality of poking fun, Yang Xiu swept a look at the light curtain. But the expression on his face now was exceedingly fascinating. Ha ha ha! You guys, look at that Ji Qing's answer. It seems to be much longer. Then the judge's answer. He's amazing what? He can even point out the error in the 7 great elders. Answer, so his level is naturally higher than the 7 great elders added. Together, his answer is naturally longer too. You're so bad. But this boy really did it over the top trying to please the public with hogwash, for fear that others don't know that he's a moron. Seeing the densely filled answers on the light curtain, everyone was
Ridijulin Ye Yuan.
A contestant's answer was way more than the model answer. Was this being funny? Did he really think that he was an alchemy sovereign that could overpower 7 great alchemy king experts? They did not notice that Sovereign Star Abyss's eyes, which had been closed all along, opened slightly, his eyes emitting 2 rays of light as he looked at the light curtain. What wrong, Elder Yang? Not announcing the results yet, said an alchemy king. Seeing Yang Xiu in a daze, the alchemy king could not help but to urge him. He was completely disinclined to even look at the contents on the light curtain. Sheer nonsense also had to have a limit. Yang Xiu took in a deep breath and said slowly to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, wait a moment. Allow us to discuss it." Finished talking, Yang Xiu said to the other 6 judges in a low voice, "The few of you, take a close look at Ji Qing's answers." The 6 alchemy kings were stupefied when they heard this. Their gaze involuntarily turned to look at the light curtain. A single look, and they were all horrifyingly shocked. Yi Yuan's answers were actually exactly the same as the answers that they deduced together. No, it could not be said to be exactly the same because Yi Yuan's answers were even more than their answers. What is going on here? If one says that he is lucky, isn't this too lucky? Then what's with the extra answers? Hiss. The 73 kinds of answers that we've listed, Ji Qing's answer have it all up there. The remainder is all answers that we didn't list. How to calculate this? The 7 people gathered together and started to discuss urgently. And this scene made everyone feel bewildered. What in the world is happening? Why aren't they announcing the results yet? Seems like something is not quite right. Can it be that this Ji Qing's answer really has quite a few correct? He didn't blindly toss out so many answers, and he was lucky to guess correctly in the end, right? Wrong. I checked carefully just now. The medicinal pill combinations that the correct answers have, Ji Qing's answer has all of them. That's also to say that he answered all the questions correctly. But what's with the extra answers? What? All of them? How is this possible? A tossed stone caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone checked the answers on the light curtain in succession. They discovered to their astonishment that the 73 kinds of answers the elders listed, Yi Yuan really answered all of them. Tong Wenchang was naturally checking them too. Along with the affirmation of each answer, his expression became exceedingly ugly. What did this count as? Ji Qing shut his eyes for a long time and wrote the answers right after opening his eyes. The result was that all of the answers were correct, and there were even so many more answers. Tong Wenchang suddenly had a very absurd thought. It was not to such an extent, where these additional answers were also correct answers, right? Could it be that this boy was clairvoyant and could know the past, present, and future? This was too nonsensical. At this time, Yang Xiu and others still had yet to figure out the result. To say that Ji Qing lost, he had indeed answered all of the questions. To say that Ji Qing won, his answers were several dozen more than the correct answers. What the hell was up with these extra answers? Helpless, Yang Xiu could only stand up and salute Sovereign Star Abyss, saying, "Lord Star Abyss, have a look at the result of this match. How should this be handled?" Star Abyss closed his eyes again at this time. He just lightly uttered 3 words. Ji Qing wins. The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Tong Wenchang's entire body quivered, his eyes turning red instantaneously, forcefully suppressing the rage in his heart. Tong Wenchang gave Star Abyss a bow and asked, "Lord Star Abyss?" Wenchang boldly asks. "Ji Qing," he answered. So many nonsensical answers, so why can he still win? Could it be just because he answered all of the model answers? Tong Fengshua was greatly startled and hurriedly yelled out, "Wenchang, shut your mouth for me. How can you dare to be rude to Lord Star Abyss?" Who knew that Star Abyss waved his hands slightly to stop him and said coolly, "Model answer? Whence does the model answer come from? If one had to say that there is a model answer, then Ji Qing's answer is the model answer." Buzz. When Star Abyss's words came out, there was a huge uproar. Ji Qing's answer was the model answer? How was this possible? Ji Qing's answer was several dozen more than the 7 great alchemy kings' answer. His answer was the model answer. Didn't that mean that his individual strength was even stronger than the 7 great alchemy kings added up together? This kind of result, when heard, was simply a fantasy tale. If these words came out from another person's mouth, they would definitely treat it as bullshit. But these words were uttered out from Sovereign Star Abyss's mouth. Who was Sovereign Star Abyss? He was the absolute authority in the central capital's alchemy world. The words that he said, who dared to question them? This Ji Qing is simply too heaven-defying to actually list down so many medicinal pill combinations. Could it be that he already knew beforehand which spirit medicines could appear today? Otherwise, how can he possibly infer so many answers within such a short period of time? Yeah, this boy is too heaven-defying. When he wrote the answers from start to end without pause, like he knew the answers long ago. Can it be that he really knew the answers in advance? Knew my asterisks? Didn't you see that the answers he has written are several dozen? More than the model answers. I counted just now. Ji Qing wrote a total of 120 answers. More than twice of the answers that Tong Wenchang wrote. This is really brutal enough. Tong Wenchang looked around vacantly, battered out of his senses. His eyes could not quite find a focal point. The densely filled answers on Ji Qing's light curtain were actually all correct answers. Could it be that this brat's basic skills were even that much stronger than the 7 great alchemy kings added up together? Comparing him with Yi Yuan was simply like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. At this time, Yi Yuan, who had been sitting quietly the entire time, uninterestedly suddenly got up and came beside Tong Wenchang. He said with a smile on his face, "This is only the beginning. It will be even more interesting at the back. You can continue to laugh. If you don't laugh, it's pointless." Finished talking, Yi Yuan returned to his area and said to that quasi-alchemy king, "You can start the second round already." The quasi-alchemy king was stunned. "Ah? Oh. As he said, his gaze turned to look at Yang Xiu, waiting for his command. Yang Xiu nodded and said, "The second match, deconstructing medicinal pills. Begin." Overwhelming rage. Tong Wenchang pointed at Yi Yuan and snarled, "Punk, don't think that you'll win for certain like this. We still don't know who will emerge victorious." 3 medicinal pills were presented before Yi Yuan and Tong Wenchang, respectively. That quasi-alchemy king was just about to announce the commencement when he was interrupted by Tong Wenchang. "Wait a minute." The quasi-alchemy king frowned and asked, "What is it?" Tong Wenchang clasped his hands at Yang Xiu and said, "Elder Yang, I request to deconstruct 10 medicinal pills. Furthermore, include 3 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills among them." When Yang Xiu heard that, his eyes narrowed. Clearly, he was weighing Tong Wenchang's suggestion. Undoubtedly, this request of Tong Wenchang greatly increased the difficulty of deconstructing the medicinal pills. To alchemy grandmasters, they were the most familiar with Tier 3 medicinal pills. Before breaking through to quasi-alchemy king, them researching Tier 4 medicinal pills was simply meaningless. it was completely an action reaching for something beyond their grasp. And Tong Wenchang himself actually just broke through to Quasi-Alchemy King. Not long ago too. His proficiency level in Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills was not high. This request undoubtedly increased the difficulty for both sides. After musing for a moment, Yang Xiu slowly said, I don't have any objections, but this request of yours still has to get the Shao family's approval. After all, this is the competition between your two families. I disagree. The tradition of the Grand Pill Assembly has always been competing 3 Tier 3 medicinal pills. What qualifications does a junior like Tong Wenchang have to alter the rules? Shao Changfeng immediately rejected. Tong Wenchang sneered and said, Humph! The Shao family are all a bunch of cowards. Don't even dare to fight a fair and above-board competition and only know how to use some small tricks. Since this punk can write out so many correct answers, I reckon that deconstructing 10 medicinal pills can't stump him either, right? Why don't you ask his opinion? Finish talking. Tong Wenchang looked at Yi Yuan with a ridiculing face and said, Boy, you're not the same as the Shao family members. All cowards, right? Yi Yuan looked at Tong Wenchang with a smile that was not a smile and answered with a question, Do you really want to compete? Not knowing why, when he saw Yi Yuan's smile, Tong Wenchang suddenly had a bad feeling. But his words were already said. He naturally had no reason to withdraw them and smack his own face. Moreover, even if this punk was more powerful, it was also not possible to deconstruct Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills, right? Of course. Words that Tong Wenchang said, how can there be the logic of taking them back? You just say whether you dare or not. Since that's the case, then let's play a little bigger. Change the 10 medicinal pills all to Quasi-Tier 4. How about that? Yi Yuan was still very indifferent. The words said were light as a feather, like Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills were the same as candy to him. Tong Wenchang's face darkened, looking at Yi Yuan somewhat disbelievingly. This punk isn't deliberately forcing me, right?
Ten Quasi-Tier 4 pills.
Yi Yuan's words threw everyone into an uproar. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster actually wanted to deconstruct Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills. Furthermore, it was 10 pills. Although Yi Yuan's performance previously was very monstrous, everyone just thought that he was already familiar with Tier 3 medicinal pills to a heaven-defying degree. It could not go so far as to even Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills. One had to know that Yi Yuan was only 16 years old. Without repeated tempering, how could one possibly be familiar with medicinal pills to such a degree? Tong Wenchang gritted his teeth and said viciously, 10 pills then? How can an exalted quasi-alchemy king, be afraid of you, a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster? Yang Xiu also showed a slightly excited look. He wanted to see just where Qing this brat's limits lied. Fine. Since both of you parties agree, then compete in deconstructing Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills, Yang Xiu said. When the 10 Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills were placed in front of Tong Wenchang, his expression became very ugly. In deconstructing medicinal pills, the core materials were relatively easier to deconstruct, but the supplementary materials were not so easy to deconstruct. He could not resist taking a look at Yi Yuan, and he could not help being stunned once more. Yi Yuan closed his eyes to rest again. Tong Wenchang was virtually about to break down. Where did this punk's confidence come from? These were Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills. Could it be that he could also instantly answer these Quasi-Tier 4 medicinal pills? This punk is definitely kicking up a cloud of dust to mess with my mind. Don't look at him anymore. I just have to do my part well, and that will do. Tong Wenchang forcefully dragged his gaze back. But when he had just started to deconstruct the first medicinal pill before even determining a single type of the main ingredient, Yi Yuan's nightmare-like voice sounded out. I'm done again, Yi Yuan said coolly. This time, the time that he used was even shorter than the previous time. Tong Wenchang opened and closed his mouth, feeling like his throat was somewhat dry. When he watched Yi Yuan hand the jade slip to the quasi-alchemy king, Tong Wenchang was practically about to crumble. But he had to control his impatience to finish deconstructing the 10 medicinal pills. What if Ji Qing is deliberately messing me up? Yes, it's definitely like this. Tong Wenchang secretly encouraged himself and forcefully dragged back his perturbed state of mind. Outside, everyone was exchanging glances. They already did not know what kind of words to use to describe their astoundment. These medicinal pills were quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, and they were all medicinal pills owned solely by the Alchemist Association. Not one of them was a mass-produced stuff in the outside world. Yi Yuan did not even look at them and deconstructed all of the medicinal pills. Hey, do you think that Ji Qing's answer will be all correct again? This, maybe, deconstructing 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills so quickly. Forget about quasi-alchemy kings, even alchemy kings most likely can't do it as well. Unless they know the pill formula beforehand. But these 10 medicinal pills are all the Alchemist Association's exclusive pill formulas. This grand pill assembly today is truly too surprising. Another long wait. Tong Wenchang finally finished deconstructing all of the medicinal pills. But at present he was already covered in sweat. Putting aside the mental pressure, deconstructing 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills in such a short time was also an enormous challenge to him. When the quasi-alchemy king presented the two persons' jade slips before Yang Xiu practically snatched from him the 2 jade slips. But this time, Yang Xiu did not look at Tong Wenchang's jade slips. He plunged his divine sense into Yi Yuan's jade slip at the first moment. After several breaths, amazement was written all over Yang Xiu's face. Elder Yang, can it be that Ji Qing's answer? Yang Xiu smiled bitterly and said, "You guys take a look yourselves." As he said, Yang Xiu passed Yi Yuan's jade slip to that alchemy king elder. After the alchemy king elder finished looking at it, he murmured to himself, how is this possible? After the 7 elders finished looking at it, the expression on their faces was practically identical. Everyone knew that Tong Wenchang's jade slip completely did not need to be looked at anymore. But out of a responsible attitude after being shocked for a long time, the 7 elders still endured looking over Tong Wenchang's jade slip. However, their expressions when they were looking at Tong Wenchang's jade slip was with complete nonchalance. Evidently, after finish reading Yi Yuan's jade slip, they already found it tasteless. The second match, deconstructing medicinal pills, Ji Qing fully deconstructed the components of all 10 medicinal pills, and he answered all the questions correctly. This match, Xiao family's Ji Qing, victorious.
Yang Xiu finale
Announced the results. Buzz. The word victorious was like a sledgehammer that smashed onto Tong Wenchang's chest, making him feel stifled. All correct. How was this possible? Could it be that Yi Yuan knew the complete pill formula for these 10 medicinal pills? If not for this case, how could he possibly deconstruct all of the components? Tong Wenchang's mind was in a disorderly mess. Yi Yuan won 2 matches in a row like he performed extraordinarily well today. This was too great of a blow. To him, he was the Tong family's #1 genius, a legendary figure among the junior generation. Not that he could not take losses, but this manner of defeat really made him unable to accept it. The answers that he went through innumerable difficulties and racked his brains for did not even come close to him. Furthermore, from start to end, Yi Yuan did not even look at the questions and just directly submitted the answers. This way of winning was too abnormal and also too heavy of a blow. Right at this moment, it was only to hear Yang Xiu said slowly, "I know that everybody might have doubts about this result, so I'll order someone to seal up all the medicinal pills present and these 2 jade slips. If anyone has objections, they can go to the Wind Emperor to request to open the seal or pay a sufficient price to the Alchemist Association." These 10 medicinal pills were all exclusively owned by the Alchemist association. In order to not let the pill formula leak out, one naturally had to pay an adequate price to be able to view it. If it were a normal circumstance, this price naturally would not be too great. But the problem was that Yi Yuan deconstructed all the components of the medicinal pills without missing a single one. This way, the possibility of the pill formulas leaking out would increase dramatically. Hence, if the Tong family wished to view Yi Yuan's jade slip, the price they had to pay would surely be hard to imagine. Up to this point, this crucial yet unsuspenseful competition actually had a drama-like change. Yi Yuan secured 2 matches like a wild wind sweeping away fallen leaves, beating the Tong family's #1 genius, a low-rank quasi-alchemy king, Tong Wenchang, until he could not even raise his head. Previously, everyone thought that the Shao family would become a bygone after today. But Yi Yuan's sudden emergence forcefully dragged the Shao family back. Now, the Shao family already firmly suppressed the Tong family by a head. As long as Yi Yuan did not lose too horribly in the final match, the Shao family could take back 70% of the medicinal pill market's management rights anew. Xiao Chongfeng looked at Yi Yuan's back view and actually felt a chill run down his back. Yes, an alchemy king expert shuddered at an alchemy grandmaster. He finally understood now what that sentence Yi Yuan said prior to this meant. To beat Tong Wenchang until he had no confidence to refine pills. This statement sounded very laughable, but looking at it now, Tong Wenchang might really get a psychological obstacle in alchemy. This kind of simple yet crude winning method was enough to utterly crush the opponent's confidence. If Tong Wenchang were unable to walk out from the shadow of today's defeat, then his accomplishments in this lifetime would probably end here. But when a person's confidence was completely crushed, how could it be easy to find it again? Such a method that destroyed one's opponent was even crueler than killing him directly. How in the world did Tong Wenchang offend Ji Qing that the latter would actually use such a cruel manner to crush his confidence? Xiao Chongfeng dared to confirm that Yi Yuan completely did not have this intention before coming. Deciding to do so should be a sudden thought. Xiao Chongfeng remained puzzled after pondering over it. Just what kind of a freak did my girl find? Xiao Chongfeng unwittingly laughed wryly in his heart. Xiao Chongfeng was originally the most worried person among everyone about the final match. But now, he had inexplicable confidence in Yi Yuan. He felt that Yi Yuan could definitely defeat Tong Wenchang in refining pills, because to want to thoroughly crush Tong Wenchang's confidence. This third match was the most crucial one. The third match, the medicinal pill that the two of you will be refining, is the Tier 3 high-level medicinal pill, Explosive Rising Dragon Pill. Yang Xiu said. When his voice fell, the surroundings burst into an uproar all at once. Oh my God! It's actually the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill. This is seriously crazy. The Explosive Rising Dragon Pill is known as an emperor-like existence among Tier 3 medicinal pills. It was not because of its medicinal effect but because of its refining difficulty. Yeah, the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill's requirement towards soul force is exceedingly high. Up until now, I've never heard of any alchemy grandmasters that refined the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill before. Tong Wenchang was utterly defeated in 2 matches. This match he finally saw a bit of hope. In the case of the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill, the advantage that he has is too great. The Explosive Rising Dragon Pill's pill formula was not really precious. Many major factions had it, but its refining difficulty was seriously too high. Those who could refine the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill were all quasi-alchemy king strength and above. Even low-rank quasi-alchemy kings would also find it very taxing to refine this medicinal pill. As for an alchemy grandmaster, this medicinal pill was impossible to refine. Ha ha ha! When Tong Wenchang heard the contents of the final match, he started laughing madly. Ji Qing, even the heaven is helping me. I want to see just how you'll refine this medicinal pill that is unsolvable to alchemy grandmasters. Yi Yuan did not pay attention to him. He still sat there with his eyes closed. To rest his mind with an appearance like this matter did not concern him. Tong Wenchang finally managed to find a bit of superiority sense and wanted to deal a good blow to Yi Yuan. But his fist landed on cotton, making him very depressed. Tong Fangshua could not help frowning when he saw the situation and finally could not sit still anymore. Wenchang, come over here, Tong Fangshua said solemnly. Tong Wenchang was startled and came before Tong Fangshua. Father, Wenchang, this boy is very abnormal, and his strength is formidable. You mustn't lower your guard. This third match concerns our Tong family's next 10 years' fortunes. The load on your shoulders is very heavy, Tong Fangshua said. Tong Wenchang broke into a sweat and hurriedly said, Wenchang knows. Father, please put your heart at ease. Tong Fangshua sighed lightly and said, How do you want me to feel at ease? When you're like this, didn't you notice that you've been completely brought into his rhythm by that kid? Tong Wenchang's hairs stood on its ends from fear, and he broke into a cold sweat. But that punk. I know. That's why I didn't say anything when you lost the first 2 matches. This kid's knowledge in the alchemy path is extremely solid. He probably grew up in a medicine garden from a young age. But no matter how amazing he is, he's also just a 16-years-old youth. Do you understand? Tong Fangshua said. Father's meaning is, solid fundamental skills is Ji Qing's greatest advantage but also his greatest disadvantage. The alchemy path has never had a shortcut that can be taken. Without copious amount of severe training and practice, there's no way to have any sort of accomplishments. He's only 16. How formidable do you think he can be when he's truly refining pills? Tong Wenchang's eyes lit up and said in delight, Father's meaning is that this Ji Qing, his theoretical knowledge is extremely powerful, so it delayed actual practice instead. Tong Fangshua nodded slightly and said, That's right. If it was some other medicinal pill, then forget it. But this explosive rising dragon pill is immensely advantageous to you. You just have to refine the pill according to your own rhythm. Forget all about the first 2 matches defeat. This match, you can definitely turn defeat into victory. When he came back again, Tong Wenchang's emotion was much more stable. Looking at Yi Yuan, who was still closing his eyes and resting, he sneered coldly and returned back to his operating platform. The third match, begin. Tong Wenchang did not start right away but took a deep breath to calm his mind. Before he started to portion the medicine, the medicinal herbs were already prepared. The alchemist just needed to dispense it according to the pill formula, then refined it into a medicinal embryo, and that would do. This was naturally not something difficult for Tong Wenchang. Soon enough, Tong Wenchang finished dispensing the medicinal herbs, but then he took a look at Yi Yuan on some devilish impulse. With this glance, he involuntarily had an impulse to spew blood again. Yi Yuan, this fellow, was actually closing his eyes to rest again. He had been bustling about for a long time, and Yi Yuan actually had not started work yet. My God, DP, you really have to posture like that? The first time was like this, the second time like this, and the third time was still like this. Ignore him. Ignore him. I just have to do things according to my own rhythm. He's only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. It's impossible to refine the explosive rising dragon pill. Tong Wenchang repeatedly exhorted himself. After reciting it silently for 10 times, Tong Wenchang's emotions finally stabilized somewhat. This time he swore to never look at Yi Yuan again. Roughly an hour later, Tong Wenchang's refinement of the medicine embryo was already drawing to an end. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally moved. He came before the operating platform and directly crushed and mixed the spirit medicines together. Then he started refining the medicinal embryo. Straight away, to there's such dispensement of medicine? He doesn't even weigh it out. F***ck me. Today, I've really broadened my horizons. If this Ji Qing can refine out the explosive rising dragon pill like this, than us, these quasi-alchemy kings, really need to go jump into the river and kill ourselves. You should hold your words back a little. This Ji Qing has already consecutively created 2 miracles in a row. You're certain that he can't create another miracle? Hand-grabbing style of medicine portioning once again astonished everyone. But Yi Yuan already fully entered a state at this time and was utterly unconcerned with everything in the outside world. Next was refining the medicinal embryo. It was only to see Yi Yuan's fingers moved like phantoms, completing the refinement of the medicinal embryo with extreme speed. Everyone was taken aback from shock. Yi Yuan actually completed refining the medicinal embryo at the same time as Tong Wenchong. What skill level was this? I've really increased my knowledge today. Turns out that prepping the medicine and refining the medicinal embryo can actually be done like this. Previously I was still worried that Ji Qing's skill in actual practice would be lacking. Now, looks like this worry was totally undue. Yeah, if preparing the materials and refining the medicinal embryo are both fine, then Ji Qing is really too heaven-defying. Whether there's an issue or not, we'll know in a while. If the portioning ratio is wrong, even if Ji Qing is the reincarnation of a divine Buddha, it's also not possible to refine out a finished medicinal pill. He's starting. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see if any shocking actions would appear once again when Yi Yuan was refining the pill. Yi Yuan naturally would not disappoint them. Tri-Origin's Samsara Art. Activate. The furnace fire rose sharply. Yi Yuan's figure vanished from the original spot. At the same time, Sovereign Star Abyss, who had his eyes shut all along, snapped open his eyes abruptly and stared fixedly in Yi Yuan's direction. What refining method is this? So formidable. Simply unheard of. How is this refining pills? This is simply performing movement technique. No, wait. I feel that Ji Qing's refining method is very extraordinary. Did you guys see clearly? In the process of Ji Qing revolving his skill, he's actually hitting out one seal after another constantly. Of course I saw that. But does firing out seals like this has any benefits in forming the pill? Don't know. But have you noticed? When he circles one round around the medicinal cauldron, he only fires out seals at 3 fixed points. It really is true. Yi Yuan already had a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster soul force at this time. Executing the Tri-Origin's Samsara Art again was way easier compared to at the spirit condensation realm. His current movement technique was faster compared to before. The seals were already grasped more soundly and accurately. Gradually, a peculiar atmosphere undulated out in the hall. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan's figure became increasingly slower and progressively clearer, just like the scene was playing in slow motion. Of course, even if it was in slow motion, Yi Yuan's figure was still very swift, because his movements were too quick. Everyone felt like it was pleasing to the eyes and mind.
Yi Yuan's refining
process was as if a form of art in their perspective. They were wrapped in the ecstasy of it. It was like they were drunk or dreaming. Under such a condition, time flew by swiftly. An hour went by in a flash. Then Yi Yuan cried out lightly, "Condense!" At this instant, the medicinal cauldron was actually enveloped by a multi-colored light. It was persisting for a long time without dissipating. The entire place was deathly quiet, as if time had stopped. Only Tong Wenchong's actions, with sweat pouring down his face, made people feel like time was still flowing. Except that compared to Yi Yuan's refinement process, Tong Wenchong's refinement was just like a clown act. It was without any aesthetic sense to speak of. For a good long while, no idea who said the word legendary, which shattered this death-like silence. Legendary realm. This is the legendary realm. My God, I didn't think that I could actually see the legendary realm in my remaining years. Too marvelous. Refining pills, this sort of dry and dull thing, was actually given such a wonderful sense of beauty by Ji Qing. Truly too unbelievable. After the silence, sounds of exclamations sounded out all around. The few Alchemy King elders at the top seats all exchanged glances. They saw, from the other party's eyes, amazement and envy. Yes, as an alchemist, this was the realm that they chased after all their life. They never would have expected that such a realm would actually appear on a 16-year-old youth. "I'm done," Yi Yuan nonchalantly said a sentence. He then returned back to his seat to close his eyes and rest. While on the other side, Tong Wenchang was still risking his life to refine the pill. He had also entered his own state and was completely oblivious to Yi Yuan's performance. He naturally did not know either that everyone was all using sympathetic eyes to look at him. After another hour, Tong Wenchang completed the pill refinement. "Ha ha ha! My explosive rising dragon pill is at the very least middle grade. Maybe even possibly high grade. Ji Qing, you'll lose this match for sure." Tong Wenchang clearly had yet to detect his own situation, laughing wildly after forming the pill. But he soon discovered that the atmosphere was not quite right. What's going on? Why are you all looking at me with those eyes? What I refined is a middle grade, maybe even high-grade explosive rising dragon pill. Even among low-rank quasi-alchemy kings, only a few can refine it, right? Tong Wenchang was rather baffled. Present Ji Qing's and Tong Wenchang's medicinal pills. I think this match doesn't have any suspense anymore. No, wait, I should say that the suspense is even greater. I think that everyone would want to know just what grade of explosive rising dragon pill Ji Qing refined, right? Yang Xiu said with some slight agitation. The medicinal pill fragrance had already permeated the entire hall. Everyone knew that this medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined would certainly be extraordinary. As for Tong Wenchang's despotic words, everyone overlooked it directly. This time, there was already no one at all who paid attention to him. "Elder Yang, quickly unveil the mystery. I can't wait anymore." Yeah, this explosive rising dragon pill, even if an alchemy king expert came to refine it, they might not be able to guarantee high grade every time, let alone superior grade. I have a feeling that this explosive rising dragon pill is probably not limited to the level of superior grade. My God, a transcendent grade explosive rising dragon pill. I simply dare not believe my eyes. Tong Wenchang looked perplexed. But when he heard everyone's words, he finally understood a little. At the very least, he knew that he was already utterly disregarded by people. Ji Qing, what on earth did he do? Yang Xiu looked at Yi Yuan's medicinal pill from left to right. The more he looked, the more he could not bear to part with it. Finally, Yang Xiu heaved a sigh in admiration and said, "You all guessed correctly. Ji Qing's explosive rising dragon pill is beyond all doubt transcendent grade. This is simply like an immortal medicine to martial artists who cultivates fire attribute cultivation methods." Tong Wenchang's entire being was petrified there. Only two words repeatedly reverberated in his head. Transcendent grade. Transcendent grade. A transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill, this. I heard it wrongly. I must have heard it wrongly. A high-rank alchemy grandmaster refining a transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill? Isn't this insulting my intelligence? Tong Wenchang repeatedly suggested to himself. Still, nobody paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were glued at the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined. Really transcendent grade. Really transcendent grade. How many years has it been since a transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill has appeared? In our capital? Yeah, this is simply the pinnacle work of tier 3 medicinal pills. At least, among alchemy grandmasters, no, within quasi-alchemy king realm, it's impossible for anyone to refine such a medicinal pill. Legendary realm. Transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill. Eva simply witnessed a miracle today. Yi Yuan's masterpiece made everyone lose themselves in the wonder. Yang Xiu already could not wait to end this grand pill assembly. He wanted to have a good chat with this young man. The results don't need me to say it, right? This third match, the Xiao family. Wait! Yang Xiu's words were said halfway when it was rudely interrupted by Tong Wenchang. Yang Xiu's brows furrowed, his tone becoming cold as he said, "What do you have to say?" Tong Wenchang had a ferocious face as he said, "I feel that there's something fishy going on with this match. That boy is only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. How can he possibly refine a transcendent-grade explosive rising dragon pill? And also, the previous two match, his answers were too strange." Rumble. Yang Xiu's Soul Sea Realm aura erupted completely. An overwhelmingly powerful aura crushed Tong Wenchang until he felt asphyxiated. Clearly, Yang Xiu really became enraged this time. "Your meaning is that our Alchemist Association would collude with the Xiao family to engage in fraud in this grand pill assembly?" Yang Xiu said, leisurely, but anyone could sense his fury. Everyone was horrifyingly shocked. These words from Tong Wenchang could be considered to have poked the hornet's nest. Although the capital's Alchemist Association headquarters was under the rule of the Wind Emperor, it did not mean that the Wind Emperor could freely issue orders to the Alchemist Association. In reality, the Alchemist Association could entirely not listen to the Wind Emperor's commands. It was just that because in the fierce Gale world, the Wind Emperor was an extremely special existence. He was this small world's one-of-a-kind powerhouse. In order to express their respect, that was why the Alchemist Association was brought under the Wind Emperor's rule. While the Alchemist Association organized all past sessions of the Grand Pill Assembly, this was not an order issued by the Wind Emperor but the Wind Emperor inviting this neutral organization. In the lower realms, unless they were brain-damaged, otherwise nobody dared to provoke an organization like the Alchemist Association. If not for this case, with the Wind Emperor's might, he could completely swallow up the Alchemist Association. However, did he dare? Tong Fengshua was greatly frightened by Tong Wenchang's words. He came forward to salute Yang Xiu and said, "Please don't blame him, Elder Yang Wenchang. He is momentarily confused. That's why he would say such offending words. The Alchemist Association has hosted so many sessions of the Grand Pill Assembly and has always been impartial. How can we dare to question? Wenchang, why haven't you apologized to Elder Yang?" As he reached the end, Tong Fengshua already had a stern tone and countenance. Yet, Tong Wenchang had already completely lost himself. How could he listen? "Why do I have to apologize? Father, don't you feel that it's very fishy? That boy didn't even look and composed so many pill formulas. He even deconstructed all 10 of the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. If not because he knew the answers beforehand, with him just being a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster." Slap. Tong Wenchang had yet to finish talking when Tong Fengshua sent a large slap over, directly sending him flying. When he crawled up again, Tong Wenchang's entire face already swelled like a pig's head. Blood was everywhere on his face, looking extremely wretched.
Un filial son.
"If you say any more nonsense, see if I don't cripple you."
Come.
"Men, bring this unfilial son of mine back for me, and watch him strictly. Without my permission, nobody is allowed to let him out." Tong Fengshua was so furious that blue veins throbbed. The Wind Emperor dreading the Alchemist Association was only because he feared the force behind it. But to the alchemist world's Tong family, the Alchemist Association was absolutely an existence which could not be offended. Tong Wenchang was missing a screw right now to actually dare to rebut Yang Xiu. That wouldn't be a problem of just losing a few percentages of shares of the medicinal pill market. While this move looked very ruthless, it protected Tong Wenchang very well. Bringing him back to lock him up, that was just the Tong family's internal affairs. If Yang Xiu really pursued this matter, whether Tong Wenchang's puny life could be preserved or not was still another matter altogether. How could an old fox like Yang Xiu, who lived for several hundred years, not understand Tong Fengshua's intentions? But in the capital, the Alchemist Association also had the Alchemist Association's difficulties. Tong Fangshua already did it to this step. He could not very well pursue this matter further. All right. Today's matter ends here. Now, I'll announce the results. This grand pill assembly, the Shao family wins with 2-1. If the Tong family is unwilling to submit to this result, you can very well go and complain to His Majesty the Wind Emperor, Yang Xiu said. Within these words already disclosed his thick displeasure. Although Yang Xiu was not a character whose words were as heavy as 9 tripods, he was also a figure who carried weight. His words still had plenty of weight. Tong Fangshua was having a headache. This was not Yang Xiu alone being unhappy. Tong Wenchang's words already offended everyone in the Alchemist Association. This kind of chink who knew how much effort was needed to be able to mend it. Later, in truth, Tong Fangshua could not blame it on his son either. Anybody who encountered something like this would probably lose their sense of propriety as well. What he was worried about now was whether Tong Wenchang still had the confidence to stand before a medicinal cauldron again to refine pills after today. It took 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 years to raise a person. For Tong Wenchang to become hailed as the Tong family's #1 genius. All the expended resources up until now was only more and not less than Shao roughing. But after today, before today, Tong Wenchang was in high and vigorous spirits. His limelight covered everyone in the capital's junior generation tramping the Shao family's junior, Shao roughing, beneath his foot. But just as he was about to reach the summit, he was kicked down directly from the altar by Yi Yuan. There was no battle at the summit, not even evenly matched. Yi Yuan, this alchemist who was younger and had even lower cultivation realm than him, had used absolute strength to crush Tong Wenchang. No glint and flash of cold steel, but such a wound was even harder to heal, compared to knife and sword injuries. Tong Fangshua knew that after today, Tong Wenchang would probably fade away into the masses. But what he was worried about right now was not this. It was how the Tong family should receive the wrath of the Alchemist Association as well as the suppression after the Shao family took their place. Once he thought of this, Tong Fangshua could not help feeling incredibly vexed. Right at this moment, Sovereign Star Abyss opened his mouth and said, "Ji, Qing." The hall quietened down straight away. Everyone guessed what this peak figure in the capital's alchemy world was about to do next. Everyone's eyes when looking toward Yi Yuan was filled with envy and congratulating intent. Yes, nobody was jealous. Yi Yuan already used his strength to conquer everyone. They knew that they did not have the qualifications to be jealous. Yi Yuan bowed slightly and said, "Lord Star Abyss." Star Abyss nodded his head slightly and said, "Are you willing to acknowledge this old man as your master? If it were somebody else, they would likely be so agitated that they would jump up." But to Yi Yuan this was rather laughable. After musing for a brief moment, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Junior is willing." Star Abyss naturally had no qualifications to be his master.
Ye Yuan obviously
did not wish to acknowledge him as master either. But Yi Yuan's current situation was very special. Within this capital, one might say that he had enemies everywhere. Once someone discovered his identity, he would face certain death. In the capital, forget about divine traversing realm powerhouses, Soul Sea. Realm experts were simply as many as oxen fur. Any one of them randomly pops out and he could die without a burial ground. Although he could use a divine soul mystic art to cover up his divine soul, his appearance could not be changed at all. If he was recognized by the Lan family tribe members, he would be dead for sure. Finding a backer such as Star Abyss, his safety would increase dramatically. Wanting to rescue people would also be way more convenient. Star Abyss nodded with a smile, clearly very pleased with this disciple. And at this time, Yi Yuan's weight in everyone's eyes naturally became different. People from factions all around hurriedly encircled around. "Congratulations to little brother Ji for acknowledging a famed master. Your future prospects are limitless." Congratulations to little brother Ji Qing. I'm the boss of the Dehua Hall. In future, if little brother Ji has any needs, you just have to instruct. What my Dehua Hall can take out, I'll absolutely do it without demur. For a moment, Yi Yuan was totally swarmed. This process lasted roughly an hour before everyone gradually dispersed. At this time, the people in the hall were already pretty much all gone. Even the 7 great alchemy king elders and sovereign star abyss had already left. Only now did Xiao Changfeng come forward and bow deeply to Yi Yuan. I represent the Xiao family to give thanks to little brother Ji's great kindness. This grace is the same as giving my Xiao family a new lease on life. Originally, this Xiao was planning on giving little brother the position of Xiao family's guest retainer elder. Little brother could demand the Xiao family's resources limitlessly, but since little brother became sovereign star abyss's brilliant pupil, I'm afraid you will turn your nose up in contempt at this tiny bit of reward. If little brother has any areas where you have use of this Xiao for, feel free to speak. This Xiao will not shrink from death to accomplish it. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, family head don't need to be courteous. I have no request for the Xiao family. If family head really wants to help me, thank Miss Ruyan then. If not for her, this Ji would probably have flicked my sleeves and left already. But these words sounded rather ambiguous. Xiao Ruyan, who was behind Xiao Changfeng, flushed red. Xiao Changfeng felt anguished in his heart. His actions previously indeed still infuriated this little ancestor, but he was also secretly rejoicing that this little ancestor seemed to have taken a fancy to his own daughter. Except that the Xiao family was going to hold the spouse finding martial competition very soon. The Shui and Huang, 2 families, were already glaring like a tiger with covetous eyes. Now there was an additional Ji Qing. How should this be done? Xiao Changfeng felt a headache. He fished out a token from his body and passed it to Yi Yuan, saying, little brother Ji, this is my Xiao family's highest level token. If you have any needs, you just have to bring this token to any business under the Xiao family's name, and they will collaborate with you. Yi Yuan nodded and was not courteous this time. This was what he deserved. In truth, if not because he was afraid that this old fox would become suspicious, Yi Yuan even wanted to directly open his mouth to ask for that too. Slaves from him. But Yi Yuan also knew that his origin was unknown. Even if he kept things as vague as possible, it would also be hard to prevent Xiao Changfeng becoming suspicious. How to approach those 2 people without leaving a trace would probably still have to be set about through Xiao Ruyan. That was why he deliberately mentioned Xiao Ruyan and not to show Xiao Changfeng any attitude. Since that's the case, then this Ji thanks family head. Yi Yuan extended his hand to receive the token. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the token, Xiao Changfeng also heaved a long sigh in relief. After today, Yi Yuan's status would be extraordinary. Sovereign Star Abyss's brilliant pupil and his own strength stood head and shoulders above all others too. Such a figure did not need long before he would be known to all in the capital. To be on friendly terms with him was absolutely beneficial to the Xiao family. Xiao Changfeng chuckled and said, little brother is too polite. That you youngsters have common topics. This old fellow won't mingle together. This Xiao takes my leave first. Ruyan, you and little brother Ji interact together more. If little brother Ji has any requests, you do your best to agree to it. Rufing's old injuries relapsed and still needs to return to have a good rest to recuperate. He'll be going back together with me. After Xiao Changfeng left, Xiao Ruyan finally loosened up a little. She said, with a slightly flushed face, Ji Qing this time. It's really all thanks to you. But at this time, Ji Qing suddenly put on a teasing smile and said, I thought that you would say something like unable to repay the kindness and can only offer myself in marriage. That way I can just conveniently accept it. At this, Xiao Ruyan's face blushed scarlet red, and she could not help saying disdainfully, why are you always not serious? Haha. A fair maiden is a gentleman's good match. How is it not serious?
I'm
Very serious right now. While he verbally said serious, his face was not serious at all. If it were before, Xiao Ruyan would definitely have stomped off already. But this was not her first day coming into contact with Yi Yuan anymore. She knew that he was joking. Although it was quite unbearably embarrassing, she also forcefully endured it and did not cover her face and run. But Yi Yuan did not expect that Xiao Ruyan's expression suddenly became downcast, and she said, "A fair maiden is a gentleman's good match? But I don't have command over myself." Yi Yuan asked curiously. Now that the Xiao family's crisis is averted, this matter of martial competition to find a spouse still has to continue. Xiao Ruyan shook her head dejectedly and said, "Martial reigns supreme in the fierce Gale world. Apart from the Alchemist Association being able to isolate and safeguard themselves, alchemy families are all vassal existences. If not, with the Xiao family and Tong family's financial power, we would have long ranked among first-rate families. In the capital, the truly powerful ones are still the first-rate families like the Huang family, Shui family, as well as the Shangguan family." Yi Yuan came to a realization. Turned out that alchemy skills were not thought highly of at all in the Fierce Gale world. The Fierce Gale world martial artists mostly relied on their own talent and hard work to cultivate. Their reliance on medicinal pills was not as great as the Endless world. Of course, this was only comparatively speaking. Those large families, as well as the forces under the Wind Emperor's command, would naturally enjoy more resources. Their cultivation would naturally be faster too. But to them, medicinal pills were just adding flowers to embroidery and not delivering fuel in the snow. Actually, Yi Yuan could tell that while the Fierce Gale world was deficient in resources, the environment itself was actually their most valuable resource. Fierce Gale world martial artists could be said to have a natural affinity with the concept of wind. Their cultivation along this path would also be quicker. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, there were no shortage of martial artists who comprehended true intent in the Fierce Gale world. The moment Yi Yuan entered the city, he came into contact with the alchemy world influences. He still did not have a direct understanding of the other forces. Looking at it now, the two Xiao and Tong families actually had a good deal of things that they had no control over. Like that, huh? Since you aren't willing to marry, find a guy to beat those two fellows down and wouldn't it be settled? Yi Yuan said. Xiao Ruyan smiled bitterly and said, "Where is the Xiao family going to find such a character? The Huang family's Huang Wenqiu and the Shui family's Shui Zaihe are the number 2 experts among the capital's junior generation. Their strength is on par with each other. Wanting to find someone stronger than them and still have to meet the age requirement? Easier said than done." "Oh, number 2 experts? Then who's the number 1 expert?" Yi Yuan asked. Curiously, the number 1 expert is similarly 2 people. They are the His Highness, the 7th Prince, and the Shangguan family's Shangguan Lingyun. When she spoke of these 2 people, Xiao Ruyan's face also revealed solemnness. "Oh, so impressive, huh? Then that's a little hard to deal with. Why not I help you beat them off and then you promise me one thing? How about that?"
yeah.
Yuan said with a grin. Xiao Ruyan's eyes lit up but immediately dimmed again. "I know that you're incredibly powerful in the alchemy path, but in terms of martial strength, you can't possibly beat those 2 people. Furthermore, if you need me to do anything, Father also had said earlier, you just have to speak freely." Yi Yuan snickered and said, "Really? Even wanting you is okay too?" Xiao Ruyan was already completely numbed. She said, "Of course you can. The prerequisite is that you can take me away." However, these words made Yi Yuan jump in fright. He gave a perfunctory laugh and said, "Just making a joke. I don't want to be hunted down by the Huang and Shui, 2 great first-rate families." In truth, Yi Yuan really wanted to ask about the matter of the slaves, but he was unable to fully trust Xiao Ruyan, so he forcefully swallowed his words. Back down. The matter of endless world slaves was too sensitive. He just had to open his mouth and it would draw people's suspicions. Xiao Ruyan was extremely intelligent. It was impossible to not have any notions at all. Even if he helped out the Xiao family tremendously this time on the matter involving the war between the two worlds, which side Xiao Ruyan would ultimately choose to stand on was really hard to say. As for Xiao Chongfeng, Yi Yuan was even less hopeful of him. That old fox would definitely take him down immediately and deliver him in front of the Wind Emperor to claim credit. At this time, a youth walked into the hall slowly, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice brother Ji, I'm Master's first disciple, Shi Haoran. Master asks you to go see him with me after you finished settling the stuff over here, said the youth to Yi Yuan. This Shi Haoran was shockingly an alchemy king expert. This person looked young, but his age was probably no longer that young. The aging of martial artist's appearance would gradually slow down following the continuous increase in strength. This Shi Haoran was at most 100 years old but had already stepped into the Soul Sea realm and advanced to Alchemy King. In the lower realms, this was absolutely a prodigious talent. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that Shi Haoran's gaze was restrained and had quite the air of someone broad-minded. He was totally different from Tong Wenchang. It was such a contrast. Tong Wenchang's title of Quasi-Alchemy King sounded scary, but actually his foundation was superficial. It was entirely in order to race against time that he forcefully broke through to the Soul Sea realm. To alchemists, the greatest taboo was this point. Unstable foundation. The further back, the harder to break through. In spite of Tong Wenchang breaking through to Quasi-Alchemy King very early, if he wanted to break through to Alchemy King realm without 1 or 200 years of accumulation, it simply could not be attained. But this Shi Haoran's soul force was pure. It was clearly tempered out through severe training. Only by experiencing countless times of pill refinement could one refine their soul force to this sort of degree. This point, others could not tell, but Yi Yuan was perfectly clear. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was why did Star Abyss send his first disciple over to fetch him? Even if it was taking in a new disciple, wasn't this too solemn? At Star Abyss's place, he was but a newcomer, making his first disciple fetch him. How great of a face was that? I've seen Alchemy King Shi. Xiao Ruyan gave a bow to Shi Haoran, and then she said to Yi Yuan, Ruyan dare not delay Lord Star Abyss's affairs and will take my leave here. Today's matter, Ruyan thanks Mr. Ji on behalf of the Xiao family. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Miss Ruyan don't need to mind. Take care. Looking at Xiao Ruyan's supple back view, Shi Haoran smiled and said, Miss Ruyan and the Shangguan family's Shangguan Lingxue are named the capital's two beauties together. Till today, nobody can capture their hearts. To think that junior apprentice brother Ji has only entered the Xiao family for a few days, and Miss Ruyan's heart is already secretly pledged. Indeed formidable. Yi Yuan was stunned. Originally, he thought that this Shi Haoran was someone who was serious in speech and manner, who knew that he would crack this sort of joke at first sight. Haha. Eldest senior apprentice brother is overthinking. Miss Ruyan just has feelings of gratitude towards me. How can a proud person like her take fancy upon an inexperienced greenhorn like me? Yi Yuan said self-mockingly. But Shi Haoran thought otherwise and said with a smile, I'm somebody who has been through this. I won't misjudge. What you said is right. Miss Ruyan is indeed a proud person. But that's because she hasn't encountered a man deserving of her to fall in love with. And today, junior apprentice brother Ji's performance has already thoroughly subjugated her arrogance. Moreover, junior apprentice brother Ji is already under master's tutelage. How can you call yourself an inexperienced greenhorn? As long as junior apprentice brother is willing, ask master to come out and intercede for you. How can the Huang and Shui families dare to say a single word of objection? When Yi Yuan listened, he thought to himself, shit, this Shi Haoran did not seem to be joking. Could it be that Xiao Ruyan really fell for him? But he and Xiao Ruyan are people from two different worlds and would surely become foes in the future. When the time came, how should they face each other? Cough, cough, thinking too much. Now was not the time to be thinking about this matter. Rescuing his fellow apprentices was the first order in this matter. Yi Yuan laughed perfunctorily and said, eldest senior apprentice brother, don't make fun of this junior. Aren't I still young? I haven't considered this matter yet, so I won't trouble master to grace his presence. Shi Haoran burst into laughter and said, junior apprentice brother is really a strange person. In the capital, which man doesn't wish to hold these two beauties in their embrace? Yet you have this strength and opportunity, but make excuses to decline. Fine as well. As long as Miss Ruyan has yet to wed, you have plenty of chances. Even if the spouse finding martial competition determined her spouse, as long as she is still of a chaste body, you can still marry her over. This is where the confidence of those under sovereign Star Abyss lies. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered. This Shi Haoran was to his liking. The dojo of Sovereign Star Abyss, Qisha Mountain. Yi Yuan and Shi Haoran were walking side by side. Master Star Abyss took in a total of 7 disciples. You're the 8th person. But you're the one with the greatest talent, Shi Haoran said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, senior's tone when saying this is like 2 different people from earlier, without that sort of aura that disdained all beneath the heaven. Along the way, Yi Yuan and Shi Haoran chatted until now and felt that this person quite matched his disposition, different from the seriousness in speech and manner, and solemn and mature eldest senior apprentice brother in his impression. Shi Haoran was with some hint of being quick to settle grudges and
Favor.
Shi Haoran laughed and said, inferior means inferior. That has nothing to do with disdaining the world. Legendary realm, forget about me, even master he can't do it either. Just based on this point, I'm inferior to you. Just luck. But Shi Haoran did not think so. Luck is also a part of strength. Swap any middle-rank alchemy grandmaster over. They can't win Tong Wenchong. At least, when I was at your level, I can't do it. As they were talking, the 2 people already arrived at the summit of the mountain. A magnificent great hall entered their sights. Go in then. Master is already waiting for us, Shi Haoran said. Following Shi Haoran into the main hall, Star Abyss was already waiting for him. Haoran, you take your leave first. I'll talk alone with Ji Qing, Star Abyss said. Shi Haoran bowed and withdrew. Star Abyss slowly opened his eyes and sized Yi Yuan up. But Yi Yuan also measured Star Abyss with his eyes without any care. Legendary realm. Pretty good. To be able to reach such a realm at this young age, you're bound to surpass me on the alchemy path in the future, Star Abyss suddenly said. Yi Yuan was a little perplexed and did not know what these words from Star Abyss meant. He could only say, Lord Star Abyss is too kind. Ji Qing is embarrassed by undeserved praises. Star Abyss waved his hand and said, you don't have to be humble. Actually, I know that I can't teach you anything at all. The reason why I called you over in the name of master and disciple is because of another reason. Yi Yuan's heart palpitated. Could it be that this old man discovered his identity? That was not very likely. Yi Yuan's heart was palpitating, but he said with a straight face, I wonder what Lord Star Abyss is looking for me for. Star Abyss did not answer but retorted with a question instead. Where did you come from? Yi Yuan's heart palpitated again and secretly raised his guard, quietly, revolving his essence energy. This child is somebody from the wilderness. Lord Star Abyss won't know even if I said it, Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss chuckled and said, you aren't a fierce Gale world native, right? Allegedly, an endless world spy might have infiltrated the capital. If my conjectures are right, that person is you, yes. This time Yi Yuan no longer had any thoughts of being lucky in his heart and already made the preparations to fight for his life. But right then, Star Abyss's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, "Heart like still water. What a fine lad. You really give people continuous surprises." Turned out that Yi Yuan already quietly entered Heart like still water realm. But this point was actually seen through by Star Abyss. Yi Yuan was really depressed. He did not know where he revealed a flaw. With this old man's strength, he was able to see past his divine soul mystic art. It was true that Star Abyss's strength was very formidable. But Yi Yuan similarly had great confidence in his own divine soul mystic art. Sovereign Star Abyss should not be able to see through him. Could it be during the Grand Pill Assembly? Even though he made a showy display of his abilities, he did not divulge any flaws. Yi Yuan initially wanted to use Star Abyss as a backing. To think that he actually directly exposed the skeleton in his closet. At this point, Yi Yuan no longer had the need to cover up. There was only the path of risking his life that he could take. Yi Yuan already silently completed the accumulation of essence energy and secretly mobilized heaven and earth essence energy. Evidently, Star Abyss had long discovered Yi Yuan's little actions. But he did not stop Yi Yuan, letting him carry it out free. This was absolute confidence. He believed that Yi Yuan absolutely could not escape his five-finger mountain. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous either. Essence energy erupted. Abruptly, 1,000 flowing petals explode for me.
Yi Yuan roared.
Innumerable flower petals appeared out of thin air, enveloping Star Abyss. Thickly, swoosh, swoosh, exploding sounds constantly rang without pause, wanting to erode Star Abyss's protective essence energy. But it was all futile. The 1,000 flowing petals, which had never failed him in previous battles, was utterly useless this time. The flower petals which filled the skies vanished completely. Star Abyss still waited there perfectly unscathed. Not even a hair was hurt. But Star Abyss's gaze right now was likewise filled with astonishment. Such an impressive youngster. I originally thought that since you have such unmatched talent in the alchemy path, your martial path must surely be average. To think that your talent in the martial path is not at all inferior to your alchemy path. To actually be able to maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at the crystal formation realm and cast such a powerful move. Star Abyss said with amazement written all over his face. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. Nobody was clearer than him about the strength of divine traversing realm powerhouses. In the lower realms, soul sea realms were common, but divine traversing realms were uncommon. Each sovereign-level powerhouse was a peak existence in the lower realms, a godlike existence. One could say that all were ants beneath divine traversing. But Yi Yuan was only a crystal formation realm expert now. No matter how monstrous he was, it was also not possible to cross two major realms to defeat Star Abyss. However, since it was death either way, Yi Yuan naturally would not submit to arrest without putting up resistance. Songhua sword swept horizontally. 1,000 flowing petals was used once more. But this time, Star Abyss did not take a beating passively. It was only to see the corner of his mouth give a wee smile. With a flick of his sleeves, the myriad falling flowers dissipated. But right at this time, another Yi Yuan appeared behind him. Windfire violent blaze transforming dragon. Yi Yuan cried out. An enormous fire dragon coiled toward Star Abyss. Rumble. An intense explosion sounded out. Except that this explosion did not spread out as Yi Yuan imagined. Instead, it became smaller and smaller, increasingly smaller, and finally turned into nothingness. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath. The Star Abyss was too powerful. The firelight vanished entirely, revealing that aged body of Star Abyss. Only that this time he was no longer sitting but standing up. His eyes showed immense astoundment. 2 kinds of moves. It actually contained 3 kinds of true intent. Fine, lad. You really let this old man broaden his horizons, Star Abyss praised. With a sigh, Star Abyss was only sighing with admiration, but Yi Yuan was already in despair. The windfire violent blaze transforming dragon was already his strongest move. It actually only forced Star Abyss to stand up. He could only fold his arms and wait for death. If it were not under this sort of life and death crisis, Yi Yuan's battle result was ample to be proud of. Divine traversing versus crystal formation. Why would he need to get up to make a move? Standing there to let you hit. Even if you exhausted your essence energy fully, you could not harm a single hair of his too. But now, if he was captured by Star Abyss, he only had a road that led to death. Flee? Even if he comprehended the wind flow concept, he also could not possibly escape Star Abyss's hands. Yi Yuan unwittingly gave an agonized smile. Songhua's sword moved. Thousand flowing petals fluttered once again. Only that this time the attack target of the 1,000 flowing petals was himself. This was the 1,000 flowing petals behead character formula. When Yi Yuan created this move, he never thought that he would one day use this move on himself. He also did not think that the originally seamless infiltration would actually be seen through unexpectedly. But if Yi Yuan were made to choose one more time, he would still infiltrate the fierce Gale world without hesitation to rescue his fellow apprentices. Where justice lie, advance even if you face millions obstructing you. Watching himself being enveloped by the myriad flying petals, Yi Yuan unwittingly gave a bitter smile. To think that merely a year after reincarnation, he would have to die again. In his previous life, he was only fortunate enough to escape because he had his father, Ji Zhengyang, protecting him. Just as Yi Yuan closed his eyes to await death, a blast of wind blew over and actually scattered his 1,000 flowing petals fully. Yi Yuan's expression could not help hardening as he said coldly, "What's the meaning of this, Lord Star Abyss?" Star Abyss sat back down again at this time and said with a faint smile, "You're mistaken. The other reason that I'm talking about is not to expose your identity. Now, can we sit down properly to have a chat?"
Ye Yuans gaze filikeret.
He did not quite get Star Abyss's thoughts. Not to expose his identity. Then what was all that crap earlier about? Yi Yuan had many doubts. He nodded flatly and sat down opposite of Star Abyss. Right at this moment, Sher Howren's voice came from outside the door. "Master." Disciple sensed intense essence energy undulations from here just now. "Are you all right?" Star Abyss replied nonchalantly. "I was giving Ji Qing some pointers earlier. That's why a small commotion was caused. You all don't have to be alarmed over nothing. Without my permission, nobody is allowed to approach this place." "Yes, master." A moment later, there was indeed no more activity outside. Star Abyss looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "A crystal formation realm. Martial artist actually caused such a massive commotion in my place. Truly terrifying. In my opinion, your talent can no longer be described using monstrous." Yi Yuan knew that he could not escape and simply calmed his heart down, saying, "Coolly, geniuses are nothing. Experts are the terrifying ones. If you can't beat someone, you'll still be a clump of yellow dirt in the end." Star Abyss nodded and said, "That's right. That's right. Neither arrogant nor rash. Being able to face difficult predicaments calmly. Decisive and daring. Resolute in killing. You're a dragon among men and will surely soar above the skies in the future." Yi Yuan was dumbfounded. What did this zealous flattering mean as well? What does Lord Star Abyss wish to say? Star Abyss chuckled and said, "Legendary realm. This old man has seen it twice. In my life. Today is the second time. But to be able to cultivate the origins Samara art to the legendary realm, I've never seen that before in my life."
Ye Yuans brams knitted.
Could it be that he revealed flaws due to this origins samsara art? This made no sense, right? Lord Star Abyss suspected me because of this? Yi Yuan asked gloomily. Star Abyss had a smile as he nodded and said, "That's right. Why so? Although the Tri-Origin Samsara art is rare, it's not really some impressive inheritance, right?" Getting a definite answer, Yi Yuan was even more depressed. Haha, if the Tri-Origin Samara art doesn't even count as an impressive inheritance, then what kind of ability is considered an impressive inheritance? Looks like your origins are even more incredible than I imagined. This Tri-Origin Samara art is my Dao Yen lineage's unpropagated secret. Within the fierce Gale world, apart from Howren and me, nobody cultivated it before. But you were able to cultivate the Tri-Origins Samsara art to such a level. Clearly, you aren't my fierce Gale world's aboriginal, Star Abyss said, with a profound significance. The fierce Gale world is so large. How can Lord Star Abyss come to a conclusion that there are no other people who know the Tri-Origins Samsara art? Yi Yuan asked puzzledly. Although the fierce Gale world is huge, its accomplishments in alchemy skills aren't much. If my conjectures are correct, my standards when placed in the endless world probably can't even enter the top 5, right? So how many inheritances this Tri-Origins Samsara art has in the fierce Gale world? This old man is still well aware. Star Abyss stroked his beard and said. Yi Yuan curled his mouth and declined to comment on Star Abyss's conjectures. Yi Yuan was not too familiar with the endless world, but according to his estimations, the northern domain should have several sovereign-level powerhouses. Star Abyss's strength might really not even rank in the top 5 when placed in the endless world. It was precisely because the fierce Gale world was too weak in the alchemy path, the inheritances were naturally pitiably scarce. Star Abyss saying that he had a good idea about the Tri-Origins Samsara art inheritance was not false. It was just that Yi Yuan revealing a flaw because of such a matter was seriously something he had not expected. Just based on this, you determined that I'm not a fierce Gale world native? Yi Yuan countered with a question. Star Abyss suddenly burst into laughter and said, "This old man originally only suspected, so I tricked you to think that you're really that endless world spy. This junior is truly impressive. To actually be able to use divine soul mystic arts to change the characteristics of the divine soul. Even, I can't see through it with my realm." This round of exchange truly astonished me over again and again. Yi Yuan nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Ever since he reincarnated, it had always been him plotting against others. To think that today he was actually schemed by someone. But this honestly could not be blamed on Yi Yuan either. After all, in a different world like this, him entering deep inside alone, his mind was actually in a tightly wound-up state all this while. Star Abyss, this old fox, was brimming with confidence all the way and directly exposed Yi Yuan's identity. How could Yi Yuan doubt this? If it were some other person, they might really harbor hope in their hearts and insist that they are not someone from the endless world. But with Yi Yuan's temperament, how could he willingly place his life in the hands of others? Therefore, his identity being exposed was also within reason. "You're so sly, old man." Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Star Abyss stroked his beard and said, "This is called all's fair in war. But this young man, is somebody with affection and faith. For the sake of your fellow apprentices, you actually risked your own life to enter deep inside the capital alone. This old man, have lived for many years and have only yielded to one person. But today there's one more." "Oh? I wonder who the other person is," Yi Yuan asked curiously. "The other person is naturally my master, Sage Dao Yen." He affirmed his Dao with alchemy under such an environment like the fierce Gale world and ascended to the divine realm, the first person since time immemorial in the fierce Gale world. This Tri-Origins Samsara art was passed down to me by his elderly self, and my lifetime aspiration is to follow in his footsteps and ascend to the divine realm. Speaking of his own master, Star Abyss also had a look of admiration and fixation. This was the second time Yi Yuan heard of Dao Yen, this name, and could not help being stirred. This Yi is unworthy of Lord Star Abyss's admiration. Now, since I've already fallen into your hands, I wonder how you plan on dealing with me.
Ye Yuan.
Asked. So, your real name is surnamed Yi. If you were just a mere nobody just based on your ties of camaraderie, this old man could let you off. But with the talent that you just displayed, if I let you grow unchecked, you might be a catastrophic calamity to my fierce Gale world. Although this old man is the association head of the Alchemist Association, I grew up in the fierce Gale world after all. Therefore, sorry, said Star Abyss. Talking up to here, Star Abyss also had a regrettable look. A prodigious talent like Yi Yuan. Anyone who met him with their talent, cherishing heart stirred. But if such a genius was the enemy, that would be too scary. Undoubtedly, those few moves from Yi Yuan earlier already made Star Abyss sense immense threat. Yi Yuan's potential was too great. As part of the fierce Gale world, he could not let Yi Yuan mature. But Yi Yuan did not have any nervousness right now. Instead, he said coolly, I can give you a reason not to kill me. Star Abyss was stunned, but he shook his head and said, it's futile. Just based on those few moves that you displayed just now, you can't be kept alive. Or else, His Majesty the Wind Emperor might not even be your match in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and asked, the sage Dao Yen that you mentioned earlier, was his name called Li Daohang? Star Abyss's entire body shuddered, his eyes full of astoundment. He asked, tremblingly, how do you know Master's name? The number of people in the entire fierce Gale world who knows his name can be counted on one's fingers. Furthermore, with your age, how is it possible? Seeing Star Abyss's reaction, Yi Yuan finally set his mind at ease. Star Abyss's master, Sage Dao Yen, was really that Li Daohang that he knew. Ha! It's really Li Daohang, huh? Yi Yuan said with a laugh. A divine traversing realm powerhouse was quivering like an ordinary old man. Currently, Li Daohang was the master that influenced Star Abyss's entire life. His status in his heart was akin to that of a god. Hearing news of him once again, how could Star Abyss not be agitated? You know my master? But how is this possible? Star Abyss said in disbelief. Yi Yuan was merely 16 years of age. When he was born, Li Daohang had ascended to the divine realm long ago. It was simply impossible for the two of them to have any interaction. Yi Yuan truly said Li Daohang this name. This left Star Abyss racking his brain for answers. Star Abyss's mind was currently flooded with countless question marks. He urgently wanted to know Li Daohang's present situation. But Yi Yuan just refused to say it. This involuntarily made him have an impulse to scratch his ears and face in anxiety. I naturally know him, but if you want to know his recent developments, you need to swear a heavenly Dao oath. The matter I speak of today will be said by me. Enter your ears, and not a third person is permitted to know. Don't you think about using some method like soul search to find what you want? Since I can hide from you when it comes to the divine soul, you should know my means. Yi Yuan said with an icy look. Star Abyss was secretly shocked. He really had that thought just now. But being reminded like this by Yi Yuan, he knew that he definitely had no chance of succeeding anymore. Yi Yuan could hide from his divine traversing realm detection with crystal
Formation Realm Cultivation.
How powerful his divine soul mystic art was could be imagined. Even if Yi Yuan was not his match, him wanting to search the soul was something impossible. After struggling repeatedly, Star Abyss finally could not resist Yi Yuan's temptation and swore the heavenly Dao oath. Now you can tell me, right? Master, is he well right now? Star Abyss asked somewhat uneasily. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan also had a rather complicated expression. He only spoke after musing for a moment. Whether he's well or not, I don't know. Either. Maybe he's okay. Maybe he's not okay. Star Abyss was stupefied and could not being saying furiously. You made me Swear a heavenly Tao oath just to give me such an answer. Yi Yuan looked at him and gave a long sigh, saying, How do you think a 16-year-old youth like me can have such incredible alchemy skills? Although the Tri-Origins Samsara art isn't considered some pinnacle ability, wanting to reach the legendary realm isn't something easy either. Do you think that it can be executed by a 16-year-old youth? Star Abyss was secretly alarmed and said in surprise, Is it possible that you? But your body and divine soul is very compatible. How is this possible? Yi Yuan naturally would not tell him that this was due to those golden characters. He just said indifferently, The means of the divine realm is unimaginable to you. This isn't considered much to me. This is indeed so. I suspected previously, but after using my divine soul to investigate for a long time, I didn't discover any traces at all either. So I dispelled this sort of thought too. To think that, Star Abyss said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, Actually, before I took over, I was an alchemy emperor. What? How did Star Abyss have any demeanor of an expert right now? He nearly jumped. An alchemy emperor. Why you're actually an alchemy emperor. Oh my God. Star Abyss stammered. To an alchemist, their lifelong aspiration was not to reach the divine king realm but the legendary alchemy emperor realm. And to Star Abyss, forget about alchemy emperor, even alchemy ancestor was a realm that was far from his reach. Alchemy emperor. The weight of these two words was too heavy. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected Star Abyss's reaction and said coolly, That's right. Li Daohang, that boy still has some abilities. At that time he wanted to enter my tutelage. I didn't accept him, but he brazenly refused to leave and followed behind me to do a considerable period of chores. Later on, he became an alchemy venerable too. That boy. Star Abyss's face twitched. His master was that boy. Then what was he? That grandson? F*ck me. A little kid scolding the locust while pointing at the mulberry. How to tolerate it? Star Abyss could not resist cursing in his heart. Yi Yuan clearly saw through his reaction and said nonchalantly, You don't have to feel unwilling to submit. You're also aware that in the martial artist world, the strong reigns supreme. The alchemist world is likewise so. With your present accomplishments, you've just barely learned the rudiments. Li Daohang is also just barely considered to have gained a higher level of mastery later on. In front of me, if he isn't a boy, then what? Star Abyss said displeasedly, Why don't you talk about what traits and characteristics that Li Daohang has? Maybe it's the same surname and same name. Star Abyss was an old fox. He naturally would not be ushered in by Yi Yuan so easily. Just as he said, there were many people with the same surname and name. Also, Yi Yuan might be deliberately duping him. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, That boy doesn't have any other abilities. That shamelessly bold and hard to shake off ability is powerful enough. He spent a full 3 years in the main hall pestering before I grudgingly agreed to take him in. If you have to say what characteristics he has. As he spoke, Yi Yuan casually struck out several seals. Star Abyss's expression could not help changing when he saw the situation. Wandering seal. Yi Yuan made a move again. Star Abyss was shocked once more. Green Lotus seal. 7 evils kindred seal. Each seal that Yi Yuan struck out, Star Abyss's throat would raise an octave. At the back, he was practically about to use the lion's roar. I wonder if these can prove that the Li Daohang I know is your master? Yeah. Yuan asked with an amused look. Star Abyss nodded like a chicken pecking for rice. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with awe and veneration. This 16-year-old youth before his eyes was really an alchemy emperor. Powerhouse that took over a body to rebirth? These are all the seals that Master used to rise to fame. That person is really Master. Star Abyss no longer doubted. Yi Yuan said scornfully, relying on these lousy things and also being able to become famous. No wonder his level was so trash. It means veiled insults. If you dare to speak impertinently about Master again, I won't be courteous. Yi Yuan repeatedly belittled Li Daohang over and over again. Finally, it made Star Abyss unable to bear it and explode. But how could Yi Yuan bother with his feelings? How did Li Daohang, that boy, teach you? Don't you have any consciousness of honoring and respecting your teachers? Yi Yuan said coolly. Star Abyss crumbled and said, Of course I respect and honor my teachers, but what has this got to do with you? Although I didn't take Li Daohang in as my disciple, no matter what, he followed me for nearly 100 years too. It's not too much for me to say that I'm half a teacher to him. If you being impolite to me is not disrespecting your teacher, then what is it? This. And now I'm a tiger that landed in the plains. If you still wish to kill me, do as you please. But if you ascend to the divine realm in the future, be sure not to go and find Li Daohang. If he knows that you killed me, he'll smack you to death in one palm without hesitation at all. Of course, with your talent, ascending to the divine realm is probably also something very challenging. Star Abyss ruminated over it. Clearly he fell into a dilemma. The person that he respected the most in this life was Li Daohang, while this young man before his eyes actually said that he was Li Daohang's half-a teacher. Wouldn't that mean that he was his grand teacher? If Yi Yuan really died in his hands, wouldn't he really become someone who betrayed his master and forefathers? But this person was an alchemy emperor who took over a body to rebirth. How powerful an alchemy emperor was, Star Abyss completely had no notion at all. But he knew that it was very, very powerful. Powerful until he was simply unable to imagine it. The present Yi Yuan in front of him was akin to an ant, while if he was in front of an alchemy emperor, he did not even count as an ant. Insignificant. Like a speck of dust. Such a figure was way more terrifying than any genius character. Although Yi Yuan's strength was not formidable, his various kinds of means were inconceivable. Before long, he would become an extremely terrifying opponent of His Majesty the Wind Emperor. To kill or not to kill? Yi Yuan just looked at Star Abyss like this and was not in a hurry to press him. He was not very clear about this Star Abyss's disposition, but he was still very clear about Li Daohang's moral character. Li Daohang was a very talented and very hard-working person. While he did not take in him as his disciple, Li Daohang treated him as his master all along, silently following by his side for close to 100 years. Of course, in this 100 years his harvest was also tremendous, growing from an alchemy ancestor to an alchemy venerable expert. As for Star Abyss, Yi Yuan actually still had some confidence. Previously, when he mentioned Li Daohang, that sort of revering and respectful expression did not seem to be fake. Indeed, after Star Abyss mused for quite a while, he sucked in a deep breath and said to Yi Yuan, I can let you off too, but you have to guarantee not to let my fierce Gale world's people plunge into misery and suffering. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You're overthinking it. This sort of thing like a war between two worlds is a matter as big as the heavens to you all. But to me it essentially counts for nothing. My horizons have never been on this plane. After you ascend to the divine realm, you'll naturally understand the meaning of these words of mine. Star Abyss was dazed. Thinking about it, that was true too. To an alchemy emperor, the matters of the lower realms were too inconsequential. That will be good. Star Abyss heaved a sigh in relief. If the war between two worlds can't be avoided, I most likely won't be able to detach myself from it. There are my present kin and friends over there. Have no way of watching them all become fierce Gale world slaves. However, I can assure you that I won't help the endless world invade the fierce Gale world. Honestly speaking, if you have the capabilities, you can persuade the Wind Emperor not to invade the endless world. This way we can all be happy. Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss gave a bitter laugh. Easier said than done. You've also seen the fierce gale world's living conditions. It's impossible for His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to give up this war. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Foolish! Once the war between two worlds launches, it will only plunge the people into an abyss of misery and suffering. Even if the fierce gale world wins, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory too." He used improving living conditions as a pretense to invade another world, isn't it, in order to satisfy his own selfish interests? To plunder more cultivation resources? At that time, the ones dead will be his citizens, but the beneficiary will be him, this high and lofty Wind Emperor, His Majesty. But Star Abyss disagreed. Lord Wind Emperor is already standing at the pinnacle of the world. Why would he still have so much desire towards resources? Him doing so is of course for the millions of martial artists in the fierce gale world. Heh, you fool. Just a boundless realm. He's standing at the top of the world. Still early. The greater one's strength, the greater the requirements towards resources. Otherwise, he could have shattered the void and left long ago with his strength. Why is he still reluctant to leave the lower realms? Because he knows that if he went to the divine realm, he would only vanish into the faces of the crowd. Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Star Abyss wanted to refute but felt that any words were very feeble. This. Impossible. Star Abyss said impossible, but he was already convinced in his heart.
Hür.
Although you're the Alchemist Association's association head, your strength is not there yet. There are still many things that you don't know. But he, as the ruler of a world, knows way more things than you do. Don't look at how you can summon rain and clouds in the capital. After you ascend to the divine realm, you're also just a servant. The intensity of the competition in the divine realm is what the current you simply cannot imagine. The vast majority of the martial artists who ascend would croak before even enduring past the initial stage after going to the divine realm. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan spoke indifferently, but Star Abyss's hair stood on its ends from shock after hearing it. To him, the divine realm was a holy and pure land, a paradise. There were limitless cultivation resources over there and countless powerhouses. It was the playground for martial artists and alchemists. But Yi Yuan's words shattered all of his fantasies to smithereens. But I'm in charge of a world's alchemist association. There's also hard work even if I haven't performed meritorious deeds. Right? Can it be that the Alchemist Association completely doesn't care about my life and death at all? Star Abyss asked in bewilderment. Of course they care. The divine realm's resources are indeed abundant until you can't imagine it. However, there are also so many martial artists that you can't imagine it. Alchemists are similarly so many that you can't imagine it. Especially in a place like the Alchemist Association. It has the strongest bunch of alchemists in the divine realm. The alchemists that ascend are also countless. If resources are distributed equally, then the Alchemist Association would not have been able to make ends meet. Although you also have some cleverness in trivial matters, you're still a lot worse compared to Li Daohang. Do you feel that you can get the Alchemist Association's emphasis? Yi Yuan's words were like a small hammer, shattering Star Abyss's glass heart. Bit by bit, Star Abyss felt like his world outlook instantly disintegrated. His entire being lost his bearings. People were aware of their own affairs. Star Abyss's talent in alchemy might be top-notch in the fierce gale world, but there were countless lower planes. He was nothing impressive among them and even less of a something after reaching the divine realm. Yi Yuan saying that he would go to the Alchemist Association to do menial labor was possibly already giving him face. Then what should I do? Star Abyss was utterly confused. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Li Daohang was smarter than you and more talented than you, so he did not join the Alchemist Association. His skin was also thick enough to beg me to take him in, but you've already stuck on the Alchemist Association's label and can only pave a bloody path for yourself. The prerequisite is that you have the capabilities. Star Abyss was completely befuddled. In truth, the fierce Gale World's Alchemist Association basically had no relations with the divine realm. This seemed to be a forgotten land. Of course, this could not be blamed on others either, who asked the fierce Gale World's alchemy path to be very underdeveloped. Hence, Star Abyss's understanding of the divine realm was entirely fantasized. By himself, he only knew how he was after listening to Yi Yuan's words now. Star Abyss did not doubt Yi Yuan's words, because his words were the most logical. It was just that he imagined it without basis to give himself an intense psychological hint that the divine realm was a beautiful place. Yet this was simply impossible. Straightening out his thinking, Star Abyss suddenly bowed towards Yi Yuan and said respectfully, "Star Abyss is ignorant. Senior, please point out the right path." Unknowingly, Star Abyss already took Yi Yuan to be an old monster-like existence, and quietly changed his form of address. Yi Yuan reached out a hand to prop him up and said with a sigh, "You're also aware of what happened to me now. How can I dare to receive your solemn grace? I think you also know that me saying this is actually just in order for you to let me off and to carry on living. This is far from showing you the right part, but I can still manage to let you ascend to the divine realm." Knowing when to stop and go over the limit was as bad as falling short. The disparity in strength between Yi Yuan and Star Abyss was too great. He wasted his breath talking until now in order to make Star Abyss open his mouth to beg him. As long as Star Abyss required Yi Yuan's assistance, he naturally would not harm him. One must not have malicious intentions, but also must not be without caution against others. Although he had Li Daohang this layer of relationship between Star Abyss, Yi Yuan had to take precaution against him. Only by arousing the desire within Star Abyss's heart could he guarantee complete success. Indeed, when Star Abyss heard these words, he became unbelievably agitated. "How will Senior teach me?" Star Abyss asked excitedly. "You're Li Daohang's disciple. I believe you do not lack in soul cultivation. Technique. But you're only at the middle stage sovereign level today, indicating that it's already very hard for you to break through again." Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss had an abashed look as he said, "I've lost face for Master." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Lost what face? That boy himself wasn't much either. Followed me for 100 years and didn't even break through to the Alchemy Emperor realm. That's called losing face. The fierce Gale Worlds resources are sparse, and it's indeed not suitable for alchemists to break through. For you to be able to cultivate to such a realm was already not very easy." This was not Yi Yuan deliberately posturing in front of Star Abyss. The Medicine King Hall truly had many Alchemy Emperor experts. The person that he brought along for 100 years had yet to break through to the Alchemy Emperor realm. This made him feel very ashamed. Alchemy Emperor realm was not the pinnacle for alchemists. It was only another beginning. Similarly, being an Alchemy Emperor expert, there was a distance of a heavenly chasm between Yi Yuan and the rest. From low rank to peak Alchemy Emperor, this was a gulf that many people could not cross in their entire lives. Yi Yuan was famed as the person most likely to become an alchemy god precisely because his speed when breaking through to peak Alchemy Emperor was too quick. So swift that it made those long-renowned peak Alchemy Emperor powerhouses perspire from shame. Hearing Yi Yuan scold Li Daohang once again, Star Abyss wished that he did not hear it. Right now, he could only pretend to not have heard it and played possum as he said, "Could it be that Senior has a way to let me break through to perfection sovereign level?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Have you ever heard of Soul Meld Pill?" Star Abyss's entire body quivered, and he exclaimed in shock, "Senior can actually refine the Soul Meld Pill. I've seen that before in the Association's records. That's a legendary level Tier 5 medicinal pill." Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, "You should have thrown away those lousy records in the fierce Gale world long ago. How does the soul meld pill count? As some legendary level medicinal pill? You don't think that an alchemy emperor can't even refine a tier 5 medicinal pill, right? Cough, cough, cough. Star Abyss nearly choked and said, Star Abysses, knowledge is shallow. I've incurred ridicule from Senior. Yi Yuan nodded and said, but I can only give you an empty promise. My current strength can't refine it at all. After I have sufficient strength, I'll come and find you. Star Abyss was overjoyed and said, no worries, no worries. Star Abyss can afford to wait. Oh right, Senior previously said that Master he. What does that mean? Yi Yuan gave Star Abyss a look and said with an emotional sigh, looks like you still have some feelings toward Li Daohang, that chap. At least his teachings were not in vain. However, I really don't know how he's like now. Back then, only a wisp of my soul escaped to the endless world. I completely couldn't care about other things. Li Daohang's life and death was fully grasped in the hands of Ji Kanglin. If Ji Songlong carried out a large-scale cleansing crazily, Li Daohang's little life would probably be very hard to preserve. If Ji Kanglin still took into consideration some old feelings, Li Daohang might survive. But Yi Yuan felt that the possibility of the latter was higher. It was just that he could not very well say it to Star Abyss. Seeing Yi Yuan's despondent expression, Star Abyss also knew that his question poked Yi Yuan's sore spot, but he also secretly started worrying for Li Daohang. Coming out from Star Abyss's place, Yi Yuan headed straight for Shihauren's place. Before going in, he entrusted white light to Shihauren. However, when Yi Yuan came to Shihauren's place, he did not see Shihauren's silhouette, while white light was being hugged in the embrace of an extremely beautiful girl with a face full of grievance. Beside the girl stood a handsome and suave yellow-shirt youth. Hee, you can't escape from the palm of my hands this time, right, little white tiger? Shangguan Lingxue said playfully. Shangguan Lingxue had sea transformation realm strength. How could white light contend with that? Under Shangguan Lingxue's despotic power, white light could only be in her embrace obediently. Yi Yuan jumped in fright when he saw the situation. Wasn't this girl the one who brought him into the capital? Why would she appear here? The freaking thing was that Yi Yuan saw a boundless scenic view when he was kept under her skirt back then. Now that he saw her in the flesh, Yi Yuan felt very awkward in his heart. Yi Yuan instinctively wanted to dodge aside, but it was already too late. Shangguan Lingxue and that yellow-shirt youth already saw him. Why are you, a servant, so ignorant of the rules? This place is a restricted pill refinement place. How can you freely enter and leave? Said the yellow-shirt youth with a frown. He knew all of Star Abyss's 7 great disciples. There wasn't Yi Yuan at all. Plus, Yi Yuan's strength was meager and his attire was ordinary. The yellow-shirt youth subconsciously thought that Yi Yuan was a servant. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. This yellow-shirt youth's overbearing attitude made him very displeased. Putting aside that Yi Yuan was not a servant, even if he really was a servant, there was no need to be like this either, right? This sort of ordering people about with a gesture attitude made it seem like everyone owed him something. Was there a need for that? Seeing Yi Yuan keeping silent, the yellow-shirt youth was even more displeased. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Get lost. As he said, he flicked his sleeves. An extremely powerful force hurtled towards Yi Yuan. It actually wanted to forcefully push Yi Yuan outside. This yellow-shirt youth was at the 5th level sea transformation realm. In his view, this move was naturally more than ample to deal with the 2nd level crystal formation realm Yi Yuan. Yet that force wind just howled past Yi Yuan's body like this while Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well without even moving a muscle. You have quite a knack in doing things. The yellow-shirt youth was slightly stunned. He did not think that a mere 2nd level crystal formation realm could actually block the force of his flick so effortlessly. White light, come here. Let's go. Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with this wildly arrogant youth and lightly called out. White Light gave a low roar and struggled free from Shangguan Lingshue's embrace. In a blink of an eye, he arrived behind Yi Yuan, trying to hide. He's called White Light? A very nice name. Is he a little white tiger that you're raising? Shangguan Lingxue blinked her eyes and asked Yi Yuan, curiously. So what if yes?
Ye Yuan answered indecisively.
The yellow shirt youth's actions made Yi Yuan rather displeased. The hate for the house extended even to the birds perching on it. Yi Yuan naturally did not have much favorable impression towards Shangguan Lingxue too. Shangguan Lingxue had yet to speak when the yellow shirt youth reprimanded. Insolence! Do you know who she is? To actually dare to be so impudent. Yi Yuan looked at him indifferently and said, Impudent? I wonder who's the one shouting and wrangling here, reversing the order of host and guest? Still, say that others are impudent. The yellow shirt youth sneered coldly and said, Reversing the order of host and guest? You mean that you're the owner of this place? I wonder since when did Sovereign Star Abyss's dojo become your territory? Yi Yuan smiled and said, You don't know? It's something not long ago. Since when had the yellow shirt youth suffered such provocation? He laughed from extreme anger and said, Good, I'll lug you before Sovereign Star Abyss and ask him if this place is your territory. Shangguan Lingxue was greatly alarmed and hurriedly said, Your Highness, Seventh Prince, don't. But it was already too late. Seventh Prince arrived beside Yi Yuan at lightning speed. Be careful. Ah! Shangguan Lingxue could not bear to see Yi Yuan's tragic state and closed her eyes as if she was in pain. But it was only to hear a whistle. Then there was silence. Several breaths had passed. Yet, Shangguan Lingxue did not hear any activities. She could not help opening her eyes curiously. With this look, Shangguan Lingxue could not help being greatly startled. Ye Yuan was currently standing and facing Seventh Price far away and actually looked like he was completely unscathed. My God, a second-level crystal formation realm martial artist actually dodged an attack from the number one person in the capital's junior generation. Who in the world was this young man? Hehe, indeed have some capabilities. No wonder you dare to be so impertinent in front of this prince. But you're still a little green in the end. Seventh Prince snickered coldly. In? Could it be? Shangguan Lingxue looked towards Yi Yuan again. Indeed, she saw a trace of fresh blood flowing down along the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. He sustained injuries in the end. But to be able to escape with his life from Seventh Prince's hands, this young man was already very remarkable. In the entire capital, only big brother Shangguan Lingyun could contend with him. The effects of other people were only to serve as a foil to his might. Roar! Seeing Yi Yuan injured, the white light beside Yi Yuan became restless with anxiety. Yi Yuan had the intention to stop, but his internal injuries were not light. It was already too late, only to hear a whoosh. A streak of white light left an afterimage behind in midair as it pounced towards Seventh Prince. Seventh Price laughed coldly and struck with one hand, accurately hitting that streak of white light. Crash! White light was sent flying out, crashing onto tea table, smashing the tea table into smithereens. White light! Poo work! Seeing white light get injured, Yi Yuan could not help getting very anxious. With a jerk, it affected his wounds, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Humph! A tier 2 little beast. As overconfident as your master, asking for trouble. Seventh Prince said with a cold snort. Seeing white light being wounded, Shangguan Lingxue also became anxious and said, Your Highness, they didn't intentionally offend you either. How can you deal such a heavy blow? As she spoke, Shangguan Lingxue arrived at White Light's side with a large stride, wanting to carry him up. But just as her hands were about to touch White Light suddenly vanished before her eyes. Ah! You damn little animal! I'm going to kill you! Following that Shangguang Lingxue heard 7th Prince's shocked and furious voice. Turning around to look, she saw that 7th Prince's face had a few extra claw marks. Clearly, they were left behind by white light. Shangguan Lingxue's eyes involuntarily revealed astonishment. A tear too little. White Tiger actually wounded 7th Prince. What was the background of this one person and one beast? Each of them actually had such extraordinary skills. But White Light, who succeeded in one try, already returned to Yi Yuan's embrace, dripping with fresh blood, looking horrifyingly ghastly. His injuries were clearly very severe. That slap from 7th Prince earlier was really not light at all. Yi Yuan lightly caressed White Light. Taking in a deep breath, he said to 7th Prince, 7th Prince, right? Very good. I've remembered this. Yi Yuan and White Light were together day and night. He had long treated him as an indispensable part of his own life already. To talk about feelings, his feelings towards White Light was even deeper. Compared to Mo Yuntian and the rest, 7th Prince actually beat White Light to such a manner. This was something that Yi Yuan could not accept. Hence, he had to suffer Yi Yuan's wrath. This 7th Prince was indeed well deserving of being the #1 expert among the capital's junior generation. His strength was truly peerlessly powerful. Although his realm was similar to Lan Bao's, his true combat power was not even on the same level as Lan Bao. This 7th Prince similarly comprehended true intent. Hence, that one exchange earlier, Yi Yuan could not fully evade 7th Prince's attack and sustained considerable internal injuries. Under the situation where his movement technique could not gain any advantage, Yi Yuan's realm became his greatest shortfall. There was a full major realm disparity between the two of them. Yi Yuan just sustaining injuries was already the best outcome. 7th Prince, who had always feared neither heaven nor earth, actually could not help shuddering when he saw Yi Yuan's ice-cold eyes. What's going on? I actually feel fear? How is that possible? 7th Prince could not quite believe it in his heart. Heh. Still want to take revenge? That we'll also have to see if you have that opportunity. 7th Prince grinned hideously. This 7th Prince was decisive in killing, taking action when he said so, and completely did not say a word of rubbish. His voice had yet to fade when his person already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. His movement technique was swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and displayed his movement technique. At the same time, he condensed out a small handful of 1,000 flowing petals to block in front of him. Bang! Even so, Yi Yuan was still sent flying out. 7th Prince's speed was too fast. Yi Yuan simply could not dodge in time. Pooh work! Yi Yuan vomited blood again, but he adamantly safeguarded White Light in his bosom and did not let him sustain a single bit of shock. White Light's injuries were already very severe. If he received damage again, he would die. If this were not the case, Yi Yuan would not clash head-on with 7th Prince either. Enough, Your Highness, 7th Prince, Shangguan Lingxue admonished. 7th Prince said flatly, Lingxue, you should know my temperament. Absolutely won't permit anyone or anything that threatens my existence. This boy is rather abnormal. If I let him grow unchecked, he might really be able to threaten me. Therefore, he must die today. As he said, 7th Prince placed his hands together. An extremely powerful essence energy undulation spread out. 7th Prince's personality was extremely overbearing. He probably only maintained his friendliness and smiles in front of Shangguan Lingxue. Towards some latent threats, 7th Prince had always exterminated them while they were still in their budding state. Yi Yuan was actually able to evade 2 of his attacks consecutively with second-level crystal formation realm strength. This was something utterly inconceivable. Therefore, he decided to kill Yi Yuan. Even if Shangguan Lingxue barred the way, he also had to kill Yi Yuan. Boy, in the capital, nobody dares to oppose me. Zhao Chang'an. All those who set themselves against me are already dead. You won't be an exception too. Don't blame me either. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not growing eyes, to provoke an existence such as myself. Seventh Prince said, icily. Finished talking, his figure moved, and already arrived before Yi Yuan. Bang! A huge explosion. Zhao Qinggan's figure fell back over a dozen steps before, barely managing to stop his body. His palm being returned, Zhao Qinggan's internal organs were in a disorderly mess. Alchemy King Shi. Seeing the arrival clearly, Zhao Qinggan said in surprise. The arrival was precisely Shi Haoran. He turned around to take a look at the severely wounded Yi Yuan, his brows involuntarily knitted together. All right? Won't die. Okay. Then you tend to your injuries. Leave the rest to me. No. I won't die. Borrow Senior's pill refinement room to use.
In.
Go ahead. Yi Yuan casually took out a medicinal pill to consume and carried white light into the pill refinement room. He did not look at Zhao Qinggan from start to end. Zhao Qinggan's brows furrowed. He said to Shi Haoran, Alchemy King Shi, he's your junior? Why haven't I heard about it before? Shi Haoran did not answer him. Raising one hand, a medicinal pill appeared in his hand, only to see him release gently. The medicinal pill fell. He grabbed it in his hand and casually rubbed it. A pile of powder fell from the palm of his hand. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qinggan and Shangguan Lingshua's expression changed. They came to find Shi Haoran precisely for the sake of requesting a medicinal pill from him. Shi Haoran did not come out the entire time because he was refining the medicinal pill for them. That was why he did not detect the commotion outside. Now that the medicinal pill was already refined, Shi Haoran actually destroyed it in front of them. You guys leave. Don't come back in the future. This place doesn't welcome you. Of course, if junior apprentice brother Ji forgives you, I won't say much. Please. Shi Haoran made a please leave gesture. The meaning of showing guests the door was already perfectly clear. Zhao Qinggan's facial expression flickered erratically. Within this capital, he had always been high and lofty. Never had he suffered such treatment. Even prior to this, Shi Haoran was all smiles towards him. For the sake of this brat, Shi Haoran actually fell out with him. Alchemy King Shi, it was this boy who offended me. That's why I made a move. To punish him. Furthermore, I wasn't aware that he was your junior. That's why there was this misunderstanding. Zhao Qinggang explained. Shi Haoran's strength was extremely formidable. He also had exceedingly high status in the capital. Zhao Qinggan felt that there was the need to explain to him. After all, this sort of thing like offending the Alchemist Association was not something amusing. Although Shi Haoran could not represent the Alchemist Association, he was Sovereign Star Abyss's strongest eldest disciple. To a very large degree, his attitude represented Sovereign Star Abyss's attitude. Zhao Qinggan never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually Shi Haoran's junior. It was a little troublesome this time, but he also had immense faith towards his own identity and strength. He believed that Shi Haoran would not easily offend him either. One had to know that behind him stood the fierce Gale world's most powerful, His Majesty the Wind Emperor, yet he was too naive. I have no interest in hearing which of you is right or wrong. I only saw you trying to kill him just now. So you can scram now, Shi Haoran said coolly. Zhao Qinggan was enraged upon hearing that and said, Shi Haoran, me explaining to you is giving you face. You don't fail to appreciate others' kindness. Could it be that you wish to let the Alchemist Association break away from His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Me making you scram is already taking into account His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, do you think that you can leave Qixia Mountain alive? All right. If you still don't get lost, I'm going to make a move. Sure. Haoran did not give face in the slightest. Zhao Qinggan's expression changed again and again. Shi Haoran had always had a benign and uncontentious appearance. Today's Shi Haoran was his first time seeing it. Fine. I'll leave. You'll regret it, Shi Haoran. Lingxue. Let's go. Zhao Chang'an gritted his teeth and said. Sure Haoran placed both hands behind his back and did not even look at them. Around an hour later, Yi Yuan walked out of the pill refinement room carrying white light. Sure Haoran hurriedly went forward to greet him. Seeing that Yi Yuan's complexion was very pale, Sure Haoran said with a frown, "You're really messing around, suffering such heavy injuries and still forcefully refining pills. Wouldn't that pile injury on top of injuries?" Just now, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill whole and did not have time to refine the medicinal effect at all before entering seclusion to refine pills. Although it was only refining a Tier 2 demonic pill, Yi Yuan was heavily wounded. After vomiting blood several times in succession, it already added injuries on top of injuries. Seeing Sure Haoran being concerned, Yi Yuan felt his heart warm. He forced a smile and said, "No worries. I'm fine. White Light's injuries are very severe. If I don't help him refine medicinal pills, the outcome is hard to say." Sure Haoran heaved a sigh and said, "You're somebody who values sentiments greatly, to actually do things to this extent for your contract beast. This junior, I acknowledge you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "White Light and I don't have a contractual relationship. We're equals. We're just like family. How can I watch him die?" Sure Haoran said in astonishment. You guys actually don't have a contractual relationship. This little white tiger is only Tier 2, and he's actually so capable of perceiving the thoughts of humans. Under ordinary circumstances, humans could only own a contract beast by thoroughly subjugating a demonic beast and forcing it to sign a divine soul contract. But this little white tiger had no contractual relationship with Yi Yuan and actually even threw away its own life for him. This was something that Sure Haoran had never heard of before. "Indeed so," Yi Yuan said smilingly. "White Light, this little fellow's origins was very mysterious. Even Yi Yuan could not figure it out. Being intelligent was also not something rare. What medicinal pill did you refine for him? Why doesn't he have any reaction at all?" Sure Haoran noticed that White Light was not quite right. Logically speaking, after consuming medicinal pills, one's spirit would be a little better. But White Light did not stir at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I don't know what's happening too." After he consumed the medicinal pill, he fell into a state of deep sleep. But I can sense that his aura is currently in the midst of gradual recovery. It should be fine. Sure Haoran observed closely and saw that it was indeed so. He could not help clicking his tongue in surprise. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of Zhao Chang'an and opened his mouth to ask, "Oh, right, where's that 7th prince?" Sure Haoran curled his lips and said, "I made him get lost." As he said, Sure Haoran briefly recounted the matter just now for Yi Yuan, making Yi Yuan stare with his mouth agape after hearing it. He only smiled bitterly after a long while and said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Why was there a need for that? Senior, junior, have you forgotten what I said to you? Us disciples under Sovereign Star Abyss don't have to look at other people's countenance when doing things. This is where our confidence lie. 7th Prince injured you and even wanted to kill you. That's provoking our Dao Yen lineage. Making him get lost is already on account of Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, I would definitely help Junior vent this anger," Sure Haoran said coolly. Yi Yuan did not think that a mere alchemy king actually had such courage. Speaking of which, it was really quite likely Dao Hang that chap's character. That boy, apart from being very cautious around him and treating him with the courtesy of a teacher from beginning to the end, he would speak brusquely to others. An appearance like your father was number 1 under the heaven. Seemed like this problem of his was successfully passed down to his disciple, which passed on to his grandstudents. Although he had not seen this side of Star Abyss yet, it was presumably around the same. "Haha, I don't need that. This sort of thing like taking revenge I love to do. At the most, looks like. Everybody thinks that my cultivation realm is Low and easy to bully. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. It was uncertain what he was thinking about. Sure, Howren thought that Yi Yuan was lamenting and could not help patting his shoulders as he consoled. Junior, you're only 16 years old and already at the second-level crystal formation realm. This speed is already very fast. When seventh prince was at your age, he was at most spirit condensation realm. You're way stronger than him. This sort of thing like raising realm can't be rushed. It's best to proceed steadily step by step. In Sure Howren's view, Yi Yuan had such accomplishments at a young age. He surely considered himself to be self-important. Yet he suffered a blow from seventh prince today. This was likely very hard for Yi Yuan to accept. If Yi Yuan ruined his foundation because he rushed to break through realms, that would be losing the main goal because of small gains. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much for senior's concern. I have a sense of propriety." Sure Howren only relaxed after seeing that Yi Yuan's eyes had regained tranquility. He said, "You recover from your injuries first. After 2 days, I'll introduce the other fellow apprentices for you to get to know." Yi Yuan nodded and did not say anything else. On the second day, Yi Yuan was notified to gather at the main hall. By the time he reached, there were already 6 to 7 people there. Each one of them sized up Yi Yuan curiously. Yi Yuan was also sizing them up curiously. Barring no accidents, these few people should be those new seniors of his. At this time, Sure Howren also accompanied Star Abyss and slowly walked out. "Master!" Everyone greeted in unison. Yi Yuan naturally could not be a maverick. He could only bow along. Star Abyss nodded slightly and opened his mouth to say, "I believe that your all-aware master accepted a new disciple yesterday. This Ji Qing. Come, you all get to know each other. Howren, give an introduction." Sure Howren came to the center of everyone and said to Ji Qing, "Come, I'll introduce to you a few seniors. This fatso is your second senior brother, Tang." Ji. Yi Yuan said, "Ji Qing has seen second senior brother." That fatty laughed and said, "Junior brother is indeed a fine-looking man. Heard that you were actually able to reach the legendary realm. Truly remarkable." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not at all. It was all luck yesterday." Sure Howren smiled as he dragged a blue shirt youth over, introducing, "This is your third senior brother, Yu Guang." Yi Yuan similarly gave a bow. Yu Guang smiled and said, "Junior brother is already a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster at such a young age. I think that in the future, you'll surely surpass your predecessors." Yi Yuan went along with a smile. Next was the fourth senior brother Zhu Liang, fifth senior brother Chang Su, sixth senior brother Jiang Yu, as well as seventh senior brother Wu Huilong. There were actually 3 alchemy kings among these 7 people and 4 high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. The might of these few people were clear at a glance. Li Daohong's lineage, while few in numbers, each one was able to hold a front. But through Sure Howren's introduction, only third senior brother Yu Guang held a position in the Alchemist Association among these 7 people. The rest had been following Star Abyss all along to cultivate and did not mingle with secular affairs. Seemed like this Star Abyss had quite the attainments in this aspect of teaching disciples. When Sure Howren finished the introductions, Star Abyss suddenly opened his mouth to say, "You all don't look at how number 8's age is younger than yours. His alchemy strength is stronger than all of you. In the future, if you have any queries in alchemy that you don't understand, feel free to consult him." "What? Consult little junior brother? Master, isn't this statement used a little incorrectly?" said number 4 Zhu Liang. "Yeah, master. Not that we're looking down on little junior brother, but we've followed you for so many years and have more or less learned some smatterings. It can't be to such an extent where we can't even match little junior brother, right?" Number 7 Wu Huilong was evidently quite reluctant to yield. Star Abyss narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Your little junior brother had a fortuitous encounter before entering my tutelage. His alchemy abilities are unfathomable, more than ample to be half your teacher. You all don't have to make such a huge fuss over nothing and don't need to argue with me either. Those who are unwilling to submit can very well challenge him. Of course, his age is young. You guys don't use cultivation realm to bully him. Sure, Howren and second senior brother Tangji were still alright. But the other people's faces more or less had a hint of unnatural expression. Clearly, they begged to differ on Star Abyss's words. Yi Yuan's performance yesterday in the Grand Pill Assembly, they had already heard a little to some extent. But what one heard might be false while what one saw would be real.
Ye Yuan
Was definitely remarkable, but it was also not remarkable to the extent where he could be their teacher, right? Yi Yuan kept quiet the entire time, but he had already cursed Star Abyss's predecessors countless times over in his heart. This old punk actually made him help him teach his disciples without even giving him a heads up, asking an alchemy emperor to help guide his disciples. To think that this fellow could do it seemed like this old punk also came around a little and wanted to exploit his value. Sai, who asked him to owe this old fellow such a great favor. Yesterday, Yi Yuan already reached a consensus with Star Abyss. Star Abyss would help him inquire about his fellow apprentice's news. If there was a possibility, Star Abyss would directly make a move to get that person out. Yi Yuan's identity was not suited to get people, but Star Abyss was different. Nobody would suspect him. With Star Abyss making a move, wanting to rescue his fellow apprentices should be much easier. Seniors, don't listen to Master talking rubbish. If there are any queries, we fellow apprentices should have more exchanges. Everybody improve together. Yi Yuan said modestly. These few people's expressions only became slightly better after hearing Yi Yuan's words. They were all people who were hundreds of years old. Asking them to consult a little child, they really could not quite get past their psychological barrier. Star Abyss opened his mouth again at this time to say calmly. There's also an incident that happened yesterday. His Highness, the 7th Prince, actually almost killed number 8 in our Chisha mountain. This made me very displeased. Looks like our alchemist association has been amicable for far too long. Nobody takes us seriously anymore. SSS. There's actually such a thing? Zhao Chang'an, this person is very overbearing. This really seems like something he would do. Heh. Looks like Master, his elderly self, is gonna fly off the handle. This time. It's been so long since I saw Master go wild. Really looking forward to it. Indeed, Star Abyss said slowly. From today onwards, the Alchemist Association and my Dao Yen lineage will stop helping everyone from the imperial family to refine medicinal pills, and we will carry out an all-around sanction on them. Jin Huanjin was the Swift Wind Guard's high-level commander, a Soul Sea Realm expert. These few days, His Majesty the Wind Emperor mobilized the troops. Naturally, it could not do without the Swift Wind Guards. This team that Jin Huanjin commanded was about to set off for the front lines. Very soon. When soldiers go out to battle, medicinal pills and weapons naturally could not be dispensed with, especially medicinal pills. It was far too important to a team. The quantity and quality of medicinal pills concerned their survival rate and ability to sustain in battle. A few days ago, the Swift Wind Guards ordered a batch of medicinal pills from the Alchemist Association, and today it was precisely the date to collect the medicinal pills. Jin Huanjin came to the Alchemist Association to find Yang Xiu but was stopped by his disciple outside the door. Oh, Lin Yihu? How have you been recently? Jin Huanjin frequently had dealings with Yang Xiu. He was naturally very familiar with his eldest disciple, Lin Yi. If it were before, Lin Yi would have bowed and greeted long ago. But today, his nose turned up towards the skies, looking like he could not see anyone. Master is currently refining pills. If there's something, come back another day, Lin Yi said very coldly. Jin Huanjin's brows furrowed, and he was rather unhappy in his heart. Putting aside the fact that his relationship with Yang Xiu was not shallow, he was the Alchemist Association's big money bag. Why was this Lin Yi's words, "Today so smelly and hard"? Elder Yang and I have made an arrangement long ago to come and collect medicinal pills today. Why would he just happen to be refining pills? Jin Huanjin said with a frown. How should I know? I only know that Master made me guard here and not let some random *TTY people come and interrupt his pill refinement. Jin Huanjin's face darkened. He said unhappily, "What are you saying, Lin Yi? Elder Yang and I are old friends. I'm also some random *TTY person? Like this, you go in and inform him. Just say that I came. It's impossible that he won't see me." Lin Yi was similarly displeased as he said, "Master is at the crucial moment of pill refinement. How can he be interrupted? If anything goes wrong with his pill refinement, can you shoulder this responsibility?" "You. Good. Very good. Wait until I see Elder Yang. I'm gonna ask him if I, Jin Huanjin, am some random *TTY person. Isn't he refining pills? I'll just wait here today." Jin Huanjin was furious to the extreme and decided to dawdle with this Lin Yi. But to really let him barge inside, he still did not have that gall. The Alchemist Association had the entire Fierce Gale world's best alchemists. Furthermore, they were independent of the Wind Emperor's jurisdiction. Nobody dared to provoke them. Lin Yi said that Yang Xiu was refining pills. If it really was some important medicinal pill, Jin Huanjin really could not bear the responsibilities. Even in the Fierce Gale world where alchemy skills were undeveloped, while Jin Huanjin and Yang Xiu were both Soul Sea realms, Yang Xiu's status was much higher than his. But Lin Yi said indifferently, "Go ahead. Finish talking." Lin Yi ignored Jin Huanjin and let him be. In a twinkle of an eye, 8 hours passed. There was no activity inside at all. Jin Huanjin paced about non-stop. Clearly, he was very restless and angry. He also did not know what was wrong with this Lin Yi today. The latter was purposely setting himself against him. He had waited here for many hours, but not only was there no cup of tea at all, Lin Yi even got people to remove all the chairs. Simple, outrageous. Although to a Soul Sea realm martial artist standing for a couple of hours completely did not matter, this sort of contemptuous feel made him feel immense humiliation. Hard work did not let down the faithful. When the skies turned dark, Yang Xiu finally came out from the pill refinement room. Jin Huanjin was overjoyed when he saw the situation and immediately switched to a smiley face as he went up to greet Yang Xiu. He said, "Elder Yang, this Jin has waited for you for a long time. You finally came out." Yang Xiu smiled and said, "Oh, so, it's Huanjin, huh? Looking for me for?" Jin Huanjin was just about to speak when he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Logically speaking, refining pills for such a long time, the alchemist's soul force consumption would be tremendous. Even if it was not some important medicinal pill, it should also be somewhat exhausting. But Yang Xiu was full of spirit and energy, completely without the sense of any fatigue. Could this Lin Yi be lying to him? Right away, Jin Huanjin probed with a sentence. "Elder Yang, were you refining pills earlier?" Yang Xiu said puzzledly, "Refining pill? Not at all. I was researching some stuff in the pill refinement room. While researching, I lost track of time. To think that the sky already became dark." Jin Huanjin gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Elder Yang, not that this Jin likes to rat on others, but this disciple of yours, Lin Yi, looks down on people way too much. When I came to find you, he actually said that you were refining pills, causing this Jin to wait bitterly outside for 8 hours." Jin Huanjin poured out all the bitter water in his stomach and totally thought that Yang Xiu would reprimand Lin Yi fiercely. But the development of the matter exceeded his expectations. Yang Xiu looked at Lin Yi and asked, "You told him that I was refining pills?" Lin Yi nodded and said, "Yes." The conversation progressed until here. Jin Huanjin was already prepared to watched the show by the side when Yang Xiu's following words nearly made him vomit a mouthful of old blood, only to see Yang Xiu slowly turned his head to Jin Huanjin and said, "Oh, like that, huh? It's this old man who remembered wrongly just now. I was indeed refining medicinal pills the entire day. Sigh, getting old, becoming useless. If there's anything, find me tomorrow. I have to head back to rest." Jin Huanjin's eyes became wide as saucers as he looked at Yang Xiu and did not recover for a long time. All the way until Yang Xiu left did he suddenly awaken and hastily chased after. "Wait a minute, Elder Yang. Wait a minute, Elder Yang," Jin Huanjin yelled. Yang Xiu said impatiently, "Oh Huanjin, today's already very late. If there's anything, talk again tomorrow." Jin Huanjin panicked as he said, "Don't be like this, Elder Yang. The army is about to set out right away. I really can't afford to delay. Elder Yang, that batch of medicinal pills of mine, is it?" "Medicinal pills? What medicinal pills?" Yang Xiu said with a blank face. Seeing Yang Xiu's expression, Jin Huanjin's heart palpitated. He hastily reminded, 10 days ago, didn't we agree to order a batch of medicinal pill from you? Is there such a thing? Why am I unaware? Old brother, recently our association's orders are seriously too many. I can't even manage it on my side. How about you wait a while longer?" Yang Xiu reminded with good intentions. Jin Huanjin was perfectly clear that Yang Xiu was deliberately troubling him here, but he was also utterly confused. He did not know how in the world he offended this mighty god. Yang Xiu's status in the Alchemist Association was exceedingly high. Jin Huanjin could not afford to offend. He could only urge, "Elder Yang, you're clearly aware that our army is about to set off in a few days now. We can't afford to wait." Yang Xie spread his two hands out and said, "Then there's no way about it. I'm really swamped over on this side. How about, old brother, you seek someone more qualified?" Jin Huanjin cursed in his heart but had no choice but to ask cautiously. He said, "Elder Yang, I don't know how little brother offended your elderly self. How about you express it a little?" Yang Xiu chuckled and said, Not at all, not at all. Old brother, you're really thinking too much. I'm really busy over here. Alright, not talking anymore. My head is dizzy from refining pills. Heading back first to rest." The same scene played out everywhere in the alchemist capital. In a day and a night, several great commanders from the Swift Wind Guards gathered in a hall, each of them with tightly knitted eyebrows. "Old Jean, do you think that these group of people from the Alchemist Association went nuts? They don't want to earn glimmering high-grade essence crystals. Is this shredding all pretenses of cordiality with us?" asked a commander bitterly. Jin Huanjin was also green in the face and in dismal. "Yeah, old Jean, among us, you're the one with the oldest qualifications. You got to come up with an idea. We're about to set off right away. If we don't have the guarantee of this batch of medicinal pills, what will we use to fight with the endless world martial artists?" said another commander. "Old Jean, do you think they detest that the essence crystals we gave are too few, and they wish to take this opportunity to viciously extort a sum from us?" Jin Huanjin was vexed in his heart and waved his hand, saying, all right, stop making noise. Tomorrow morning I'll go and test Yang Xiu's waters. I keep feeling that this matter isn't that simple. Everyone calm your horses down first. I'll go back and rest. Wait for my news tomorrow." The second day, early in the morning, Jin Huanjin directly cut Yang Xiu off at his residence. "Elder Yang, we have worked together for so many years. You also know that this batch of medicinal pills concerns the life and death of our brothers. You can't wash your hands off this matter," Jin Huanjin said with a grimace. Why is it you again, old brother? Didn't I tell you I'm really too busy recently? I really don't have time to help you guys refine medicinal pills." Yang Xiu similarly had a grimace. Jin Huanjin grabbed hold of Yang Xiu's sleeves and actually kneeled down. Directly. Old brother, what are you doing here? Yang Xiu said with an astonished look. Old brother, I, Jin Huanjin, am throwing out this old face today. If this batch of medicinal pill can't be obtained and His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, investigates this, I, old Jin, am still dead. Old brother, you can't stand aside and watch me die. Jin Huanjin was just short of sniveling in tears. Yang Xiu gave a sigh and said, Old brother, it's really not that old brother. Is not helping you, but can't help you. Jin Huanjin's heart stirred. He still had a weeping face as he asked, Old brother, where did younger brother I offend you? You just say it out. But you can't wash your hands off this matter no matter what. Yang Xiu's eyebrows twitched, and he let out a sigh again and said, Old brother Jin, our friendship doesn't need me to say anymore. You know it in your heart. But this time, old brother Jin, I really can't help you. I'll give you an explanation, but you must make sure not to sell me out. Jin Huanjin's heart nearly jumped out. He hurriedly said, Old brother, just say, if I sell old brother out, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Yang Xiu nodded and said slowly, Actually, it's this. Meaning, Yang Xiu extended out a finger and pointed at the sky. Jin Huanjin's expression changed. Although Yang Xiu did not say it explicitly, the meaning was already very clear. Who else was there above Yang Xiu? Could only be Sovereign Star Abyss. If it was like this, then the problem was huge. Although Sovereign Star Abyss's strength was not on the same level as His Majesty the Wind Emperor, their statuses did not differ too much. This, old brother, just what reason is it to actually make the Lord carry out such a decision? Jin Huanjin asked in shock. Yang Xiu sighed and said, To be able to let the Lord carry out such a decision, it's naturally because somebody touched His reverse scale and offended His elderly self. Alright, I can only talk until here. I can't say any more. Once that Lord flares his temper, nobody can withstand it. Jin Huanjin seemed to have recalled something terrifying, his face revealing terror. Ah, there was such a thing? That old man looks pretty amiable. To think that he's so scary when he flies off the handle. Yi Yuan was quite surprised. Third senior brother Yu Guang had an anticipating look as he said, Isn't that so? Back then, even eldest senior brother hadn't entered tutelage yet. Not a single person in the entire capital was unaware of this matter. It was just that nobody dared to talk about it. Master was so awe-inspiring. He directly flew up to the royal palace and stood in midair, provokingly, challenging His Majesty the Wind Emperor. The third prince was forced by Lord Master to commit suicide. From start to finish, His Majesty the Wind Emperor did not show his face. In truth, that was already a form of yielding. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Such a disgraceful matter, how could the Wind Emperor possibly make an appearance? The third prince coming out to commit suicide appeased Star Abyss's fury and also preserved the royal family's face. It was counted as a better ending. Back then, Shurhauren had not entered his tutelage yet. Star Abyss took in a disciple. The result was that he clashed with the third prince and was killed by the third prince. Star Abyss was furious when he heard the news and directly charged up to the royal palace's city walls and forced the third prince to commit suicide. Ever since then, the name of Star Abyss being protective of his people became utterly resounding in the capital. These 2 days Yi Yuan had been guiding his few seniors constantly and became rather idle. Of course, this was also not something that could be accomplished in one stroke. Among the few seniors, the most unwilling to acquiesce was third senior brother Yu Guang. He challenged Yi Yuan using exchange as the reason. The result was that he was utterly convinced with his loss. Ever since then, the seniors no longer doubted Star Abyss's words. These 2 days, quite a few seniors came to Yi Yuan's place to consult him on some problems. Yi Yuan naturally would not disappoint them either. The answers that he gave were all very exquisite. After the seniors went back to appreciate it in detail, they actually felt that it was even more exquisite than what Master Star Abyss said, and even more profound and simpler to understand. Although these few disciples that Star Abyss took on were different in personalities, they were all honest and frank people. Not only were they not jealous of Yi Yuan, but they also took him to be a good mentor and helpful friend instead. Speaking of which, they inherited the same ideology and behavior as that fellow Li Daohang. Different from happy thoughts on Yi Yuan's side, Seventh Prince's side descended into extreme chaos. These few days, storms raged in the capital. Everyone and everything were in a chaotic mess, investigating the matter of why Star Abyss would target the royal family. Other people did not know why, but he was all too clear. He initially thought that it was not something of a big deal. He did not kill Yi Yuan in the end as well. Shurhauren would not do anything to him. But he forgot that there was still an even more terrifying sovereign Star Abyss above Shurhauren. As a matter of fact, Zhao Cheng'an had already forgotten the third prince's matter. At that time, he wasn't even born yet. Although he heard some extent of it later on, he did not take it to heart. All the way until the news of the Alchemist Association sanctioning the royal family spread over. Only then Zhao Cheng'an was shocked, recalling the incident of the third prince being forced to commit suicide. These 2 days he was in a constant state of anxiety. After thinking it over and over again, Zhao Cheng'an finally still decided to go and find His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to admit his wrong. Within the deep and serene palace, it was void of people. Zhao Cheng'an stood in the great hall but felt countless pairs of eyes staring at him. This child, Zhao Cheng'an, requests to meet royal father. Zhao Cheng'an forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "What is it?" A voice came over serenely from the depths of the palace as if it sounded out from the underworld. "This child." Zhao Cheng'an kneeled onto the ground with a slam and said nervously, "This child deserves death. The matter with the Alchemist Association was caused by this child. I beg royal father, to mete out punishment." There was no reply. Only Zhao Cheng'an's breathing sound was left in the entire great hall.